Chapter 401 The Prince Rebellion. North Palace. Study. Lu Chen sat at his desk and carefully sorted out the information on the disappearance of Daxia warriors in the past month. According to Jin Yiwei's statistics, the number of missing people has exceeded 20,000. These are more than 20,000 5th grade and above warriors. This incident shocked the major dynasties, and now some forces in Daxia have been frightened and moved to the north or other dynasties. As the prince who oversees the country, Lu Yi had already sent many people to investigate the matter, but nothing was found. These people seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Of course, the people Lu Yi sent out to investigate were not from his group. Now the situation in the capital is getting more and more dangerous. His own people have to stay in the capital or stay near the capital. If he sends his people to do other things, what to do if something happens? The imperial court did not pay attention to this matter, which left the forces behind it completely unrestrained. They became more and more rampant, and even warriors began to disappear in the capital. Lu Chen looked at the pieces of information on the table and speculated in his mind that maybe his father, like him, had learned a skill similar to the Dharma absorption technique, which is why he captured so many warriors and then absorbed their skills. But having said that, even if Emperor Xia really learned the Dharma of absorbing energy, he would not be able to become a heavenly being through the Dharma of absorbing Gong. To become a heavenly being, you must pass the test of this world. This is a hard condition. Even Lu Chen, who has a system plug-in, cannot circumvent this condition. Lu Chen does not believe that Emperor Xia can bypass the test of the world. Of course, it is still possible to temporarily enhance a person's strength to the realm of heaven and humanity through some means. Lu Chen thought to himself that maybe his father was worried that the Northern Kingdom would one day go south to compete for the throne, so he had prepared measures to deal with the Northern Kingdom's heavenly beings in advance. At this time, Lu Chen's eyes fell on a piece of intelligence, which mainly talked about Jiangnan heavy cavalry. After the Jin Yiwei's investigation, it was basically confirmed that the heavy cavalry went south to transport something. However, because the Jin Yiwei who investigated were only people below the 5th rank, it was difficult to find out what the heavy cavalry was transporting. Not to mention that Jin Yiwei didn't know, no one in the court even knew why the heavy cavalry went south. People only knew that this was an order from Emperor Xia. As for why Emperor Xia gave such an order, I'm afraid only Emperor Xia himself could tell. No. However, there have been a lot of rumors in Daxia recently. Some people said that Emperor Xia discovered an island on the sea. There were immortals living on the island, and the heavy cavalry was actually transporting elixirs. As long as Emperor Xia takes the elixir, his body may recover. This rumor made the princes more restless. If Emperor Xia's body recovered, it would be more difficult for them to win the throne. They finally waited until Emperor Xia was about to die, but at this time it was reported that Emperor Xia could be saved, which made them not anxious. Lu Chen put down the information in his hands at this time, raised his hands, and rubbed his temples. Nowadays, the 5th grade and above warriors in Daxia are too dangerous, which has restricted the movement of Jin Yiwei. It is not an easy task to investigate whether the disappearance of those warriors has anything to do with Emperor Xia. However, Lu Chen had a vague feeling. He felt that the large number of missing warriors was probably related to the item that Emperor Xia had ordered the heavy cavalry to transport back to the capital from the south of the Yangtze River. Because these two things happened to collide, this has to make people suspicious, but he has no concrete evidence, and everything is just speculation at the moment. At this time, he said to himself, forget it, no matter what he is doing, as soon as Ye Yao and Nan Yan's child is born, I will lead the troops south immediately. Lu Chen thought that after Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao's child was born, the system would most likely reward him with some troops and strong men. With more soldiers and strong men, he would be more confident about going south. Your Majesty, Commander Liang wants to see you. After hearing the maid's voice, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said, come in. Liang Zong immediately entered the study. Before Liang Zong could salute, Lu Chen asked, "Is there any news from the capital?" Liang Zong replied, "Back to your lord, our people still haven't found out what the heavy cavalry was escorting. My subordinates brought other news today." Lu Chen asked, "What's the news?" Liang Zong put the note in his hand on Lu Chen's table. When he saw it was a note, Lu Chen knew that it was a letter from Fei Ji. It seemed that it should be particularly urgent information. Lu Chen immediately picked up the note and scanned it. "Take a look." Lu Chen frowned when he saw the content above. 2 nights ago, Emperor Xia was poisoned and assassinated, but the assassin failed. After a final investigation, a total of more than 100 people were found to be directly related to the incident. In the end, all the evidence pointed to the Lin family. Now everyone in the Lin family is under house arrest, and no one is allowed to leave the Lin family. Lin Jiayuan and Lin Xiaoming have been taken to the Sky Jail, waiting for interrogation. This incident only happened 2 nights ago. In less than a day, everyone involved in the incident was found. This was too fast. The key is that the man behind the scenes is actually Lin Jiayuan. This seems to be a frame-up. Lin Jiayuan had defected to the North Kingdom a long time ago. Since the prince came to supervise the country, he has kept a low profile in the court. How could he get involved in such a thing? Obviously someone thinks that the Lin family is an obstacle, so they want to get rid of the entire Lin family. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, wondering who was most likely to push this incident to happen, the prince? Or another prince? But there is a high probability that he is still the prince. Lin Jiayuan has not yet made his position clear. For the prince, Lin Jiayuan is still from Emperor Xia's side. Since Emperor Xia became ill, apart from the imperial master and the people around Emperor Xia, there are only Lin Jiayuan and Zhao Venhan. The 2 prime ministers were able to see Emperor Xia. Zhao Venhan has clearly turned to the prince. For the prince, Lin Jiayuan is his biggest threat in the court, so he just took this opportunity to get rid of Lin Jiayuan together. In this way, apart from the imperial master, only Zhao Venhan could see Emperor Xia, which prepared them in advance for what they might do in the future. For example, falsely conveying imperial edicts, or changing posthumous edicts. Liang Zong asked at this time, "Your Majesty, do we need to save the Lin family?" Liang Zong is the commander of the Jin Yiwei. He is the person who has access to the core information, so he knows very well that Lin Jiayuan is from the North King. Now that Lin Jiayuan is in jail, the Jin Yiwei should probably take action. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "No need for the time being. My father cannot see Lin Jiayuan being eliminated, but if their lives are in danger, the Jin Yiwei will find a way to take the Lin family out of the capital. Emperor Xia is not a fool, Lin Jiayuan is a minister without a position. As long as Lin Jiayuan does not side with any prince, then Lin Jiayuan will be Emperor Xia's man. Now that the prince wants to get rid of his people, how could Emperor Xia agree? Therefore, Emperor Xia will most likely come forward to save the Lin family. Emperor Xia is just pretending to be ill and is not really dead." Liang Zong said, "I understand. If there is nothing else, I will leave." "Okay, go and do your work." A few days later. Great Xia Dynasty, capital, Tianlao. Lin Jiayuan and Lin Xiaoming were locked up in cells next to each other. Although they were locked up, the jailers were very polite to them and did not dare to do anything to them. Lin Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the ground and asked, "Dad, what should we do now?" Lin Jiayuan lay on the bed, closed his eyes and said lightly, "Keep waiting." Seeing that Lin Jiayuan didn't look anxious at all, Lin Xiaoming said in confusion, "Dad, it's already this time, why are you not anxious at all? The crime of assassinating the emperor will definitely be punished by the 9 tribes. Lin Jiayuan laughed and said, "What's the use of being anxious now? Do you still want to escape from prison? If you really escape from prison, I'm afraid the charges against our Lin family will be confirmed directly." Hearing Lin Jiayuan's words, Lin Xiaoming was stunned for a moment and stopped talking. At this time, he clenched his fist and punched the ground. A crater was instantly made on the ground. Lin Xiaoming was very unwilling. The Lin family did nothing, but in the end they were labeled as regicide. Is it possible that they can only wait to die in the prison now? Seeing that his son was so impetuous, Lin Jiayuan said directly, Xiu Ming, you don't really think that you can destroy our Lin family with just that little evidence, do you? Hearing his father's words, Lin Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then said, Dad, that is the crime of regicide, and so much evidence was found in our house. Isn't that evidence enough to convict us? Lin Jiayuan sneered and said, Your Majesty will not believe their frame-up methods. Lin Xiaoming said, But now Your Majesty. Lin Xiaoming did not continue. He wanted to say that Emperor Xia was almost dead, so the Lin family could still be taken care of. The next person who would judge them would most likely be the prince. The prince probably had no intention of keeping the Lin family at all. Lin Jiayuan said, Dad, I know what you want to say, but I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. Didn't you find that Daxia's heavy cavalry went to Jiangnan? Don't you think about whose hands the heavy cavalry is now? Lin Jiayuan actually thought that Emperor Xia might have gone crazy at first, but he didn't think that Emperor Xia was going to die so soon. When he learned that Emperor Xia had mobilized heavy cavalry, he became more convinced of his guess. Emperor Xia was probably fine at all, but was plotting something. So even if the Lin family is framed, Lin Jiayuan is not panic at all. He is one of the few ministers who has not yet taken sides. He does not belong to any prince's faction now. He is a member of Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia cannot look at the Lin family. Get rid of by the prince. Next, something happened to the prince's faction. They poisoned Emperor Xia and tried to seek power and usurp the throne. Lu Yi, the prince, was finally done. At this moment, the sound of chains jingling was heard not far away. Realizing that someone else had come in, Lin Jiayuan stopped talking. The next moment, familiar figures appeared in front of Lin Jiayuan and his son. Zhao Venhan was wearing a prison uniform, and his whole body, feet and hands were all shackled. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiayuan laughed loudly, and then said, Master Zhao, why did you come in to accompany me? Hearing this, Zhao Venhan glared at Lin Jiayuan fiercely, and then Zhao Venhan sneered and said, Lin, don't be too proud. King Bei has already sided with the prince. Even if you go out now, you will come in sooner or later. At this moment, the cell leader came to the door of the cell where Lin Jiayuan was imprisoned, opened the door, nodded and bowed to Lin Jiayuan and said, Prime Minister Lin, the matter has been cleared up, you can go out. Lin Jiayuan got up from the bed without hesitation and walked out directly. After he walked to the corridor, he said to Zhao Venhan, Master Zhao, dragons have reverse scales, and you will die if you touch them. You have followed His Majesty for decades. Could it be that this don't you understand the truth? After you come in this time, if you want to go out again, I'm afraid you will go to the execution ground. After saying this, Lin Jiayuan walked directly outside, ignoring Zhao Venhan's curses. In the next few days, the Lin family was rehabilitated, and Lin Jiayuan returned to the court. However, the prince's group was killed and arrested. Although Lu Yi's crown prince has not been deposed and he is still in charge of the country, Lu Yi already has a very strong sense of crisis. If the rumors are true and there really is a so-called elixir, then if he continues to wait, his father will definitely return to the court, and he, the prince, will definitely be deposed. No. He can no longer sit still and wait for death. He was going to get to that position no matter what. In the next month, Lu Yi tried his best to win over Situ Ce, while trying his best to get close to the royal family's Grand Master, and then win over some military generals. In order not to end up like the 8th prince, Lu Yi also contacted Lu Chen in advance. Once he failed, he would flee to the North Kingdom. Finally, after Lu Yi felt that everything was ready, one night he rushed directly into the palace with his troops. End of chapter. Chapter 402 I Have No Way Out. In the dead of night. The lights in Wu Yunwan's room were still on, and the sound one after another reached the courtyard. At this time, the maids at the door all yawned. These days, they have gradually gotten used to it and are no longer as shy as before. Now even if they hear the sound coming from the room, they will not blush and their heartbeat will speed up. At this time, a maid hurriedly entered the courtyard and said to the maid at the door, "Commander Liang wants to see the prince, please inform the prince quickly." The maid at the door immediately said, "I'm afraid it can't be done now, the prince is still in high spirits." The maids all knew Lu Chen's strength. Lu Chen had only been here for an hour, how could it be over so quickly? But at this moment, Lu Chen's voice came out from the room, "Let Commander Liang wait in the study for a while, I will be here soon." Lu Chen is a pseudo-celestial being, and his perception ability is very strong. When a maid comes to look for him at the door, he immediately senses it. But he planned to finish what he was doing now. The maid who came to inform heard Lu Chen's voice and immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After the maid left, Lu Chen quickly speeded up the process. After the incident was over, Lu Chen stood up and started to get dressed. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Wu Yunwan who was lying on the bed, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, something suddenly happened, and I can't continue to serve His Majesty tonight." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan turned to look at Lu Chen. Her eyes were misty, and she obviously hadn't recovered yet. "Who? Your Majesty is really a busy man. It's so late, and there are other things." Lu Chen said helplessly, "There is no way, it's such a troubled time." Wu Yunwan said feebly, "Your Majesty, go and do your work. I happen to be getting ready to sleep." "Well, you have a good rest tonight." Lu Chen immediately turned around and walked outside. Soon Lu Chen arrived at the study. Liang Zong immediately saluted Lu Chen at the door of the study, "Greetings to the prince. It's my fault for disturbing the prince so late." Lu Chen walked directly into the study, "It's okay, come in." Under normal circumstances, if it was just ordinary information, Liang Zong would send it to the study the next day. Only urgent information would be notified to Lu Chen. It was obvious that Liang Zong had just received urgent information from the capital. Lu Chen told Liang Zong some time ago that if something big happened in the capital, he would be notified as soon as possible, whether it was day or night. Obviously, if Liang Zong came to see him tonight, something must have happened in the capital. After the two entered the study, Liang Zong immediately handed the note in his hand to Lu Chen, and then said, "The prince's rebellion failed, but he has disappeared." Lu Chen took the note from Liang Zong, glanced at it, and thought to himself, "No wonder Lu Yi has been sending people to hint to him during this period." It turned out that Lu Yi planned to rebel directly. Lu Chen read the content on the note and laughed. His brothers were really stupid. They didn't even have many Grand Masters behind them, but they dared to rebel. Isn't this looking for death? Lu Chen immediately said to Liang Zong, "Let the Jin Yiwei investigate and see if the prince has escaped to the north." Lu Yi wrote so many letters to Baiguo during this period, and also gave Baiguo so many benefits. Most likely, he was worried that he would have nowhere to go after the mutiny failed, so he regarded Baiguo as a fallback route. Liang Zong asked carefully at this time, "If it is confirmed that the prince will go north, should we?" Liang Zong did not continue, but Lu Chen instantly understood what Liang Zong wanted to ask. Now that Lu Yi's mutiny has failed, he will no longer be the prince of Daxia, and he will no longer have the power of a prince. He will no longer have much effect on the northern kingdom. On the contrary, if he, the rebellious prince, comes to the northern kingdom, he will be accused of harboring rebels, which will not be good for the northern kingdom's reputation. Lu Chen thought for a while and finally said, "Don't worry. If we find the prince, we will secretly escort him to the North Kingdom first. He has been supervising the country in the capital for so long. He must know something that others don't know. For Lu Chen, although Lu Yi is no longer the prince, the information Lu Yi has about the capital is still very valuable. Lu Chen also wanted to know how Lu Yi failed in this mutiny, so that he could learn a lesson by then. Liang Zong said, I understand. I will send someone to look for the prince right now. Well, go ahead. My subordinates, please retire. Liang Zong finished his words and left the study. After Liang Zong left, Lu Chen picked up the note in his hand and looked at it again. He guessed in his heart that now that the prince was gone, Emperor Xia would probably return to the court. Although the civil strife among the vassals continued, King Zhao had already gained a clear advantage. In no more than a year at most, the feudal states in the southwood will be destroyed by King Zhao. At that time, it will be the time for the soldiers of the northern kingdom to go south to serve the king. Lu Chen didn't think much. He used his spiritual power to crush the note in his hand into crumbs, and then returned to Wu Yunwan's room. At this time, Wu Yunwan had just returned to bed after taking a shower. She originally thought that Lu Chen went out so late, it must be something very important, so there was a high probability that he would not come back. As a result, as soon as Wu Yunwan fell on the bed and prepared to sleep, a figure appeared in the room. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appeared, Wu Yunwan asked in confusion, Why are you here again? Didn't you say something was wrong? Lu Chen smiled and said, It's no big deal. While talking, Lu Chen got on the bed directly. Wu Yunwan quickly moved her position, but as soon as she moved, Lu Chen turned over and pinned her down. Wu Yunwan glared at Lu Chen, and then said, It's so late, don't you still think about it? Lu Chen didn't say anything, and directly pulled off Wu Yunwan's inner clothes, then leaned over and kissed Wu Yunwan's red lips, and soon the two of them returned to their previous state. However, Lu Chen did not continue at this time. He turned Wu Yunwan over, then pressed on her back and hugged her waist, saying, You said what's so good about the throne? Everyone wants to snatch this position. I wake up earlier than a chicken, go to bed later than a dog, and there are so many things. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan, who was pinned down by Lu Chen, sneered, The prince is really good at joking. He is obviously the powerful overlord, yet he talks about the benefits of the throne. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, To be honest, I really don't think the emperor is comfortable in front of him, especially the emperors of major dynasties nowadays. Everything they do must be restricted by noble families or princes and nobles, which is aggrieved. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan said, If the prince feels that managing things is too troublesome, just hand over the throne to me, and I will help you manage the entire northern kingdom. Lu Chen laughed, then leaned into her ear and said, What, you still want to seek power and usurp the throne? I can give you this opportunity. As long as you defeat me now, I will give you the throne. Wu Yunwan snorted coldly. Then the two of them remained in this state and fell into silence. This made Lu Chen feel like he always possessed Wu Yunwan, so he liked holding Wu Yunwan like this. After this period of getting along, Wu Yunwan got used to this. Anyway, as long as Lu Chen came, they would cuddle up and sleep like this almost every night. After a while, Wu Yunwan asked, What must have happened in Daxia capital? How did you know? Wu Yunwan said calmly, It must be important for you to go out at such a late hour. The capital of Great Xia has not been peaceful recently. Coupled with the large number of disappearances of warriors, it is like a storm is coming. And you just said something good about the throne to me, so I guess there is a high probability that a prince in the capital has rebelled. Lu Chen said, It is true that a prince rebelled, but he was not an ordinary prince, but a prince. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan chuckled, Your father is really powerful. Not long ago, he forced an eighth prince to rebel, and now he has forced his eldest son to rebel. He wants to kill all the princes. Get rid of it, and then become a loner. Lu Chen said, the person who becomes the emperor is not a lonely person. Wu Yunhuan continued to ask, what was the result? Did the prince fail? Lu Chen said, it is indeed a failure. Wu Yunhuan said, so, what Emperor Xia said about being terminally ill is all false. If he is really seriously ill, it is impossible for him to have such strong control over the strong men of the army and the royal family. If he is the one who is about to die, it is estimated that a great master of the royal family has chosen to join Lu Yi, and Lu Yi has also. We won't lose so quickly. Lu Chen said, I also suspect that he is pretending to be ill and planning something famous. Wu Yunhuan said, no wonder the vassals in Daxia are fighting fiercely, but you are motionless in the North Kingdom. It turns out that you have guessed that your father is fine. Lu Chen said with a smile, I haven't moved yet, not because of this reason. I mainly want to wait until my 2 children are born. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wu Yunhuan didn't believe it at all. Waiting for the child to be born? What reason is this? What good luck could the birth of his child bring him? Lu Chen twisted his body slightly at this time, and then said, how about you give birth to one for me too? After Wu Yunhuan let out a cry, she said coldly, you have a good idea. If you want me to give you a child, it depends on whether you have the ability. Lu Chen said with a smile, don't you know if I have the ability? Not only do I have the ability, but I also have great abilities. Wu Yunhuan ignored Lu Chen's words and just kept silent. After a while, Wu Yunhuan asked, when are you going to attack Daiyu? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, why are you asking this question? Wu Yunhuan said bluntly, I would like to inform my good sisters so that she can prepare in advance. Lu Chen laid his head on her fragrant shoulder and said, you are my woman now. Shouldn't you be heading towards the North Country? Why are you still thinking of informing Emperor Yu? Wu Yunhuan said lightly, I'm afraid that one day Daiyu will be captured by you, and Qin Guo will end up like me. Lu Chen said, isn't this good? This way you 2 sisters can be reunited and stay together for the rest of your lives. You don't have to live in 2 dynasties separately and only meet each other every few years. Wu Yunhuan said coldly, I know you are planning this. But even if the prince really defeats the Daiyu dynasty, she will not be your woman. Lu Chen asked, why is this? Wu Yunhuan said, she is not like me. She is ruthless and cannot have feelings for men. Even if she loses to you, she will most likely commit suicide, so don't try to get her body. Lu Chen smiled and disagreed, how do you know if it doesn't work until you try it? But having said that, let's talk about what she does now. The battle between Baiguo and Daiyu won't come so soon. Let's talk about the things between us. Wu Yunhuan said indifferently, I have become your forbidden wife now, what else is there to say between us? Wu Yunhuan felt that she was now just a tool for Lu Chen's entertainment, but now she had let go of her previous obsession. She felt that such a life seemed good to her. As long as she regards this little man as her favorite in her heart, she won't feel so uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Lu Chen has been waiting for Chen Wanrong's arrival these days, but Chen Wanrong has not come down the mountain yet. Lu Chen wonders if his master does not allow Chen Wanrong to come down the mountain to be intimate with him. In the past half-month, the Jinyue has become very busy. On the one hand, the Jinyue of the 5th rank and above cannot be dispatched, and the workload of the Jinyue has increased. They must not only find out what the heavy cavalry brought back from Jiangnan, but also investigating the prince's whereabouts. All the Jinyue below the 5th rank became nervous. Anping City. The soldiers at the city gate were checking the passing convoy. At this time, a caravan slowly came to the gate of Anping City. In the carriage, the man showed a nervous look. Next to the man, there was a beautiful woman wearing purple gauze sitting. At this time, the woman's face showed a worried look. Husband, will the Northern King really accept us? The man frowned and said, there is still some information he wants to know here. As long as he is willing to receive us, I will tell him this information. The woman said, after all, you are his eldest brother. If he is also interested in the throne, he probably will not let you live. Although Daxia has not observed the eldest son inheritance system for a long time, there are still many conservatives who have been thinking about this. If the eldest prince was not dead, some people with ulterior motives would naturally gather around him and try to incite him. So the woman was not sure whether King Bei would take them in. After hearing the woman's words, the man's face darkened and became very ugly. Now I have no way out. Soon, the convoy arrived at the checkpoint at the city gate. Luyi's guards quickly came to the checkpoint and wanted to use money to bribe the soldiers responsible for the inspection, but the soldiers did not accept their money. Luyi saw this scene through the curtains and felt a little worried. At this time, Luyi's guards said that they were a caravan coming from the capital, and they were pulling only food. Upon hearing this, the soldier at the door said he wanted to check the people in the car. While the guards were struggling, Luyi coughed in the car and said, "Let them check." The most important reason why they were able to escape to Anping City along the way was that they all disguised themselves. The crown princess had a very powerful disguise skill. In this case, no one should recognize them. Immediately, the soldiers at the door checked one by one. Soon the soldiers opened the curtains and glanced at the people inside the carriage. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, the soldiers let them go without embarrassment. After successfully entering Anping City, Luyi breathed a sigh of relief. Entering Anping City means reaching the border of the Northern Kingdom. The shadow guards probably don't dare to mess around in the Northern Kingdom yet. As the convoy slowly entered Anping City, the soldier in charge of the inspection immediately said to the soldier wearing black and red clothes next to him, "Inform the prince immediately that the target has arrived safely in the North Country." End of this chapter. Chapter 403 Xueling Long. Luyi thought that no one would recognize them after they disguised themselves. Obviously they underestimated Jin Yiwei's ability. The Jin Yiwei easily judged that Luyi was the missing prince through their clothes, carriage, and their guards. Soon the news of Luyi's arrival in Anping City reached Lu Chen's ears. After hearing that Luyi had arrived in Anping City, Lu Chen immediately sent Liang Zong to Anping City and asked him to pick up Luyi in person. Yanqing. After Luyi and everyone from the East Palace arrived in Anping City, they were not in a hurry to send someone to meet Lu Chen. Luyi was not sure what Lu Chen's attitude was towards him. If Lu Chen didn't want to have a direct conflict with their father now, he would probably be arrested and sent back to the capital. Although he had some information that Lu Chen might want to know, he was still a little worried. Luyi spends most of his time in the inn these days, only occasionally going out for a walk. Anping City is the only way for Daxia caravans to go to Yanqing. Today, Anping City is very prosperous, with many new things, which are very rare in the capital. What Luyi pays most attention to these days are the newspapers distributed in Anping City. He asks people to buy newspapers every day, and then carefully reads all the contents in the newspapers. Night. Inside Tingyu Inn. Luyi was in the room of Crown Princess Xueling Long. Seeing Luyi reading the newspaper with a serious expression, Xueling Long asked, "Husband, it's been almost half a month, are we still going to Yanqing?" Luyi put down the newspaper at this time and said, "Go, now we can only seek refuge with King Bei." A look of worry appeared in Xueling Long's eyes. "Husband, how about we change our names and live a peaceful life from now on? In the past few days, I have discovered that many businessmen from other places in Daxia have applied for new identities in the North Country. We might as well apply for a new identity." Hearing this, Luyi's face darkened instantly, and he said unhappily, "I don't want to give up just like that. And even if we do change our names, people will find out one day." Just as Xueling Long was about to continue saying something, Luyi interrupted her directly, "You don't need to say any more, Gu has made up his mind." Luyi was very unwilling to fail like this. He believed that he still had a chance to make a comeback. As long as he could win over Lu Chen and ask Lu Chen to borrow some soldiers and horses, he would have the opportunity to occupy the feudal kingdom of a certain vassal king, and then in one step climb up one step at a time. As for returning to the capital, in his opinion, it is almost impossible in the short term. After all, his father has recovered. Now we can only wait for the opportunity and take everything slowly. Seeing Lu Yi's resolute attitude, Xue Linglong sighed slightly. I understand. Lu Yi stood up from his seat at this time, put the newspaper on the table, and then walked directly towards the door. Let's go to bed early tonight, I still need to practice. Xue Linglong raised her hand, trying to persuade Lu Yi to stay, but Lu Yi opened the door and walked out of the room. Then the door closed and there was a bang. Xue Linglong was stunned for a moment, and the next moment the disappointed expression on her face turned cold, as if everything she just did was just an act. After a while, a dark figure entered the room from the window. The person who came was Yu Tianlu, the strongest guard currently around Lu Yi. He was a Grand Master, but he had never shown the strength of a Grand Master in front of Lu Yi. Holy girl, do we really want to follow Lu Yi to Yanqing? There will probably be heavenly beings in Yanqing. If the heavenly beings find out that we are members of the Taiyin God sect, I'm afraid. Xue Linglong said with a cold face, with the yin-yang mirror, even the gods can't discover my identity. Wang's ability to possess such great strength in such a short period of time proves that he is probably the destined person we are looking for. If we can sacrifice him, we will definitely be able to resurrect the leader. As long as the leader is resurrected, then everyone in the Taiyin God sect can fly to the fairy world. Yu Tianlu said, I understand. Xue Linglong asked at this time, has there been any result on that matter? Yu Tianlu replied, there are results. It is basically confirmed that it was done by Emperor Xia's shadow guard. Xue Linglong sneered and said, all the major dynasties have been calling us a demon sect, but in the end, they do things no different from us. Speaking of this, Xue Linglong continued to ask, have you ever found out what Emperor Xia wanted to do by arresting so many warriors? Yu Tianlu replied, this is not clear yet. Xue Linglong said, let them continue the investigation. Once the cause is found, they will immediately make public what the Xia royal family has done, so that the world can see what dirty things the Xia emperor has done as the king of a country. Yes, I understand. If nothing happens, I will leave. Xue Linglong said coldly, go down. Then Yu Tianlu left the room. Not long after Yu Tianlu left, Jin Yiwei soldiers surrounded the Tingyuan where Lu Yi and the others were staying. After noticing the movement outside, Xue Linglong frowned slightly. Then she raised her delicate hand and rubbed her throat. Then he pushed open the door, hurriedly came to the door of Lu Yi's room, knocked on the door and said, husband, it's bad, there are a lot of soldiers coming outside. When Lu Yi, who was practicing evil skills, heard the noise outside, he quickly opened the window and looked downstairs. Seeing that the downstairs was already surrounded by soldiers, Lu Yi suddenly felt extremely nervous. These soldiers were most likely here for them, and I'm afraid their identities have been exposed. I didn't expect that Xue Linglong, who was so good at disguise, could be seen. At this time, Liang Zong downstairs introduced himself to Tingyuan and said, I am Liang Zong, the commander of the Northern Kingdom's Jinyi Guards. I have been ordered by the prince to pick up the guests and go to Yanqing. Hearing this, the other guests in the inn were very confused, because they were not sure what guest Liang Zong was talking about. He did not say it clearly or directly name him. Who knew who they were looking for? Lu Yi couldn't help but think, could it be that these people weren't looking for him? Just when Lu Yi was thinking this, Liang Zong spoke again, the guest named Lu in the inn, on the order of the King of the North, I invite you and your wife to visit Yanqing. Seeing that Liang Zong said it so straightforwardly, Lu Yi had basically confirmed that the other party was here for him. Now that he has been discovered, there is no need to continue hiding. Anyway, he plans to go to Yancheng to borrow troops from King Bei. Then Lu Yi opened the door and came to the corridor. Seeing Lu Yi coming out, Xuelinglong looked scared and said, "Husband, what should we do now?" Lu Yi said, "Since they already know that we are here, there is no need for us to hide. Let's go straight down." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi walked downstairs. Xuelinglong quickly followed. Soon Lu Yi walked out of the front door of Ting Yulu's inn. He came directly to Liang Zong and said, "My surname is Lu." Liang Zong saluted Lu Yi and then said, "We have prepared the carriage, please come." Immediately, Lu Yi took the people from the East Palace mansion and followed Liang Zong to Yancheng. A few days later, when they arrived at Yancheng, Lu Chen did not come to greet Lu Yi and the others. Instead, he asked Liang Zong to take Lu Yi and the others directly to the mansion prepared by the county guard for Lu Yi and the others. After Lu Yi got off the carriage, he glanced at the mansion in front of him and saw that it was not the North Prince's mansion. Lu Yi asked, "When can I see my ninth brother?" Now that there is no one else, Lu Yi resumes his calling and no longer pretends to be. Liang Zong smiled and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Your Majesty will be here soon. This is the mansion that the prince asked someone to prepare for you. You will live here from now on. If you need anything, you can tell Jin Yiwei at any time." Lu Yi didn't think much. He led his entourage and guards directly into the mansion in front of him. After entering the mansion, the servants and guards immediately began to pack up. Lu Yi sat in the courtyard, looking a little anxious. He was a little unsure about Lu Chen's attitude towards him. At this time, he was very anxious and eager to meet Lu Chen to determine what Lu Chen thought. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like several hours had passed, and finally a guard entered the courtyard and said, "Your Highness, the King of the North is here." Hearing this, Lu Yi quickly took Xuelinglong to the door of the mansion and greeted Lu Chen in person. After Lu Chen got off the carriage, he glanced at Lu Yi and Xuelinglong. Lu Chen said with a smile on his face, "Brother and sister-in-law are welcome to visit me." Speaking of this, Lu Chen's eyes swept over Xuelinglong's body. For some reason, she always felt that her sister-in-law seemed very different from before. Although he didn't see Xuelinglong often when he was in the capital, he did meet him several times. At that time, Xuelinglong definitely didn't have the charming temperament he has now. Lu Chen has dealt with women a lot. Lu Chen can more or less feel what a woman's nature is like. At this time, Lu Chen used the system to identify Xuelinglong's personal information. Name, Xuelinglong. Identity, Saint of Taiyin cult, Crown Princess of the Crown Prince of Great Xia, Royal Wife of the Northern King, Grand Master, 30 years old this year. She lurked around Lu Yi at first, trying to help Lu Yi win the throne, and then control the entire in the Great Xia Dynasty. After Lu Yi's mutiny failed, she followed Lu Yi northward, planning to use Lu Yi's identity to get close to the Northern King, and then sacrifice the Northern King's flesh and blood to resurrect the leader of the Taiyin cult. When she married Lu Yi, she asked someone gave Lu Yi an evil skill. Because Lu Yi often practiced evil skills, he would not be able to do anything for the rest of his life and would not have any heirs. Therefore, Xuelinglong has always been perfect. Rating, 98. Favorability, 30. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw the information in front of him. My sister-in-law is actually from the demon cult. No wonder Lu Yi was so bold and dared to launch a mutiny in the capital. It turned out that there was support from the demon cult behind him. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 404 Lu Yi's Little Thoughts. Seeing that Lu Chen was staring at Xuelinglong next to him, Lu Yi frowned. He suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard before, that his ninth brother was a lustful person, and when he saw a beautiful woman, he would do anything to take it for himself. Even Chu Yukan and Lu Chen didn't let go. Lu Yi suddenly felt a little unhappy. Although he had never touched Xue Linglong's body since he got married to Xue Linglong was his nominal princess and his woman after all. Lu Chen actually covets his own woman, which even a man can't stand. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Xue Linglong and said, "Sister-in-law, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to become more and more beautiful." Hearing this, Xue Linglong was slightly stunned, and then looked at Lu Yi beside him with a look of fear. Ninth brother is joking. My sister-in-law will only become uglier as she gets older. How can she become more and more beautiful? Lu Chen said with a smile, the more mature a woman is, the more elegant she is and the more beautiful she appears. A woman as elegant as the emperor's wife can never become ugly. Lu Yi on the side couldn't stand listening anymore. He said directly to Lu Chen, "Ninth brother, thanks to you for taking us in this time, otherwise the emperor would have nowhere to go." Lu Chen said, "Brother Huang and I are brothers whose blood is thicker than water. When brother Huang is in trouble, I should naturally help him. From now on, if your brother has any needs in the north, you can just ask them. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy him." Lu Chen didn't intend to trick Lu Yi today, after all, Lu Yi just arrived in Yancheng today. At this time, Lu Yi sighed and said, "Ninth brother, we brothers used to think that you came to the fiefdom and your whole life passed in confusion. I didn't expect that you not only allowed the people of the north to live a happy life, but also had such a powerful person. We all misjudged our military strength. If ninth brother had shown his talents in the capital, I am afraid that my father would have made you the crown prince long ago. We brothers must also be very convinced." Lu Chen smiled and then said, "I'm not very interested in that position. Brother Huang has also been supervising the country for a while, so he should have seen through the intrigues in the court. Rather than scheming with those ministers, it would be better to come to the northern kingdom and be a happy king. Brother Emperor, don't you think so?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "That's what ninth brother said." Lu Chen said at this time, "Brother Emperor, I still have something to do, so I will go back today." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at Xue Linglong again. Xue Linglong was wearing a purple gauze dress that wrapped around her plump and graceful body. Although she looked dignified and elegant, Lu Chen always felt that there was a wave of energy about her. Lu Chen thought to himself that this woman was pretty, but a little cruel. He actually gave Lu Yi a book of eunuch exercises to practice, turning Lu Yi directly into a eunuch. It's no wonder that Qin Yue was still in perfect condition when she was sent to the North Palace, which gave him a bargain. He really thought that his eldest brother was so obsessed with martial arts that he had no interest in beautiful women. It turned out that he no longer had that function. Lu Yi said with a smile, "Okay, ninth brother, go ahead and do your work. Brother Huang will not waste your time." Then Lu Chen turned around and left Lu mansion. As soon as Lu Chen left, Lu Yi's face darkened and he became furious at Xue Linglong. "Linglong, do you think that Gu is no longer the prince and has no power, so you want to abandon Gu and flirt with Gu's ninth brother? You want to seduce him? What a shameless woman!" Although Lu Yi cursed Xue Linglong, he did not take action. Xue Linglong's status was quite special, so he did not dare to hit people directly. Hearing this, Xue Linglong looked panicked and said quickly, "Your Highness, it's the king of the north who is staring at me. I don't dare to have such thoughts. I am born to be your Highness. Death is your Highness's fault." Lu Yi snorted coldly and said, "They say King Bei is lustful and will not let go of any beautiful woman he sees. Today I have seen it. He even covets his own wife-in-law." Xue Linglong said weakly, "I will stay in the mansion honestly from now on and never go out, so that King Bei will not see me." Lu Yi was about to say something, but suddenly his mind stopped and he thought of something. Etc. If King Bei really covets Xue Linglong's body, can he take advantage of it? If Xue Linglong could capture Bei Wang's heart and ask Bei Wang some conditions, wouldn't it be easier for Bei Wang to agree to it? Thinking of this, Lu Yi's face looked a little better, but when he thought that his princess had not enjoyed it yet, and now he wanted her to seduce other men, Lu Yi felt very unhappy inside. But for his great cause, this small sacrifice is still worth it, not to mention that he has no real intention to give Xue Linglong to King Bei. The Xue family where Xue Linglong lived had a close connection with the Taiyan sect. If Xue Linglong was really given to King Bei, he would not be able to use the Taiyan sect to do things for him in the future. At this time, a smile appeared on Lu Yi's face, and then he said to Xue Linglong beside him, "Linglong, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you just now. There is no need for you to stay in the mansion all the time. Now that we are on Buwang's territory, we should naturally establish a good relationship with the people in Buwang Mansion. Then you can look for more opportunities to go to Buwang Mansion and hang out with Buwang concubine and the others." Xue Linglong immediately saw Lu Yi's little thoughts, but she did not expose him, because Xue Linglong's original purpose was to get close to King Bei. Xue Linglong immediately said, "I understand." Night. While Lu Chen was eating, he said to Mu Zixuan and the others, "The eldest prince and his family are coming to Yanchenge." Hearing this, the girls were stunned. The eldest prince? Didn't the eldest prince disappear after launching a mutiny? Why did his family suddenly appear in the North Kingdom, and also in Yanchenge? They soon realized that it was Lu Chen who most likely brought them to Yanchenge. It seemed that Lu Chen thought they were still valuable, so he planned to protect them. This was a man's matter, and Mu Zixuan and the others did not intend to inquire too much. At this time, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "My dear concubine, from now on you and the eldest princess should try to move around as much as possible." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, but she quickly understood what Lu Chen meant. "I understand." Lu Chen continued, "I just discovered today that my royal sister-in-law is not a simple person, she is actually a great master." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yukin was stunned. She turned to look at Lu Chen and asked, "Grand Master? Could she really be the Grand Master? I remember that the first princess is only 30 years old this year, right?" Chu Yukin was very surprised. Although Xue Linglong was about the same age as her, Xue Linglong was a daughter of the Xue family. She only knew music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had never heard of her practicing martial arts. How could she make a breakthrough at this age? Became a Grand Master? Although Chu Yukin herself is a Grand Master, Chu Yukin knows very well that if it weren't for Lu Chen's dual cultivation technique and Lu Chen's elixir, she would probably have stopped at the master level in this life. It would be impossible. Become a Grand Master. Xue Linglong didn't have Lu Chen's help, she was actually a Grand Master. Something's wrong. Chu Yukin instantly realized that Xue Linglong might not be the Xue Linglong in her impression, or even the person she was. Then she reminded, "Chener, this eldest princess has a big problem. You have to be careful that she has other purposes." Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm afraid she has no other purpose." This. Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. This little villain is not a fool. He must be able to see that Xue Linglong has some thoughts, but why does Lu Chen still let the princess and Xue Linglong move around more? Chu Yukin didn't think any more and said to Mu Zixuan, "Zixuan, if you deal with this eldest princess in the future, try to call me." The other party was the Grand Master, and Chu Yukin was worried that Xue Linglong would be detrimental to Mu Zixuan or others in the North Palace. Mu Zixuan said, "Okay, Sister Chu." A few days later, Lu Chen came to Lu Mansion again. After Lu Chen entered Lu Mansion, he entered the living room under the leadership of his servants. Lu Yi asked at this time, "Ninth brother, what's the matter when you come here this time?" Lu Chen smiled and said, I just came to see if Brother Huang is used to living here and if you need anything. Lu Yi immediately said, I'm used to it. I'm very used to it. There's no need for it for the time being. Having said this, Lu Yi continued, Ninth brother, please sit down, someone will come and prepare tea. Lu Chen immediately came to the side and sat down. At this time, there were only two of them in the living room. Just when Lu Chen was about to ask Lu Yi about things in the capital, Xue Linglong slowly walked in from the outside. Xue Linglong was still wearing a purple dress. The gauze skirt makes the whole person look full of the charm of a beautiful woman. Lu Chen's eyes fell directly on Xue Linglong. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi was not angry this time. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He has basically determined that his ninth brother is coveting Xue Linglong's beauty. At this time, Xue Linglong said, Ninth brother, you are here. Xue Linglong exuded a charming temperament when she raised her head and raised her feet. Lu Chen said with a smile, I haven't seen the emperor's sister-in-law for a few days, and the emperor's sister-in-law has become beautiful again. Xue Linglong said with a smile, Ninth brother has such a sweet mouth. No wonder so many women want to marry you. Lu Yi said calmly at this time, Linglong, please sit down too. Yes, husband. Xue Linglong then sat on a wooden chair. After the servants served tea, Lu Chen finally said, Brother Emperor, I have a question. I don't know whether I should ask it. Lu Yi said, Ninth brother, please speak. Lu Chen said, Brother Huang, you also know that I have always supported you in ascending to that position. I have always thought that Brother Huang is a more mature and steady person. Moreover, Brother Huang is already the prince. It stands to reason that sooner or later one day you will sit in that position. Why is Brother Huang so anxious this time? Hearing this question, Lu Yi sighed, Oh, I don't want to do this, but if I don't do it, I will probably die. You must have heard about the fact that the Lin family colluded with a group of foreign princes to poison my father some time ago, right? Lu Chen said, Yeah, I know, but I heard that the Lin family was framed. Lu Yi sighed deeply again, there are all the witnesses and physical evidence, how could it be a frame-up? The Lin family was able to wash away the crime so easily, mainly because the concubine Yu who was favored by the father gave him a blow. So my father firmly believes that someone framed the Lin family for this matter. In the end, even if Lin Jieyuan was released, my father thought that it was Xiang Zhao who did everything. He arrested Xiang Zhao and other ministers without evidence, and Gu suddenly became a lonely man. Furthermore, concubine Yu kept bewitching him in front of his father, making him think that the mastermind behind all this was Gu. Gu heard that his father not only planned to establish a new crown prince, but also planned to give him poisonous wine. You said that in this situation, if Gu doesn't rebel, is there still a way to survive? Lu Chen said, so that's the case. I asked you why the emperor is so anxious. In the opinion of the emperor, the Lin family must have colluded with the vassal king. Lu Yi replied, it is most likely King Zhao. Now that King Zhao is powerful, he has destroyed several feudal states. In less than 2 years, King Zhao will definitely be able to attack the capital. Lu Yi sighed again, my father was blinded by the thief. I heard that the Lin family got the so-called elixir from somewhere, which made my father temporarily regain his consciousness. I really thought it was life-saving elixir, so I believe in the Lin family more and more, but I don't know that it can't be an elixir at all. I have asked the doctor from the Guxun Tai hospital. That kind of elixir can overdraw a person's vitality in a short period of time and make people regain their senses. It seems it's as if health has been restored, but in fact the health of people who take that pill will only get worse. Seeing Lu Yi's heartbroken expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. His eldest brother was really good at acting. If he hadn't known what was going on, he might have been deceived by him. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly thought of something, and then said to Lu Chen, Ninth brother, there is another thing you may not know. If this matter spreads, it will definitely shake the foundation of Daxia. Gu also discovered it by accident. Now I can't believe that my father actually did that. Hearing this, Lu Chen pretended to be curious and asked, "What's the matter? Is it so serious?" Lu Yi looked at the maids in the hall, then waved them out. After the maids all went out, the maid at the door closed the door of the hall. At this time, Lu Yi whispered, "You must have heard that many warriors have mysteriously disappeared in Daxia, right?" Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned, and he suddenly became interested. Just now he just asked casually pretending to be curious, but now he is really interested. After all, Jin Yiwei has not found much information related to it so far. If Lu Yi really knows something, it will be easy to get it. Lu Chen then said, "I've heard about it too. Could it be that what the emperor said is related to the disappearance of Daxia warriors?" Lu Yi said with a panicked expression, "Yes." Lu Chen showed an expression of disbelief and asked, "Could it be that my father did this?" Lu Yi whispered, "It's unbelievable, right? When I heard about this incident, I couldn't believe that it was actually related to my father." Lu Chen asked, "Why did the emperor arrest so many warriors?" Lu Yi said, "I heard that my father obtained an evil treasure that can absorb the martial arts and blood essence. It is said that through that treasure, one can achieve immortality or break through to the realm of heaven and man. Didn't my father send heavy cavalry to Jiangnan some time ago? Those soldiers were just to transport this thing back. When I raised my troops alone, I roped in a heavy cavalry colonel who was involved in transporting the item. This is when he told me that before they transported the item, they killed many warriors as sacrifices, and since the heavy cavalry soldiers who participated in the transportation came back, died one after another, which is why the captain wanted to take refuge with Gu, and when we led the troops into the palace, Gu saw with his own eyes that the blood of the soldiers was sucked away by something. It turned into a mummy in an instant." Speaking of this, Lu Yi showed a look of fear on his face. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Xue Linglong frowned slightly. Although she knew that this matter was related to Emperor Xia, she did not expect that Lu Yi actually knew about it, and Lu Yi knew more than her, and Lu Yi he had never told her before, and he was unwilling to say it until now in front of King Bei. End of chapter. Chapter 405 Lu Yi borrows troops. After listening to Lu Yi's words, Lu Chen's brows had furrowed into the character Chuan. He had already guessed that this matter was most likely related to his father, and he also guessed whether his father was also practicing martial arts similar to the suction method. However, he did not guess that his father was arresting those who warriors not only do it for their skills, but also for their blood essence. Just suck people into mummies? Why does this sound like something from a demonic cult? After Lu Chen was silent for a while, he looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Brother Emperor, do you have clear evidence to prove that the missing warriors in Daxia were all secretly captured by the Emperor?" Lu Yi said, "That's not true. But ninth brother, think about it, other than my father's shadow guards, what other organization or force can do this without anyone noticing? And my father happened to have obtained that kind of evil treasure. If my father didn't do it, who else could have done it? The most important thing is that I saw with my own eyes the scene of soldiers being sucked into mummies, so the Daxia warrior, the person behind the disappearance, is most likely my father." After hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. It turned out that Lu Yi had no direct evidence, but there was no problem with Lu Yi's speculation. If Emperor Xia really had that evil treasure in his hands, it would be impossible for Emperor Xia to do not use. If Emperor Xia wanted to use that treasure, he would not be able to use it publicly, let alone publicly kill people and offer sacrifices. He could only secretly capture some warriors from other forces to sacrifice. After all, this thing sounds like something from the demon sect. If the world knows that Emperor Xia is related to the demon sect, it won't be long before all the major sects join forces and come to the capital to cause trouble for Emperor Xia. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't speak for a long time, Lu Yi asked, "Does ninth brother think that the disappearance of the warriors has nothing to do with my father?" Lu Chen came back to his senses. "That's not true, but I was wondering who gave that evil treasure to my father." Lu Yi said, "I heard that my father once sent people to the sea to look for something. Maybe that evil treasure came from the sea." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. From the sea? Could it be something from Toyan Island? It seems that there are a lot of things on Fenjian Island. When I take control of Daxia in the future, I will send people to Fenjian Island to investigate as soon as possible. At this time, Lu Yi glanced at Lu Chen's reaction, and then said tentatively, "Now that my father has obtained such an evil treasure, if my father activates that treasure, the national master will be able to become a heavenly being." Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's a good thing that the imperial master has become a heavenly being. Maybe the civil strife in Daxia will stop soon." Hearing this, Lu Yi said directly, "Ninth brother, there is no need for you to say these words in front of me. You and I both know very well that once the national master becomes a heavenly being, my father will probably be detrimental to the northern kingdom. I heard that the heavenly beings from Swanya Palace may have been to the North Kingdom. Then ninth brother, you should be very aware of the strength of the heavenly beings." Lu Yi had also heard about the affairs between Taoist Henju and Taoist Master Henju. After all, there was such a big commotion at that time, and some rumors would always leak out. Lu Yi, like Emperor Xia, also believed that Taoist Master Henju and Taoist Henju were being manipulated by Xian. He was killed by the heavenly beings of the Moon Palace, so in his opinion, there should be a certain relationship between the heavenly beings of the Swanya Palace and his ninth brother. Lu Chen thought for a while and then asked, "In the opinion of the Emperor, what should I do now?" Lu Yi said, "The disappearance of warriors has started to appear a few months ago. There are probably tens of thousands of warriors above the 5th grade missing now. I suspect that my father's treasure should have absorbed enough blood essence. Maybe we can make the national master or someone become a celestial being, and I am afraid that there is already a celestial being sitting in the palace now." Hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Chen thought to himself, Lu Yi was setting the stage for something. He didn't know what Lu Yi wanted next. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Brother Emperor, if you want to say anything, just say it directly." Seeing that Lu Chen had said this, Lu Yi said directly, "How about ninth brother lend me some soldiers and horses, and I will occupy the land to the west of Qi State, and then gather the soldiers and horses to test the situation in the capital for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed in his heart. It turned out that his elder brother had this idea. He asked why Lu Yi came to the north after the failed mutiny. Seeing that there was no change in the expression on Lu Chen's face, Lu Yi continued, "Ninth brother, you may not know yet. After King Zhao destroyed the Huai kingdom, the remnants of King Huai took their soldiers to occupy the lower part of Yong'an County. Hiang County, now Hiang County is no longer under the control of the imperial court." Lu Chen smiled. How could he not know about this kind of thing? Lu Chen immediately said, "Brother Emperor, I'm afraid you didn't occupy Hiang County just to test the situation in the capital for me, right?" Lu Yi said, "Now that treacherous ministers are in power and control the court, and my father has been deceived by others, can it be that the ninth brother cannot bear to watch Daxia fall into the hands of someone with a foreign surname? I know that ninth brother must have thought about going south to King Qin, but if you go south at this time, you will definitely be labeled as a traitor. In addition, the policies you implement in the North Kingdom make all the aristocratic families in Daxia very afraid. Once you go south, they will definitely unite to prevent you from going south to King Qin, and then you will be even more unpopular. And you have no way to determine whether the capital already has heavenly beings. If the capital already has heavenly beings, even if you lead troops to the capital, with the protection of heavenly beings, you may not be able to kill the traitor in the end. You can only be forced to leave Daxia and return to the northern kingdom to continue being your northern king. But I am different. Although I failed to raise the army, I am the eldest son. There are still many people in Daxia who support me. As long as I occupy Hiang County, there will definitely be many powerful and righteous people who join me. After my strength grows, I will lead troops to the capital in the name of King Qin. If I fail in the end, it will not be a big loss for you. Not only will you not lose, I will also help you explore the capital. The power you control can even help you detect the existence of heavenly beings, and you don't have to bear the reputation of a traitor. Lu Chen laughed when he heard Lu Yi's novel remarks. Lu Yi's idea was indeed quite interesting. Just when Lu Chen was about to refuse, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. If there really was an evil treasure that could directly allow people to break through to heaven, then he might not be able to proceed with the original plan. If this is the case, perhaps what Lu Yi said is actually practical. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's expression changed and he said seriously, "Brother Emperor, this matter is quite important. Let me think about it again. I won't be able to reply to you immediately." Lu Yi said, "It's okay, ninth brother can think about it slowly. I just hope ninth brother understands that if I, King Qin, succeed, I will definitely share the country with ninth brother in the future. The promise I made to you when I was in charge of the country is still valid." Lu Chen said, "I understand. I have something to do today, so I will go back first." Lu Chen stood up immediately, and Lu Yi also stood up quickly and said, "I'll see you off." End of chapter. Chapter 406 Xueling Long. It seems that the North Palace has many secrets. After Lu Yi sent Lu Chen to the door, he watched Lu Chen's carriage go away. At this time, Xueling Long said next to Lu Yi, "Husband, didn't you say before that King Bei was plotting the whole world? So for him, say, can't we just go south directly in the name of King Qin? Why should we lend you troops?" Hearing Xueling Long's question, Lu Yi looked at the back of the carriage that Lu Chen was riding in and chuckled, and then said, "Because he is not sure whether there is really a heavenly being in the capital. Those weapons in the north are indeed powerful, but in front of heavenly beings, those weapons are completely useless. Although he has some relationship with Suanya Palace, it is unlikely that the heavenly being in Suanya Palace will listen to him in everything, not to mention that there may be a heavenly being in the capital, and the heavenly being in Suanya Palace probably will not either. Take the risk and accompany him south to King Qin." Although Gu's rebellion failed, there are many people who support Gu. After all, Gu still has the identity of the eldest son. As long as Gu takes over Hiang County and summons the people of the world in the name of King Qin, there will definitely be many forces joining forces. Take refuge in loneliness. At that time, I was able to gather a huge force and lead troops to the capital again. And the power that Gu has gathered can not only help the northern king consume the imperial court's troops, but also possibly test whether there is a heavenly being in the capital. And the northern king only needs to pay a very small price. Gu believes that he should know how to choose. After hearing what Lu Yi said, Xueling Long thought to herself that she originally thought Lu Yi was just a straw bag, but she didn't expect that he still had something in his mind. But King Bei may not necessarily agree. If the northern king is very confident in his own strength, then the northern king will most likely lead his troops south to Qin Wang. There is no need for Lu Yi to test the court's strength for him. Now it depends on what Bei Wang thinks. After Lu Chen returned to the North Palace, he immediately asked Zhuge Chongguang to come to the study and told Zhuge Chongguang what Lu Yi had just said to him. Hearing Lu Chen say that Emperor Xia had an evil treasure that could directly allow people to break through to the realm of gods, even Zhuge Chongguang couldn't help but be stunned. If Emperor Xia really had such a treasure, then there might already be heavenly beings in the capital. The environment exists. This is extremely detrimental to the north. Although there are heavenly beings in the northern kingdom, there are too many unknown possibilities between heavenly beings and heavenly beings. No one knows whether the heavenly beings in the northern kingdom are more powerful or the heavenly beings in the capital. Moreover, that evil treasure may not only be able to create one heavenly being, but may also be able to create more heavenly beings. If the northern kingdom rashly sends troops southward, the northern kingdom may be kicked to the iron plate. Zhuge was silent for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty, if there really is such an evil treasure, then we may have to take a long-term approach." Lu Chen asked, "Has the Grand Scholar ever heard of similar treasures that can allow people to break through to the realm of heaven and humans?" Zhuge replied, "No, this is the first time I have heard of such a treasure in my many years of life. If the news of this kind of treasure had been leaked before, I'm afraid the great masters in the world would have been excited. Since ancient times, there have been very few warriors who have been able to break through and become heavenly beings. Most people have cultivated to great masters, and then they can only wait to die. If those old guys know that there are treasures in this world that can directly allow people to break through to heaven, those great masters will definitely go to snatch them at all costs. After all, for those great masters, they will not live for many years anyway. If they could grab that treasure and help them break through, they would not only have the power to crush the warriors in the world, but they would also be able to live for who knows how many more years." Lu Chen thought for a while, and then asked the System, "Do you know that there are treasures in this world that can directly allow people to break through to heaven?" This question cannot be answered yet. Lu Chen was a little speechless. He couldn't answer what he meant. If he had it, he would have it. If he didn't, he wouldn't have it. After the System noticed what Lu Chen was thinking, it continued to prompt. "There is no such thing in this world, because the condition for becoming a heavenly being in this world is to pass the test of heavenly will. Even if there is a shortcut to become a heavenly being, it is also a treasure from other worlds. And if you force yourself to become a heavenly being by other means, there is a great possibility that it will be destroyed by the law of heaven." After hearing the System's answer, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. In this way, if Emperor Xia really has a treasure that can make people directly become gods, then this treasure cannot be from this world, but from other worlds. Etc. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. The news he got was told to him by Lu Yi, and Lu Yi found out from the heavy cavalry. Is there a possibility that the heavy cavalry who transported the treasure didn't know about the treasure either? What is the specific function of? Maybe the so-called news that can allow people to break through to heaven and earth are just rumors, and that treasure actually has other functions? Thinking of this, Lu Chen relaxed slightly. If this was the case, then there would be nothing to worry about. Seeing that Lu Chen had not spoken for a long time, Zhuge said beside him, "My lord, why don't you agree to the eldest prince for the time being and help him occupy Yang County, and then help him gather his forces? When the eldest prince and King Zhao attack the capital will be destroyed. We will naturally know whether there are heavenly beings or not." Lu Chen came back to his senses and said, "Okay, then I will promise the eldest prince to help him occupy Yang County. However, I don't think that my father already possesses a treasure that can directly make people become gods. I suspect that he must have obtained some kind of weapon." Lu Chen wanted Lu Yi and other vassal kings to test Emperor Xia to see what tricks Emperor Xia could play. And he is not in a hurry now. Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao still have children in their bellies. He can make two preparations. On the one hand, he will let Lu Yi test Emperor Xia. On the other hand, after the child is born, the strength of Baiguo will inevitably increase. Was further improved again. The System once said that the more heirs he has, the richer the rewards he will receive in the future. The System has previously rewarded him for being a strong man in the heaven and human realm. If there is good luck here, maybe the children in Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao's wombs will also be able to obtain heavenly beings when they are born. Of course, this is just Lu Chen's guess. After all, there was still nearly a year left, and Lu Chen could still afford to wait for this year. However, although he had decided to help Lu Yi occupy Yang County, Lu Chen did not plan to send troops south immediately. He planned to delay for a while and let Lu Yi wait. For the next few days, Lu Chen just kept ignoring Lu Yi. Lu Yi was very confident at first, thinking that after hearing what he said, Lu Chen would probably immediately agree to send troops to help him occupy Yang County. As a result, a few days passed, and there was no movement at all at Bawang Mansion. As time passed, Lu Yi couldn't stay in the mansion any longer, so he thought of a good way and sent Xue Linglong to take the initiative to go to Bawang Mansion. Pretending to have a good relationship with Lu Chen's female family members, and then took the opportunity to inquire about Lu Chen's attitude. North Palace. Mu Zixuan was checking the account books in the yard. At this time, a maid suddenly entered the yard and said, "Princess, there is someone outside who claims to be Miss Xue asking to see you. She said she is an acquaintance of yours." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment. "Miss Xue? Who is that?" But Mu Zixuan soon realized that there seemed to be only one person named Xue that she knew, and that was the Crown Princess. Although the prince and his wife came to the Northern Kingdom, the prince was still a traitor after all, so he could not appear in public. Therefore, if Crown Princess Xue Linglong wants to meet her, she cannot directly say that she is the Crown Princess. She can only give her a surname. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan said, "Take her to Baiwen Garden, and call Mrs. Chu and ask her to meet Miss Xue with me." "Yes, Princess." Then the maid turned around and left the yard. Mu Zixuan also stood up from the chair at this time and tidied up the account books in front of her. When Mu Zixuan walked out of Fenjiun courtyard, she happened to meet Chu Yukan. Chu Yukan asked curiously, "Zixuan, I heard the maid said that you asked me to meet someone with you." Mu Zixuan said directly, "Well, let's meet the eldest princess." Hearing this, Chu Yukan's face instantly became serious, and she said thoughtfully, "It seems that she wants to find out some information." Chu Yukan continued to ask, "Where is she now?" Mu Zixuan replied, "I asked the maid to take her to Baiwen Garden to wait. Let's go there now." After finishing her words, Mu Zixuan walked directly towards the Baiwen Garden in the outer courtyard. "Good." Chu Yukan followed without any hesitation. Soon, the two came to Baiwen Garden. At this time, Xue Linglong was already waiting in the pavilion of Baiwen Garden. When she felt someone arriving, she immediately stood up from the stone bench. Just when she looked at Chu Yukan, she was suddenly startled. "Grandmaster?" Xue Linglong had naturally met Chu Yukan. Back then, Chu Yukan was called the female sword fairy by many people in the capital and was very famous. But at that time, Chu Yukan was only at the 9th level. When Chu Yukan came to the Northern Kingdom with King Bei, she had not yet reached the level of a half-step master. How could she become a Grand Master so quickly? How did she do it? Xue Linglong immediately calmed down her inner shock and hurriedly walked towards Mu Zixuan and the others. Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan walked up to Xue Linglong, saluted and said, "I have met the Crown Princess." Hearing this, Xue Linglong quickly held the arms of the two of them and said, "You two sisters, please don't. Now that I am a guilty person, there is still some kind of princess there, but I can't bear your worship." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "As long as His Majesty does not appoint another crown prince, then Sister Xue, you will still be the crown prince." Xue Linglong said, "Nowadays, this identity is quite sensitive, so my sister should not call me the crown princess. From now on, we should still refer to each other as sisters." Speaking of this, Xue Linglong grabbed Mu Zixuan's wrist and said, "Sister Zixuan, you were still relatively young when you left the capital. Unexpectedly, after just a few years, you have become more and more temperamental. The charm of a mature woman. King Bei is so lucky to marry you." Mu Zixuan said, "Sister is joking, I am very lucky to be able to marry the prince. The Xue family and the Mu family are both well-known families in the capital, and the two families had some contacts in the past, so Mu Zixuan and Xue Linglong have met many times, but they are not particularly familiar with each other. Seeing sister Xue Linglong coming and going, looking like she had a good relationship with her, Mu Zixuan became more vigilant. At this time, Mu Zixuan took Xue Linglong's hand and walked towards the pavilion. As she walked, she said, "Sister Xue, let's go sit inside the pavilion and chat." Xue Linglong said, "Okay." Then the three of them came to sit in the pavilion. Mu Zixuan said to the maid next to her, "Xiao, hurry up and ask someone to make tea. I want the best tea in the palace." The maid instantly understood what Mu Zixuan meant. "Yes, princess, I'll go right away." Mu Zixuan said at this time, "Sister Xue, you must have experienced a lot of hardships on your way to the North Country." Hearing this, Xue Linglong sighed and said nothing, with a sad look on her face. Mu Zixuan quickly comforted her and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Xue, I shouldn't have mentioned this." "Sister Xue, don't be sad, it's all over." Xue Linglong grabbed Mu Zixuan's hand and said, "Sister Zixuan is right, all this has passed. This is all thanks to Ninth Brother. If Ninth Brother hadn't taken us in, I'm afraid dozens of us in the East Palace would have ended up dead." Speaking of this, Xue Linglong looked into Mu Zixuan's eyes and said, "Sister Zixuan, I really envy you. After marrying the Queen of the North, you came to such a prosperous and beautiful place in the North, and lived a happy life of caring for your husband and raising children. Without disputes, you don't have to worry every day." Mu Zixuan said, "Sister, I don't know. When we came to the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Kingdom was not like this. The Northern Kingdom has become so prosperous because of the prince's contribution." Xue Linglong said, "Well, everyone in the capital missed it back then. No one could match the talent of Ninth Brother. If Ninth Brother had not left the North Kingdom, perhaps the current crown prince position would belong to Ninth Brother, and Daxia would not. We have ended up in this current situation where treacherous ministers are in power." Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Xue is joking, the prince does not have that intention. Rather than being the prince prefers to marry more wives and concubines, and then become a free king." Speaking of this, Mu Zixuan asked, "Sister Xue has been here in the North Country for a few days. Are you still used to everything in the North Country? If you need anything, you can always ask." Xue Linglong replied, "I'm used to the basic necessities of life, but after I came to the North Country, I didn't even have anyone to talk to in Lu Mansion." Xue Linglong's social circle was within the confines of the capital. Now that she had left the capital and came to the north, she hardly knew anyone, let alone any friends. Mu Zixuan immediately said, "If Sister Xue feels lonely in the North Kingdom, you can come to the Buwang Mansion to talk to your sister and have a chat." Xue Linglong sighed slightly, "Fortunately, I know Sister Zixuan. If Sister Zixuan is not in Yanchensh, I really don't know who to talk to." At this time, the maid came to the pavilion with a kettle, quickly made tea, and poured a cup for Mu Zixuan and the other three. Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Xue, this is the best tea in the palace. This tea has the function of refreshing the mind. Try it." Hearing this, Xue Linglong was not alert at all. As a member of the demon cult, she was sensitive to poisons. She could feel whether there was poison in the tea in an instant. Xue Linglong picked up the teacup, covered it with one hand, and took a sip. The next moment, Xue Linglong's heart trembled. This tea actually had the function of refreshing the mind, and even made the spiritual energy in the body flow much more smoothly. Xue Linglong then put down the teacup and said to Mu Zixuan, "Sister Zixuan, such precious tea must be very rare. Isn't it a pity that you just brew it for me to drink?" Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "This tea is indeed more precious, but that is compared to people outside, and the people in our palace drink this tea." Xue Linglong thought to herself, no wonder Chu Yukan was able to break through to the realm of Grand Master in such a short period of time. It seems that the North Palace has many secrets. Sure enough, it was right to follow Lu Yi northward. At this time, Chu Yukin looked at Xue Linglong carefully. She was a little confused. Lu Chen clearly told them that Xue Linglong was a Grand Master. Why didn't she notice any aura of Grand Master in Xue Linglong? Is Linglong like an ordinary person? Could it be that you have practiced some technique to hide your aura? Being able to hide the martial artist's aura so thoroughly, the skills she practiced could only come from a particularly powerful force. The forces behind Xue Linglong were not simple. Chu Yukin became more vigilant, fearing that Xue Linglong would be detrimental to Musician. End of chapter. Chapter 407 Chen Wanrong is here. Xue Linglong and Musician chatted for an hour in Baiwen Garden about daily life and some strange things in the north. Because this was the first time she came to Buwang Mansion, in order to prevent Musician from being overly wary of herself, Xue Linglong did not inquire about any sensitive information from Musician. She came to Buwang Mansion today just to build a relationship with Musician. After the relationship became closer, it would be relatively easy for her to extract information about Buwang Mansion from Musician. During dinner in the evening, Musician told Lu Chen what she and Xue Linglong had talked about. After listening to Musician's words, Lu Chen thought in his heart that Xue Linglong was really calm and did not come here for the first time. Bei Wangfu inquired about the affairs of Buwang Palace. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, so he asked, "By the way, my beloved concubine, she came to Buwang Mansion today, have you invited her to tea?" Musician smiled slightly, and then said, "This is natural, she is a distinguished guest, so naturally I want to treat her to the best tea in the palace." Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a little relieved. After all, this woman is from the demon cult, so she should be on guard against her. Chu Yukin asked at this time, "Chener, when I saw Xue Linglong today, I found that there was no trace of a warrior in her body. Are you sure she is really a Grand Master? If she is a Great Master, then her aura is hidden very well." Lu Chen said, "She is indeed a Great Master. She should have used something to cover up her warrior aura, or practiced some technique to hide her aura. But that's not important. She can hide it from others, but she can't hide it from me." Chu Yukin said, "To be able to hide her aura so well, it seems that there must be a huge force behind her. You have to be careful, she is probably coming for you." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu. I know what force she comes from and what her purpose is. I will guard against her." Seeing that Lu Chen had already said this, Chu Yukin didn't say anything more. They continued to eat dinner. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew into the house. This cold wind made everyone feel extremely cold and biting. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment and immediately noticed something was wrong. He immediately said to the girls in the room, "You guys continue to eat. I have something to do and I have to go out first." Having said this, Lu Chen immediately walked towards the door of the North Prince's mansion. Seeing Lu Chen's leaving figure, the women in the hall looked at each other, wondering what happened. At this time, Lin Wanyun said, "The palace master is here." Lin Wanyun was very familiar with Chen Wanrong's breath. After feeling the cold breath just now, she guessed that Chen Wanrong had arrived at the door of the palace. Hearing this, the girls suddenly realized that it was Chen Wanrong who was here. No wonder they felt a cold wind blowing in just now. It seemed that Chen Wanrong was informing Lu Chen that she was coming. Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen haven't seen each other for so long. It must be another sleepless night tonight. The girls did not take this matter to heart and immediately began to discuss other topics. When Lu Chen came to the door of the palace, he saw that familiar figure. Chen Wanrong is dressed in white clothes, with a slender figure, a swan-like white neck, delicate collarbones, small cherry lips, and snow-like skin. The whole person looks like a work of art. Her face was cold and her body exuded fairy aura. She looked like a cold fairy who descended from heaven. Lu Chen didn't know if it was because he hadn't seen Chen Wanrong for so long, but he suddenly felt that Chen Wanrong seemed to have become more beautiful, and he soon had the idea of conquering her. Lu Chen then kicked off his legs and used his teleportation, instantly arriving in front of Chen Wanrong. "My fairy Wanrong, you have finally come down the mountain." Hearing Lu Chen's inappropriate words, a blush appeared on Chen Wanrong's face unconsciously. Just as Chen Wanrong was about to say something, Lu Chen hugged Chen Wanrong directly into a princess hug. Before Chen Wanrong could wait, before he had time to struggle, Lu Chen directly used disapparation, and their bodies instantly went to Chen Wanrong's bedroom in the palace. Chen Wanrong was a little dissatisfied. She had just arrived at Bawang Mansion, and this bad guy actually carried her to the bed. How could she be so anxious? After Lu Chen put Chen Wanrong on the bed, he stared into her clear and beautiful eyes and said, "Madam, I miss you every day, and I finally look forward to having you here today." Chen Wanrong opened her mouth and said, "Master, Before Chen Wanrong finished speaking, Lu Chen leaned down and blocked Chen Wanrong's red lips. Chen Wanrong struggled slightly for a few times. After discovering that the power in her body was blocked, she simply stopped struggling and let it go. This bad guy is messing around. She also missed Lu Chen very much during this period. Since Lu Chen was so anxious, let's convey their thoughts to each other. What Lu Chen didn't know was that Chen Wanrong actually had something important to tell him just now, but Lu Chen was too anxious. Before she could finish her words, Lu Chen blocked her mouth, which ultimately led to Chen Wanrong not being able to tell him. "Speak out. The moonlight is hazy tonight, the air is full of mist, and the night is a bit cold." At this moment, a woman wearing a light blue dress stood on the roof. The breeze blew by, and the woman's skirt danced with the wind. Occasionally, the woman's white jade legs were exposed. The woman stood on her bare jade feet and looked indifferently into the distance. There was a thick layer of frost where she stood. At this time, sounds kept coming from the room, but the woman's expression was still cold, without any expression fluctuations. After a while, Yun Xianxian finally couldn't help it, snorted coldly, and then said coldly. It was indeed the right thing to separate them. As soon as Chen Wanrong returned to Bawang Mansion, this man couldn't wait to put her on the bed and make love with her. Yun Xianxian could understand their mood. After all, they had not seen each other for so long. It was normal for them to want to convey their thoughts quickly. The Taoist couple had not seen each other for too long, so they would basically do the same thing at night. But Yun Xianxian didn't expect that these two people had been enjoying themselves for several hours. She originally thought that Lu Chen was practicing with Chen Wanrong, but she checked and found that they were not focusing on cultivation. Judging from their behavior, they are more for pleasure. Yun Xianxian didn't dare to think that if Chen Wanrong had agreed to stay in Bawang Mansion, the two of them would have been like this every day, and their cultivation would have been completely put aside. But having said that, after this incident, it was once again proven that Lu Chen was not an ordinary man. This guy was indeed a bit talented. He was very good at dealing with women. No wonder Chen Wanrong was so obsessed with him. I don't know how long it took. The crow of a rooster sounded in the outer courtyard of the palace, and the sky gradually began to turn white. At this time, the room became slightly quieter. Lu Chen put his arms around Chen Wanrong's waist and let her lie on his chest. She gently stroked Chen Wanrong's back. Wrong, how long do you plan to stay when you come to Bawang Mansion this time?" Lu Chen wanted Chen Wanrong to stay for a while, after all, they hadn't seen each other for so long. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong woke up from her dazed state. She instantly thought of someone, so she quickly said to Lu Chen, "By the way, Master is following me when we go down the mountain this time." At this point, Chen Wanrong hesitated to speak. She had just met Lu Chen last night and had been struggling all night. Her master must have seen this, and she didn't know what her master would think. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen was stunned. What? The fairy is here too? She had been doing bad things with Chen Wanrong in the room all night, so with her divine perception, wouldn't she have known about it? Will she think that she is a man who only knows how to do that kind of thing, and then tell Chen Wanrong not to go down the mountain to find him in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Chen then thought about it. The woman had already agreed to let Chen Wanrong be his Taoist companion. He and his Taoist companion had not seen each other for so long. It was not easy for them to meet each other. If they were deeply in love, they would naturally do it. That kind of thing, if that woman doesn't even allow it, then she is being unreasonable. End of chapter. Chapter 408. I need you to do me a favor. In his heart, Lu Chen felt that he was not wrong at all, but he didn't believe that the woman would accuse him of being happy with Chen Wanrong. Lu Chen said to Chen Wanrong at this time, "It turns out that master is here too, so I asked why I always felt so cold last night." Chen Wanrong said, "It's time for us to get up. Master may have been waiting outside all night last night." Lu Chen was a little helpless. He originally planned to stay warm with Chen Wanrong for a while, but now he had to get up so early. The same goes for that woman. What was she doing running down the mountain with Chen Wanrong? Thinking of this, a picture suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's mind. The last time he was in the study, the woman used the physical resonance between them to practice the dragon and phoenix yin and yang ju, and then regained her strength. This woman followed Chen Wanrong down the mountain this time. Is she going to treat her like she did last time? Lu Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that he had to find a way to drink some dragon and phoenix tea for Yun Xianxian and make her pay a price, so that he would not be taken advantage of out of thin air like last time and still have no way to possess her body. Thinking of this, Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong stood up slowly. After a brief bath in the bath next door, they walked out of the room. At this time in Yunrong courtyard, Lin Wanyun was making tea for Yungxiangxian in the pavilion, while Yungxiangxian was sitting on the stone bench with an indifferent expression, holding a teacup and slowly sipping tea. After Lu Chen walked out of the room, he immediately saluted Yun Xianxian and said, "This disciple has met the master." Yun Xianxian said coldly, "Since you haven't seen each other for a long time, forget it this time. If it happens again next time, you will not be allowed to see each other for a year." At this time, Yun Xianxian was a little angry inside. Forget it if it was Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen didn't know he was coming at the beginning, but Chen Wanrong was different. She brought Chen Wanrong down the mountain, but when Chen Wanrong saw the man, she completely forgot about herself and let herself stand on the roof all night. Thanks to her being so good to Chen Wanrong actually forgot about her master when she had a man. Chen Wanrong also realized that Yun Xianxian might be angry with herself, so she quickly said, "Disciple realizes his mistake." Yun Xianxian said calmly, "That's all, I don't care about this with you anymore." Lu Chen asked tentatively at this time, "Master, I wonder why you came down the mountain in person this time." Yun Xianxian replied, "I heard that there were a large number of disappearances of warriors in Daxia. I think this matter is probably related to the Daxia royal family, so I plan to go down the mountain to investigate the situation." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Yun Xianxian also thought that this matter was related to his father. Yun Xianxian looked at Lu Chen at this time and said, "Lu Chen, if you want to dominate the world, the first step you have to do is to seize the throne of Daxia, right? I will lead Swanyu Palace to support you in your fight for that position. If you need anything, you can tell me." Lu Chen couldn't believe what Yun Xianxian said. This woman actually planned to help him fight for the throne of Daxia. So kind? Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, "Master, how did I hear that my father has a sacred object from Swanyu Palace in his hands? Are you supporting me in my fight for the throne to take back that sacred object?" Hearing Lu Chen's speculation, Yun Xianxian sneered, and then said, "You are quite smart. I really intend to take this opportunity to take back that sacred object." Lu Chen asked, "Master, you are already a celestial being. With your celestial strength, you only need to go to the Great Xia Palace in person and you can easily get that sacred object back. Why bother?" Yun Xianxian replied, "The injuries on my body have not recovered yet, and I cannot take action casually. If I take action at will, the heaven of this world will bring disaster to me. This is how the injuries on my body come from." Hearing Yun Xiangxian's answer, Lu Chen suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder Yun Xiangxian never went to the palace to take back the so-called holy object. It turned out that she did not have the ability. Yun Xianxian continued, "Furthermore, that thing has a certain probability of raising the Grand Master's strength to the realm of heaven and humans. Although the time is relatively short, it is not impossible to injure heaven and humans. Even if I want to take action, I have to wait until my strength has recovered. My second purpose in coming down the mountain this time is to restore my strength." Speaking of this, Yun Xianxian stared straight at Lu Chen, and Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He had been guessing whether Yun Xianxian came down from the mountain to use his body to regain his strength, but he really guessed it. As expected, this woman had no good intentions and was thinking about his body. Yun Xianxian continued to look into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "One more thing. The fog on the western border has begun to become unstable. If you want to dominate the world, I'm afraid you have to hurry up. The space inside the mist is very chaotic, and no one can tell what will come out of it." Lu Chen was startled. Is the fog becoming unstable? What he is most worried about now is actually the fog on the western border. He is afraid that the masters coming out of it are all celestial beings. If they are all celestial beings, his firearms will have no effect. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Perhaps this woman wasn't telling herself about the instability of the mist just to remind herself, right? She reminded herself that the mist was unstable, definitely to give herself a sense of urgency and reflect the importance of Xuanyu Palace. In this way, she would willingly help her regain her strength. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Since Master has planned to help me unify the world, I would like to thank Master here." Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, "Forget the verbal thanks, I need you to do me a favor." Lu Chen knew the truth and asked, "I wonder what the Master is talking about." Yun Xianxian said, "You will know when the time comes." Lu Chen didn't continue to ask, how could he not know what it was, other than helping her regain her strength? To be honest, he was quite willing to practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique with her, but the premise was that he could practice with his body close to his body, instead of passively practicing with her like he did in the study last time. It would be meaningless to practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique like that. However, Lu Chen also saw that it was impossible for Yun Xianxian to let him possess her body. In Yun Xiangxian's eyes, he was just a native of the low-level world. Daxia, Beijing. A motorcade slowly drove into the capital, with the crescent moon hanging on the flag of the motorcade. The crescent moon was the flag of Xuanyu Palace, which meant that important figures from Xuanyu Palace were coming to the capital. This matter soon reached the ears of Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia was sitting in the study, listening to the Shadow Guard's report, and gradually fell into deep thought. Why did Xuanyu Palace send people to the capital at this time? Could it be that their affairs were discovered by Xuanyu Palace? Is Xuanyu Palace planning to cause trouble for the royal family? End of chapter. Chapter 409. Help us kill the old palace master of Xuanyu Palace. At this time, Emperor Xia's face was very ugly. He was very worried that Xuanyu Palace had discovered what he had done and was preparing to send someone to get rid of him. After hearing the report from the Shadow Guard, Emperor Xia asked, "Who is the person from Xuanyu Palace?" The Shadow Guard replied, "Your Majesty, according to our inquiries, the visitors are the first elder and second elder of Xuanyu Palace. Emperor Xia frowned and his expression became even more gloomy. It was actually 2 elders who came. If it were the palace master of Suanya Palace who came, he might not think anything of it. The palace master of Suanya Palace was only that strong. But the elders are different. The elders of Suanya Palace are at least stronger than the Grand Master, and they are most likely to be pseudo-celestial beings. 2 pseudo-celestial beings came at once, which made Emperor Xia feel very stressed. At this moment, a eunuch suddenly entered the study and said in front of Emperor Xia, "Your Majesty, the 2 elders of Suanya Palace want to see you." This. Emperor Xia's heart trembled. He actually came directly to find me. As soon as he entered the city, he went straight to the palace. I was afraid that Suanya Palace had really discovered something and wanted to trouble him. What to do now? Could it be that the fight with Xianyu Palace is about to break? Emperor Xia had never been so panicked as he was now, and the memories from his youth kept replaying in his mind. At a certain moment, he suddenly seemed to have made up his mind, and then said to the eunuch in charge of the report, "Ask the 2 elders of Suanya Palace to wait for me in the Imperial Garden. I will be here soon." The eunuch then said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the eunuch exited the study. After the eunuch left the study, Emperor Xia said to the shadow guard in the study, "You can go out too. My subordinates resign." As soon as the shadow guard left, Emperor Xia took out an exquisite box from his sleeve. He looked at the box and said, "With this thing here, I don't believe they can do anything to me." After he finished speaking, he put the exquisite box back into his sleeve again, and then he went directly to the royal garden, wanting to see what the 2 elders of Suanya Palace wanted to do with him. After a while, Emperor Xia appeared in the imperial garden. At this time, 2 old men with white hair, white beards, and green robes were sitting in the pavilion of the imperial garden. They were drinking tea leisurely and watching. He didn't look like he was looking for trouble at all, but rather like he was looking for a friend. Seeing the 2 people looking so relaxed, Emperor Xia was stunned for a moment. Didn't these 2 people seem to be here to cause trouble for him? Emperor Xia didn't think much, he entered the pavilion directly, and then said to the 2 elders, "I wonder what the 2 elders of Suanya Palace did when they saw me." At this time, an elder said, "My name is Fu Hongzhou, and I am the 2nd elder of Suanya Palace. The person next to me is Yu Chongqing, the eldest elder of Suanya Palace. I believe that your Majesty has heard of us too." Hearing the names of the 2 people, Emperor Xia immediately thought of something. These 2 people were very famous decades ago. Emperor Xia had heard of them when he was young. At that time, Suanya Palace was not what it is now. Yu Gong is still recruiting disciples everywhere. These 2 people became famous when recruiting disciples. Many people challenged them in the past. After all, Suanya Palace recruited all the good martial arts seedlings. The existence of Suanya Palace has challenged the status of other forces. So many forces at that time could not tolerate Suanya Palace. However, all the warriors who challenged the 2 of them lost. It was precisely because of the existence of the 2 of them that the major forces in Daxia realized the power of Suanya Palace. As for the heavenly beings of Suanya Palace later, they went on a killing spree and hunted the world. The incident with the Grand Master once again strengthened people's understanding of the power of Suanya Palace. Emperor Xia said at this time, "I have indeed heard of the 2 elders." Great Elder Yu Chongqing said, "As long as you have heard of us, since you have heard of our names, things will be easier to handle." Hearing this, Emperor Xia suddenly had a bad premonition. At this time, Yu Chongqing continued, "Emperor Xia, we have already discovered what you have done. Do you think that the shadow guards should not be allowed to capture Suanya Palace?" "Disciple, we won't discover what you did." Emperor Xia thought for a moment. Sure enough, Suanya Palace already knew what he had done. It seemed that they came here just to kill him. Emperor Xia had a dark face and said indifferently, "Why can't I understand what Elder Yu is talking about?" Fu Hongzhou laughed at this time, and then said, "Emperor Xia, it seems that if we don't expose your crime, you will continue to be harsh. You really think you did it flawlessly when you sent the shadow guards to secretly capture the warriors?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the royal garden instantly became extremely dull, and there seemed to be swords and swords in the air. Just when Emperor Xia thought the two of them were about to take action, he found that there was no movement from them at all. Emperor Xia seemed to understand something. He immediately said, "Are you here for the holy objects?" Hearing this, Yu Chongqing chuckled, "Holy object? That thing has long been useless to us. Although that holy object can improve a person's strength, it has a big sequelae. Once that holy object is used to forcibly improve one's realm, that holy object will no longer have any effect. They have all used that holy object to deal with powerful enemies. All left a lot of problems on their bodies, and they are still suffering from the sequelae." Fu Hongzhou was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. He said directly, "We heard through the shadow guard that you obtained a weapon at sea. As long as enough warriors sacrifice, the weapon can be activated. Once activated, the power of this weapon will be enough to kill a heavenly being. The Shadow Guard has always wanted to infiltrate Xuanyu Palace. As a result, because of this decision, some things Shadow Guard did were discovered by Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou. In turn, they learned some of Emperor Xia's secrets through the Shadow Guard, including what Emperor Xia had done recently and the evil weapon." Hearing this, Emperor Xia was shocked. These two people actually knew about him obtaining the murder weapon. Emperor Xia then asked, "Since you know the existence of that weapon, you should also understand that you are no threat to me." Yu Chongqing laughed and said, "Emperor Xia, don't scare us here. If you could activate that magic weapon, you wouldn't still let the shadow guards capture the warriors. The fact that you are still capturing the warriors proves that you have activated that magic weapon. The conditions for a weapon have not been met yet." Seeing that he had been exposed, Emperor Xia asked directly, "What do you want?" Yu Chongqing said, "We plan to cooperate with you." Emperor Xia was stunned for a moment. "Cooperation?" Yu Chongqing continued, "In order to show the sincerity of our cooperation, we will give you a piece of information for free. The heavenly being from Xuanyu Palace has now taken the owner of Xuanyu Palace to the Northern Kingdom, and she has accepted the Northern King as her disciple, and even let the Palace Master of Xuanyu Palace marry Bei Wang and become Bei Wang's Taoist companion. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Northern Army will move south with the help of Xuanyu Palace, and then your throne will probably have to be given to your son." After hearing this information, Emperor Xia fell into silence. He did not think that Yu Chongqing was lying to him. He had long suspected that Xuanyu Palace was cooperating with Baiguo. Yu Chongqing's words only confirmed his suspicion. After a while, Emperor Xia asked, "How do you plan to cooperate?" Yu Chongqing said, "Use the weapon you obtained to help us kill the old palace master of Xuanyu Palace." End of chapter. Chapter 410 I promise to cooperate with you. Hearing Yu Chongqing's words, Emperor Xia was stunned again. He did not expect that the ambitions of these two people were so great. "What? You don't know yet? Read calm, read the chapters without mistakes, hurry up and Google them." Killing heavenly beings? In fact, even he himself did not have such an idea. Although he obtained the weapon, his idea was to use the weapon as a trump card, or to use the weapon to intimidate heavenly beings so that heavenly beings would not dare to attack him. After all, using this weapon once requires a lot of time to prepare, and it can only be used once in a short period of time. If they can't kill with one strike, it may be difficult for them to survive when the heavenly beings react. Emperor Xia looked into Yu Chongqing's eyes and said, "Is Elder Yu joking with me?" Yu Chongqing picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip of tea, and then continued, "With the support of the old palace master of Xuanyu Palace, the Northern King will definitely lead his troops south. You have no choice." After hearing this, Emperor Xia fell into deep thought again. Although they don't like to be threatened, Yu Chongqing is not wrong. His traitor now has such a strong strength, and his ambition is greater than his own. In order to realize his ambition, the traitor must the first thing to do is to go south to compete for the throne of Daxia. After seizing the throne of Daxia, he continued to use Daxia to launch wars, and then gradually annexed other dynasties. The Great Xia Dynasty was very crucial to the traitor, and now with the help of the Swanyu Palace heavenly being, it was inevitable for him to go south. After a while, Emperor Xia came to his senses and asked, "Why did you want to kill her?" Hearing this question, Yu Chongqing laughed, and then said, "This is not an obvious thing. Back then, we made outstanding contributions to the growth of Swanyu Palace, and even used certain forbidden objects, so that our cultivation in this life can't go any further. As a result, that woman turned around and passed the position of palace master to a little girl. She even asked that little girl to come quickly. Now she plans to add a godson to Swanyu Palace. Where does she put us?" After hearing Yu Changqing's answer, Emperor Xia understood that it turned out that these two people were dissatisfied with the new palace master, so they wanted to seek power and usurp the throne. As long as the heavenly being in Swanyu Palace died, these two could easily do so. Control the entire Swanyu Palace. From this point of view, they do have common interests. For him, as long as the gods of Swanyu Palace die, Swanyu Palace will be less of a threat in the future. When Daxia continues to develop for decades, Daxia said maybe everyone has the ability to destroy Swanyu Palace. At that time, there will be no force or dynasty in Daxia that can threaten Daxia or him. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia said, "Okay, I agree to cooperate with you." Seeing that Emperor Xia agreed, Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing a smile. Yu Chongqing said at this time, "Since we have cooperated, can Emperor Xia let us see the weapon that can kill heavenly beings?" Upon hearing this request, Emperor Xia immediately became alert. "Isn't this bad? What if these two people see the weapon and snatch it directly? The weapon has not absorbed enough warrior skills and blood essence, so it cannot be used yet." Seeing Emperor Xia being so vigilant, Yu Chongqing said with a smile, "Emperor Xia, don't worry that we will snatch that weapon. You have the sacred object of Swanyu Palace on you, and you have already entered the Hedao stage. You just need to use the strength of that holy object can be raised to the realm of gods and humans in an instant. How could we snatch your things under such circumstances?" After hearing Yu Changqing's words, Emperor Xia frowned. Yu Chongqing actually knew that he had entered the Hedao stage and became a pseudo-celestial being. But having said that, this is not surprising. After all, both Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou may be pseudo-celestial beings in the Hedao stage, so they can detect his realm. Emperor Xia pondered for a moment, and then said, "Okay, I can take you to see it. But I'm going to say something ugly first. If you have your thoughts on that weapon, don't blame me for being rude when the time comes." Fu Hongzhou said, "Please don't worry, Emperor Xia. We just want to take a look and confirm whether that weapon is really capable of killing heavenly beings. We are not interested in such evil weapons. The two of them are elders of Swanyu Palace and know some secrets about this world. They dare not take possession of such evil weapons that can only be used by sacrificing warriors. Such weapons may one day backfire on their owners. I don't know how I died by then." At this time, Emperor Xia turned around and said, "Come with me." After the words fell, Emperor Xia turned around and walked towards the imperial study. Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou also got up from the stone bench, and then followed Emperor Xia to the imperial study. After the three of them entered the imperial study room, all the doors and windows of the study room were closed by themselves. Emperor Xia walked to the bookshelf in the imperial study room, and then gently turned a dragon head statue on the bookshelf. The next moment the bookshelf vibrated. Immediately afterwards, the bookshelf slowly moved away, and a secret passage downward appeared in front of the three people. At this time, Emperor Xia said to the two people behind him, "That place is far away, you follow my footsteps." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia stepped into the secret passage, and Yu Chongqing and the others quickly followed. After Xia Huang entered the secret passage, he used Qinggong, which was very fast, but Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou were still able to follow him easily. The three of them ran for almost an hour before finally arriving at the place where the evil weapon was placed. At this time, a huge secret room appeared in front of them. In the middle of the secret room, there was a round platform, and underneath the round platform was a bright red liquid. In the secret room, there are shadow guards who are constantly throwing some warriors who are coming into the blood pool below. As long as it is a warrior who enters the blood pool, his body will turn into a skeleton after a while, and the shadow guards on the side will fish out those skeletons. After seeing this scene, Yu Chongqing smiled and said, "Your Majesty is really cruel and ruthless. If the people from the major forces knew that you captured their warriors for sacrifice, I am afraid they would attack the palace and kill you at all costs." Emperor Xia didn't take it seriously, and he could tell that Yu Chongqing was threatening him. At this time, Emperor Xia looked at the golden stick on the round platform and said, "That is the weapon that can kill heavenly beings." Seeing the weapon, Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou were stunned for a moment. After Yu Chongqing came to his senses, he said in confusion, "What kind of weapon is this? Why have we never heard of this style of weapon?" As soon as Yu Chongqing finished speaking, Fu Hongzhou said, "Elder Yu, I'm afraid you have forgotten that our Xuanyu Palace has a similar weapon. Chu Yu also brought that weapon out of Xuanyu Palace." Hearing this, Yu Chongqing instantly thought of that long box-like thing. Fu Hongzhou continued, "Although the shapes of these two weapons are different, judging from their usage methods, I'm afraid they are both activated from a distance, and that weapon also requires certain conditions before it can be used." After hearing the conversation between the two, Emperor Xia was extremely shocked. What? Xuanyu Palace also has similar weapons? Even if he helped these two people kill the old palace master of Xuanyu Palace, with that weapon, he might not be able to destroy Xuanyu Palace in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 411. With this weapon, that woman will die. In the secret room, the golden stick on the round platform was emitting blood-red light. There was a shoulder drag behind the stick. If Lu Chen were here, he would think it was some kind of modern firearm at a glance. However, although this weapon looks like some kind of rifle, the ammunition it uses is not ordinary bullets. After the butt of the black gas comes into contact with the blood in the pool, it absorbs the blood in the pool crazily, as if it were a monster that couldn't be fed. Seeing this scene, both Fu Hongzhou and Yu Chongqing felt a little scary. A weapon is actually actively absorbing blood, and it looks like it has an inner space within its body. It can hold so much blood. I don't know how it does it. This weapon is too evil, and it might actually backfire on its owner in the future. After Emperor Xia takes care of the old palace master, it would be better for Xuanyu Palace to keep their distance from Daxia. This thing is too weird. Lest they suffer the same fate one day. Yu Chongqing said at this time, "When can this weapon be used?" Emperor Xia replied, "You have to wait until it absorbs enough warrior skills and blood essence. If you use it now, it will absorb the user's skills and blood." Yu Chongqing murmured, "It is indeed an evil weapon. I am afraid that even the demon sect does not have such evil things. But having said that, with this thing, it is more likely to kill the old palace master." Fu Hongzhou asked Emperor Xia a very critical question at this time. "You said this weapon can kill heavenly beings, and you have never used it. How do you know that it can definitely kill heavenly beings?" Emperor Xia replied calmly, "When the Shadow Guard discovered this weapon, he accidentally activated it. In just an instant, a hole was punched through a mountain. I don't believe it is so powerful. It's not possible yet. Kill a celestial being." Hearing Emperor Xia's answer, Yu Chongqing and the two men once again thought of the artifact in their Xuanyu Palace. It seemed that that weapon could also shoot through a mountain peak. It seems that the power of these two weapons is about the same. As long as they can kill the old palace master, that weapon will be theirs. The most important thing is that the weapon is not as evil as the one in front of them. This weapon will bite its owner at a glance. It's just a matter of time. But the weapon in Swanyu Palace is different. That weapon does not require the blood of a warrior as a condition. Yu Chongqing laughed and said, "Okay. Very good. With this weapon, that woman will definitely die." After hearing Yu Changqing's words, the corners of Emperor Xia's mouth raised slightly. It seemed that these two people really planned to kill the old palace master of Swanyu Palace. If they really do it, as long as the heavenly beings in Swanyu Palace die, even if the North Kingdom has those powerful weapons, it may not be Daxia's opponent. After all, there are no heavenly beings to protect Lu Chen. Then they can completely do what they did last time. Then send someone to assassinate Lu Chen directly. As long as the traitor dies, the Northern Kingdom will inevitably be disintegrated. At that time, Daxia can still receive the mysterious weapons of the Northern Kingdom. Once Daxia possesses the weapons of the Northern Kingdom, no force will dare to challenge Daxia in the future. For a moment, Emperor Xia seemed to see the giants of power and the rulers of several dynasties bowing their heads in front of him. North Palace. When Lu Chen was heading to the study, he passed by Baiwen Garden and happened to see Mu Zixuan and Xue Linglong holding hands and talking about something in the pavilion of Baiwen Garden. In the past few days, Xue Linglong came to the palace to see Mu Zixuan almost every day. The two seemed to have become good friends and seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Seeing Xue Linglong coming again, Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed that his royal brother couldn't wait any longer. Of course, it might be that Xue Linglong couldn't wait anymore. On the surface, Xue Linglong seemed to be of the same mind as Lu Yi, but in fact, what Xue Linglong valued was the interests of the Taiyan god cult. She was probably thinking about how to sacrifice him and then awaken the so-called leader. Lu Chen glanced at Mu Zixuan and Xue Linglongu, and then at Chu Yukan. Seeing that Chu Yukan was also beside Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen went directly to his study without thinking too much. When Lu Chen passed by Baiwen Garden, Xue Linglong also noticed Lu Chen's eyes looking towards her. Xue Linglong thought in her heart that it seemed that the Northern King was really thinking about her, the Emperor's wife. She had to find a way to be alone in a room with him. Only by being alone could she have the opportunity to poison King Bei. But having said that, although King Bei is lustful and has many wives and concubines in his mansion, King Bei does not seem to be obsessed with beauty. He seems to be very busy every day. She had been coming to the palace for several days in a row, but every time she saw Lu Chen going to the study to handle government affairs, and Lu Chen stayed in the study for the entire day. This made Xue Linglong look at him with admiration. He was indeed a man suspected of being the son of destiny. Although he was a bit lustful, he did not forget the ambition and hegemony in his heart just because of his enjoyment. If I could torture such a man, I don't know how happy I would feel. Seeing that Xue Linglong seemed to be distracted, Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Xue, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Xue Linglong came back to her senses instantly. She quickly said, "Sister Zixuan, I'm sorry, I just thought of something." Xue Linglong asked at this time, "Sister Zixuan, I heard that my ninth brother likes beauty. When I came to the North Kingdom, I brought all the dancers from the East Palace with me. Now my husband is obsessed with practicing and has no interest in the dancers. It's fine to keep it in the mansion, why not give it to King Bei, what do you think? You are the mistress of Bawang Mansion. If you don't want to, then forget it." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "Sister Xue, you don't know something. Although the prince likes beauty, not all women can catch his eye. What he likes is stunning beauty. Generally, he only likes women with peerless looks like Sister Xue." Xue Linglong said with a smile, "Sister Zixuan is really good at joking. I am already a ruined woman. How could my ninth brother like a woman like me?" If the prince doesn't like them, then I'll get rid of all the dancers when I get back. It's useless to keep them anyway. Music Xuan said, how about this? Sister Shui will bring those dancers to the prince's mansion in a few days. I will check them out for the prince first. If they are the type that the prince likes, I will keep them all in the North Prince's mansion. Shui Linglong said, okay, I will bring them to the palace in 2 days. At this time, a maid, Bai Huayuan, said to Shui Linglong, Princess, the prince asked you to go back and tell the prince that he should come to the North Prince's mansion this afternoon. He has important matters to discuss with the prince. Hearing this, Shui Linglong was stunned. Could it be that King Bai planned to help Lu Yi occupy Hiang County? End of chapter. Chapter 412 Chen Wanrong's suspicion. After hearing what the maid said, Shui Linglong did not stay too long in Buwang Mansion. She immediately got up and returned to Lu Mansion, telling Lu Yi that Lu Chen wanted to see Lu Yi. Search for read. Hearing Shui Linglong say that Lu Chen wanted to see him, Lu Yi felt extremely happy. He believed that Lu Chen had already made a decision and would most likely agree to help him. Afternoon. North Palace. In Baiwan Garden. Lu Chen and Lu Yi sat in front of the stone table. Lu Chen poured Lu Yi a cup of tea, and then said, Brother Huang, I have thought about it these past few days and feel that what you said before is very reasonable. Now that my father is being bewitched by treacherous ministers, as the Prince of Daxia, I really cannot stand by and watch. So I decided to help the Emperor capture Hiang County, and then give him some material support to facilitate his recruitment of troops. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yi said happily in his heart, Thank you very much, ninth brother. After I, King Qin, succeed, I will definitely respect our previous agreement and help ninth brother establish an empire in the north. Lu Chen smiled and then said, but having said that, if the emperor goes to Hiang County, the situation may be more dangerous and the conditions will be more difficult. It is better for the emperor's family to stay in the north country. Lu Yi's face turned dark instantly, and he immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen planned to let Shui Linglong and the others be hostages to prevent him from disobeying Bai Guo's words when he developed. Lu Yi hated being threatened, but now that he was under the roof, he had to rely on Lu Chen to develop his power, so he had to agree to this request. Lu Yi said, Thank you very much, ninth brother, for your kindness. Then please help the emperor brother take care of your sister-in-law and them. Lu Chen smiled and said, Brother, don't worry, I will help you take care of them. Lu Yi clenched his fists slightly, and he suddenly thought that his ninth brother was a beauty lover, and he might still be thinking about Shui Linglong. When he went to Hiang County, he and Shui Linglong were separated. Lu Chen wouldn't take advantage of this time to do anything to Shui Linglong, right? Lu Yi felt very angry when he thought of this, but then he thought about it, for the throne and the power in his hands, what did a woman mean? What's more, when he married Shui Linglong, he didn't just take a fancy to the family power behind Shui Linglong. Now the Shui family has no use. Although Shui Linglong still has a relationship with the demon cult, the demon cult has not sent anyone to find Shui Linglong for a long time. No one knows whether the demon cult has given up on Shui Linglong. If the demon sect has given up on Shui Linglong, then he has no way to connect with the demon sect through Shui Linglong, so he might as well abandon Shui Linglong in the north country. It's a pity that Shui Linglong is a great beauty. Because he has practiced the magic skills taught by the demon sect, he has never touched Shui Linglong's body. When he thinks of this, Lu Yi feels a little unwilling in his heart. Forget it, when he becomes the emperor in the future, what kind of woman does he want? At this time, Lu Yi asked, Ninth brother, I don't know how you plan to help me. Are you going to lend me troops directly, or send someone to help me conquer Hiang County? Lu Chen said with a smile, I will directly send troops south to help the emperor occupy Hiang County first. After the emperor has established his own force and recruited a certain number of soldiers, I will let the soldiers from the north come back." Hearing this, Lu was stunned for a moment. What he wanted in his mind was to ask Lu Chen to lend him troops directly. In this way, his group would have the opportunity to instigate the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom, and they might also be able to obtain the weapons of the Northern Kingdom. Once he had weapons from the north, he would no longer be restricted by Lu Chen. He didn't expect Lu Chen to be so defensive and not give himself a chance. Lu couldn't put forward any conditions at this time. After all, he was the party asking Lu Chen to borrow someone, and he was not qualified to make conditions with Lu Chen now. After Lu came to his senses, he said with a smile, "Thank you so much, ninth brother." Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Both of them smiled, but they had their own secrets in their hearts. After Lu left, Lu Chen called Xian Yuanchen and explained to him about going south. Lu Chen planned to let Xian Yuanchen use Hiang County to practice commanding the combined battalion operations. Xian Yuanchen will be a commander in the future. He cannot continue to view a war from the perspective of a heavy cavalry commander. He must have an overall view. Hearing that Lu Chen said that he would go south to attack Hiang County, Xian Yuanchen was very happy. He had recently taken over the newly formed combined battalion in the north, with more than 200,000 people, but he had never had the opportunity to command them to fight. Compared with commanding tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, commanding an army of 200,000 is indeed a challenge for him. Night. Lu Chen had dinner and went to Yunrong Yuan. Although the woman Yun Xianxian was also in Yunrong Yuan, he had no choice but to go to Yunrong Yuan for Chen Wanrong to play Yenga. When Lu Chen entered the courtyard, he did not see Yun Xianxian. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and went straight to Chen Wanrong's bedroom. After he opened the door of Chen Wanrong's room, he said with a smile, "Rong baby, your husband is here." As a result, Lu Chen just closed the door, and when he turned around, he was stunned. I saw Yun Xianxian sitting cross-legged on Chen Wanrong's bed, staring at him with two eyes, as if he saw some prey. Master, why are you here?" Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, Rong has been in Baguio for a few days, and you have been having fun with her for a few days. Does she still want to practice?" Lu Chen said speechlessly, "Master, Rong finally came down the mountain once. She and I are also Taoists after all. You can't even allow us to do this kind of thing, right?" Yun Xianxian did not talk nonsense with Lu Chen. She said at this time, "There is something wrong with Xue Linglong who often comes to the palace. The aura on her body is a bit disgusting. Although I don't know what she used to block the aura of the warrior, the evil nature emanating from her body cannot confuse me, so you'd better be on guard against her." Lu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yun Xianxian to also see that Xue Linglong was not simple. "Thank you, Master, for reminding me. Disciple knows." "Master, it's so late, why don't you go back to your room and rest?" Yun Xianxian said, "My master just told Rong that I will lend you one night tonight, and you can help my master regain his strength." Lu Chen frowned and was about to say something, but his body instantly flew up and flew directly to the bed, lying down straight. It was still the same as last time in the study room. Yun Xianxian still didn't touch Lu Chen's body, but just sat cross-legged beside him. Lu Chen's clothes were torn into pieces with a wave of Yun Xiangxian's hand. Lu Chen was helpless because this woman actually did that kind of thing to him again. "No, I have to find a way to contact Yun Xiangxian's body." Today at Buwang Mansion, Yun Xiangxian drank a lot of dragon and phoenix tea. As long as he comes into contact with Yun Xiangxian's body, the power in Yun Xiangxian's body will be banned. He wants this woman to know how powerful he is. However, Lu Chen was just thinking about it now. He was now unable to move, and the spiritual power in his body was actively drawn out again, and then formed a cycle with the spiritual power in his body. Seeing Yungziangzian's cold face, the fire in Lu Chen's heart was completely ignited. He now felt like punishing Yungziangzian, but because of this, he found that his cultivation with Yungziangzian had entered a deeper level. In perfect condition. Because his possessiveness towards Yungzian was completely aroused, he and Yungzian perfectly reached the conditions for practicing the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Ju. Lu Chen felt that he was being treated as a training tool again. After struggling for a few times, he finally realized that he had no choice but stop struggling. Since this fairy liked to watch, let her watch. After Yungzian practiced for a while, she suddenly felt a strange feeling. A blush appeared on her cold jade cheeks, and then she felt that her body seemed to become hot. When her eyes fell on Lu Chen's body, she suddenly had the idea of getting close to him and having sex with him. This is... Yun Xianxian realized something was wrong instantly. She frowned slightly and couldn't help thinking that this seemed to be the negative effect of this technique. If she practiced this technique for too long, she would have that kind of thought, but it was impossible for her to have that kind of thing happen with this man. In order to regain her strength, Yun Xianxian had no choice but to continue practicing. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Xianxian couldn't bear it anymore and she immediately stopped. At this time, Lu Chen also woke up from his dream. His eyes fell on Yungziangzian's face, and he found that Yungziangzian's face was blushing, her forehead was covered with fragrant sweat, and her hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. More charming. What's happening here? Neither of their bodies were touching, and Yungziangzian was just meditating and practicing. Why did Yungziangzian become like this? Yun Xianxian took a few deep breaths and began to calm down her inner restlessness. After a while, she finally recovered. The moment he recovered, Yun Xiangxian's cold gaze instantly fell on Lu Chen. Being looked at so directly by Yun Xianxian, Lu Chen felt a chill down his spine again. Lu Chen asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, "It's okay for me, Master." Yun Xianxian thought in her mind that it seemed that this technique would indeed mobilize people's deepest desires. If she completely cut off desires, there would be no way to use this technique to practice. The essence of this technique is to use people's desires to practice. After Yun Xianxian felt the power in his body, he sighed. At this speed of cultivation, he didn't know when he would be able to recover. Seeing that Yun Xianxian suddenly didn't speak and instead sighed, Lu Chen asked, "Master, why did you sigh?" Yun Xianxian said, "According to the current recovery speed, I don't know when I will be able to return to my peak strength." Lu Chen asked, "How did Master's strength decline?" Yun Xianxian replied, "After my master fell into this world, he was suppressed by the heavenly law of this world. I wanted to resist, but the heavenly law sent down a thunderstorm, causing my master to be seriously injured. This made my master's realm and strength drop significantly." Hearing Yun Xiangxian's answer, Lu Chen thought to himself, if this was the case, could his rejuvenation hand help Yungziangxian recover? Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, and then he said, "Master, actually I have a way to help the master recover quickly, but it requires the master to pay a small price." Hearing this, Yun Xianxian asked curiously, "Do you have a way?" "What way?" "The injury I suffered was caused by the way of heaven." "What can you do?" Lu Chen said, "If master doesn't believe it, then the disciple won't say anything." Yun Xianxian thought for a while, and Lu Chen's ability to obtain skills such as Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang Ju proved that he still had some opportunities, and maybe he actually had some ideas. Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian said, "Tell me, if your method is effective, I will not restrict you from meeting wrong from now on. You can meet whenever you want." Lu Chen said directly, "The method mentioned by the disciple is to cultivate together with the disciple." When Yun Xianxian heard this, her jade cheeks instantly became extremely cold, and a layer of frost formed around her body. Lu Chen continued, the dual cultivation method that the disciple is talking about is not the dual cultivation method taught by the master, but body contact with the body. Although the master's dual cultivation method in the air can also restore strength, the effect is greatly reduced. It simply cannot keep up with the method of dual cultivation of body against body. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Xianxian said coldly, "Do you think I don't know what you are planning? You actually put your little thoughts on me. Are you not afraid of me being angry? You killed it." Lu Chen said calmly, "Disciple believes that master is not the kind of unreasonable person." Immortal Yungxian immediately said, "That's enough, don't mention this matter again in the future." How could she not know that for the dual cultivation method to have the best effect, it needs to be like Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen's, but how could she do such an ambiguous thing with her disciples? Lu Chen, this little bastard, actually wants to bully his master and destroy his ancestors. Yun Xianxian stood up at this time, waved his hand, and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Chen Wanrong appeared on the bed out of thin air. Chen Wanrong was meditating in the next room. Suddenly she felt like her body was being pulled by something. When she opened her eyes, she found Lu Chen lying frankly on the bed, the two of them. He looked at himself with burning eyes. Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. Didn't master say that he had something important to discuss with Lu Chen? How come Lu Chen didn't have any clothes to cover him? Could it be that they just... Chen Wanrong was immediately shocked. How could they? Isn't her master also Lu Chen's master? How could Lu Chen do such a thing to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors? Seeing Chen Wanrong looking at him blankly, Lu Chen knew that Chen Wanrong must have misunderstood something, and Lu Chen didn't bother to explain. He was completely angered by Yun Xianxian just now. Before Chen Wanrong could recover, Lu Chen pounced on him and threw Chen Wanrong onto the bed. Chen Wanrong was about to ask Lu Chen what happened, but the next second her red lips were blocked by the bad guy Lu Chen's mouth. Ahoy! Chen Wanrong had no choice but to wait until the matter was over before asking Lu Chen what happened. At the same time, Xuan Yuan family. Xuan Yuan Chen was discussing something with Xuan Yuan Keoj. At this time, Xuan Yuan Yunkai returned home and saw her brother happily talking to Xuan Yuan Keoj. Xuan Yuan Yunkai leaned over curiously. After seeing Xuan Yuan Yunkai come back, Xuan Yuan Chen said with a smile, "Little sister, I have some good news for you." Xuan Yuan Yunkai asked curiously, "What's the good news?" Xuan Yuan Chen said proudly, "Your brother, I will lead my troops south in a few days. By then, the entire Yanqing defense work will be handed over to you." Although Xuan Yuan Yunkai directly took over the guards near Yanqing after she came back, Xuan Yuan Chen did not completely let go because there were a lot of guards. Xuan Yuan Chen was worried that Xuan Yuan Yunkai did not have the ability to manage the entire guards camp. But this time after Xuan Yuan Chen left, Xuan Yuan Yunkai was completely in charge of the entire guards battalion. This was a great opportunity for Xuan Yuan Yunkai to train. After hearing Xuan Yuan Chen's words, Xuan Yuan Yunkai was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that her brother would actually have the opportunity to lead his troops south, etc. Leading troops south? Xuan Yuan Yunkai then asked, "Your Majesty plans to fight for the throne?" Xuan Yuan Chen replied, "No, the prince just plans to help the eldest prince occupy Yang County first, and then let the eldest prince go to test the situation of the court." Xuan Yuan Yunkai said, "So that's it." Seeing that Xuan Yuan Yunkai's expression was a little cold, Xuan Yuan Chen said, "Don't you always want to control an army by yourself? Now that the entire guards battalion is in your hands, why do you look a little unhappy?" Xuan Yuan Yunkai said, "I would rather go to the battlefield than stay in the rear." Having said this, Xuan Yuan Yunkai turned around and walked towards her room. Xuan Yuan Chen was stunned when he saw her leaving behind. Xuan Yuan Keoj said at this time, "Hey, can't Yun Qi still see that the prince likes her and doesn't want her to get hurt?" You are so old, you are really ignorant, and you still want to fight and kill. Xian Chen said in a low voice, Dad, why don't you tell the prince and ask Yunqi to marry directly to the North Prince's mansion, so that Yunqi won't be thinking about going to the battlefield all day long. Xian Koch said, I have mentioned it to the prince a long time ago. The prince wants to see what Yunqi thinks. Having said this, Xian Koch sighed again, that's all, let it be. You have to prepare carefully these days, and you must be careful when going south this time. Xian Chen said, I understand. Early morning. Chen Wanrong hugged Chen Wanrong's soft waist, lying in her hair, constantly inhaling the fragrance of her hair. After Chen Wanrong recovered, she finally couldn't help but ask, what did you and Master do in the room last night? Hearing this question, Lu Chen smiled and asked, what do you think we did? Chen Wanrong twisted her body at this time, turned around, looked into Lu Chen's eyes face to face, and continued to ask, you have done this kind of thing too? Lu Chen said, are you jealous? Chen Wanrong said indifferently, no. Lu Chen said, then why do you ask this? Chen Wanrong still replied expressionlessly, just asking. End of chapter. Chapter 413 with ninth brother's words, I feel relieved. Chen Wanrong wouldn't be jealous because of anything between Lu Chen and Yun Xian, but she always felt weird. At first, she regarded Lin Wanyun as her mother in her heart, but Lu Chen, a bastard, gave Lin Wanyun. Now Lu Chen actually takes action against his master again. This little bastard really doesn't care about human ethics at all, does he? Seeing Chen Wanrong's cold face, Lu Chen said with a smile, I wanted to do bad things to her, but unfortunately she is a celestial being and I am not her opponent. She thinks I have a special constitution, so she checked my body yesterday. Master and I are innocent. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong showed a suspicious look. Innocent? Why doesn't she feel like it? Chen Wanrong asked directly, you have no dirty thoughts towards Master. Lu Chen said with a smile, what are dirty thoughts? Do you think that everything we do is dirty? Chen Wanrong didn't answer this question. Anyway, she didn't think what they did was sacred. She only felt that she had fallen when Lu Chen was here. After coming to Yancheng, he and Lu Chen have been doing bad things every day in the past few days. If he continues like this, he will be completely ruined by this bad guy. Lu Chen raised his hand at this time, tidied the messy hair on Chen Wanrong's face, and then said, I thought about it, if Master wants to quickly regain his strength, practicing dual cultivation with me is actually the best way. What do you think? Chen Wanrong was startled. After she came to her senses, she immediately said in a cold voice, I knew you were thinking about Master. You want to deceive me and destroy your ancestors. Lu Chen smiled and said, if you bully your master and destroy your ancestors, just bully your master and destroy your ancestors. I am doing this for her own good. Chen Wanrong did not continue to speak. What does it mean for the good of their master? It is obvious that this guy is lustful. Chen Wanrong said at this time, what you just said is right, the master is a heavenly being. If you want to deceive the master and destroy the ancestors, you must have that ability. Lu Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. So what if he is a heavenly being? He is already a pseudo-celestial being. Soon he will also be able to become a heavenly being. Sooner or later, he will take down the fairy Yungxiangxian. A few days later, Lu Chen personally sent Lu Yi, Xian Chen and the others south. This time when they went south, they mainly used trains to transport the Heshang battalion led by Xian Chen to Yong'an County, and then entered Yuping County occupied by the North Kingdom, and directly attacked Yang County from Yuping County. Lu Yi saw the cannons of different shapes on the train and stood there blankly. Although he had not seen how these weapons were used, he thought that the North Kingdom used these weapons to easily defeat the barbarians, and also after defeating the hundreds of thousands of troops from the Dahu dynasty, Lu Yi felt extremely shocked. At this time, the first steam train started running wildly. With the sound of woo, the train began to accelerate slowly. Seeing the steel giant in front of him gradually flying into the distance, Lu Yi was shocked again. Is this what the newspaper said, a train that doesn't need to be pulled by animals? What a terrible carrying capacity! Moreover, this car does not need much rest. With the speed of this car, it may not take more than a few days for the 200,000 troops from the north to reach Hiang County. Lu Yi stood in a trance on the train platform. He suddenly felt that he had entered another world. Why can the north have such terrifying mechanical creations? Moreover, the king of the north has only been in the northern kingdom for a short time. Is this really something from this world? At this time, Xuelinglong and other members of the Taiyin God sect, like Lu Yi, could not believe what they were seeing. Xuelinglong originally planned to see Lu Yi off, and then pretended to cry as if she was reluctant to part with Lu Yi. One time. As a result, after seeing the huge group of trains, Xuelinglong immediately forgot that she was here to see Lu Yi off. Her eyes were fixed on the train. Xuelinglong couldn't help but think, are these so-called trains things from the fairy world? Is there a real immortal behind Lu Chen? Thinking about it now, there are really too many weird things in the North Kingdom. Everything in Yancheng seems to be incompatible with this world. Many things do not seem to belong to this world at all. Even some of the policies of the Northern King's country governance are not in line with this world. Totally different. Seeing Lu Yi and others looking at the train in the distance with dull eyes, Lu Chen's lips slightly raised. These things were indeed a bit too advanced for the ancients. At this time, Lu Chen said, "Brother Emperor, if you need anything after arriving in Hiang County, just tell General Xianyuan directly, and General Xianyuan will have someone tell me." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lu Yi came back to his senses and said blankly, "Oh, okay, thank you ninth brother." Xuelinglong, who was next to Lu Yi, also came to her senses at this time. She said to Lu Yi, "Husband, you must take care of yourself after you go south, woo woo woo." At this point, Xuelinglong pretended to start sobbing, looking very sad. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen laughed in his heart. This witch is really good at pretending. She probably hopes that Lu Yi will go south early so that she can come to the palace to seduce her. Lu Yi glanced at Xuelinglong, then at Lu Chen, and then said, "Linglong, after I leave, if you need anything, just ask ninth brother. Ninth brother will take good care of you." Having said this, Lu Yi patted Lu Chen's shoulder again and said, "Ninth brother, please take care of your sister-in-law." Lu Chen said, "Brother, don't worry and go south. I will definitely take good care of your wife for your brother, and I won't let anyone bully her." Lu Yi said, with ninth brother's words, Brother Huang feels relieved. "Okay, it's time for me to go." After Lu Yi finished speaking, a train slowly stopped in front of the platform, with Lu Yi's personal guard flag planted on the train. After the train stopped, Lu Yi entered the train directly. "Ninth brother, until next time we meet, let's have a drink and talk." Lu Chen said, "Okay. Brother Emperor, take care." After a while, the train Lu Yi was riding started to start. As the train went further and further away, Xuelinglong's crying became louder and louder. Gradually, she seemed to be overly sad, and her whole body softened. If not, there was a maid next to her supporting her, and she was probably sitting on the ground. Seeing Xuelinglong's exaggerated reaction, Lu Chen smiled in his heart again. Everyone had left, but this witch was still performing here. She was really dedicated. The next step is to see when this witch will come to find him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, the emperor's trip will not be in any danger. After he has established a foothold in Hiang County, he will send someone to pick you up south." It won't be long. Xuelinglong said while sobbing, with my ninth brother's good words, I just hope that your imperial brother can be safe. Lu Chen continued, sister-in-law, the train has gone away. You should go back and have a good rest, but don't break your body from crying. Brother Huang will feel sorry for you if he knows that you are breaking your body from crying. Xuelinglong said, thank you for your concern, ninth brother, I will go back first. Then, with the support of the maid from the Lu mansion, Xuelinglong left the train station platform. As soon as Xian Yuanchen arrived in Yong'an County with an army of 200,000, the matter soon spread to the court and to the ears of Lu Yang, the son of King Huai of Hiang County. The deployment of troops from the northern kingdom suddenly made the court nervous. After all, no one knew whether the northern king was planning to go south to attack the capital. For a while, the entire court was panicked. The capital of Daxia. Today's court is like a vegetable market. After the failure of the prince's rebellion, the prince's faction has basically been purged, leaving only officials from several other prince factions. Because of the mobilization of the northern army, the officials of these prince factions temporarily reached a unanimous goal, and the entire court suddenly became more harmonious. There has been no mutual criticism in the past few days. At this time, Emperor Xia, who was sitting on the throne, coughed violently and pretended to be dying. After hearing his cough, the entire court fell silent instantly. After no one spoke in the court, Emperor Xia finally spoke, my dear friends, what do you think of the northern king's move of troops to the south? When you hear this question, ministers, you look at me and I look at you. After a long while, the Minister of War stood up and said, I think the king of the north will not raise troops to go south for the time being. He should be attacking Hiang County. Having said this, the Minister of War paused for a moment, and Emperor Xia coughed, continue. If the northern king really wants to rebel now, he will definitely attack Qi state first to prevent Qi state from attacking from behind. But now they are bypassing Qi state and transferring troops to Yong'an County. Yong'an County is so far away from Qi state, and Northern Kingdom is obviously not. It is very likely that the Northern Kingdom is heading towards Qi state to go to Da's Yuping County, attack Hiang County from Yuping County, and capture Hiang County from the remnants of King Huai. Emperor Xia thought for a moment, and then said, Ahem, Zaiju is really my good prince. He also wants to help me conquer the territory. Just as Emperor Xia finished speaking, the voice of a red silk messenger sounded outside. Northwest Emergency News. Immediately, Hong Ling's messenger entered the hall, urgent report from the northwest. The 200,000 troops from the north have already headed to Yuping County, and are only separated from Hiang County by a river. Hearing this, the ministers in the main hall were startled. It seemed that the Minister of War was right. The Northern King's purpose was really for Hiang County. But what was the real purpose of King Bei's attack on Hiang County? If the Northern King wanted to seize power and usurp the throne, wouldn't it be enough to just lead his troops southward? Where would he need to attack Hiang County? Going south from Hiang County, making such a big circle is really a waste of time. At this moment, a shadow guard appeared next to Emperor Xia and directly handed a piece of information in his hand to Emperor Xia. After reading the information from the shadow guard, Emperor Xia's face darkened instantly. He had just been thinking about why the traitor wanted to attack Hiang County. After seeing the information from the shadow guard, he instantly understood what was going on. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 414 The Stimulated Luyi. Emperor Xia didn't expect that his eldest son would actually go to the north after disappearing. Not only did he run away to the northern kingdom, but he also won over Lu Chen's rebellious son. The two of them actually colluded together. Lu Chen's attack on Hiang County was probably not to occupy it for himself, but to lend troops to the eldest prince, and then use the eldest prince as a pawn to continue to consume the eldest prince and the court. Lu Chen's rebellious son would be watching from behind. Emperor Xia's intuition was very keen. Just by seeing the information reported by the Shadow Guard, he basically guessed the purpose of the Northern Kingdom sending troops. After the morning court, Emperor Xia went directly to the Imperial Garden. At this time, Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou were already waiting in the Imperial Garden. After hearing about the collusion between Lu Yi and King Bei, Yu Chongqing said with a smile, "It seems that King Bei will lead his troops south soon." Emperor Xia asked, "Why does Elder Yu feel so? He is now supporting the eldest prince and using him as his pawn to consume the court's strength. How can he go south in a short time?" Yu Chongqing said, "With the support of the old palace master of Suanyu Palace, King Bei cannot keep dragging him. In my opinion, he lent troops to the eldest prince to help him establish his power. On the one hand, he wanted to test the strength of the imperial court. On the one hand, I plan to use this as an excuse in the future to prepare for him to go south. If the eldest prince really attacks the capital, I can guarantee that he will immediately go south under the slogan of King Qin." After hearing what Yu Chongqing said, Emperor Xia thought about it and felt that it made sense. If this is really the case, then he only needs to wait in the capital, then let King Zhao lead the troops to the capital, and finally let the rebels led by the eldest prince pass all the way. Then it won't be long before the northern king thinks that the right opportunity has arrived. And then led the troops south. In this way, he didn't have to worry about King Bei staying in the north country all the time, and there was nothing he could do about him. As long as the traitor leaves the northern kingdom, he will definitely be able to get rid of him. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia said, "I hope that traitor will really do what you said." Yu Chongqing said at this time, "Since the northern king has taken action, we must also speed up our actions." Emperor Xia said calmly, "The speed at which the weapon absorbs essence and blood has obviously dropped. It should not be long before it can be used again." Yu Chongqing said, "This way, I will feel relieved. Now basically everything is ready, just waiting for the North King to go south. As long as the North King goes south, the old palace master of Suanyu Palace will definitely follow him. When the time comes, their forces will definitely have a winner." Emperor Xia thought in his heart that as long as the traitor died, he would be able to become a heavenly being in a short time. At that time, he would take action to deal with Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou, and then immediately send troops to attack Suanyu Palace. In this way, no one in the entire Great Xia will be able to threaten his throne in the future, and other dynasties will also bow to him. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. These two idiots, Yu Chongqing and Fu Hongzhou, must have not thought about the conditions for his union. If the two of them knew the conditions for his union, they wouldn't be able to actively cooperate with him. At this time, Emperor Xia felt very happy. "I will eventually become the final winner." At the same time, the capital of Hiang County is Shunan City. In the governor's house, a plump man was drinking wine and looking at the graceful twists and turns of the dancers, and there was a beauties on both sides of him. At this moment, a guard suddenly broke in and said, "Your Majesty, something serious has happened." As soon as these words came out, the dancers in the hall stopped dancing and the music stopped. The fat man's face darkened instantly. He slammed the wine glass to the ground, and then said fiercely, "What's going on? Didn't you see that I am eating?" The guard was so frightened that he quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, spare your life, Your Majesty, please spare your life." The man then waved his hand and said to the two beauties beside him, "You guys go down, I have no interest at all now." Hearing this, the two beauties beside him quickly left his side. After all the dancers and piano players in the hall left, the man asked, "Tell me, what happened?" The guard quickly said, "The eldest prince borrowed 200,000 troops from the northern kingdom to attack Hiang County. They are now only separated by a river from Hiang County." As soon as these words came out, the man's face suddenly changed and he became extremely panicked. How could this happen? I have enjoyed a peaceful life for a few days now. How could someone come to trouble me again? The man was the third son of King Huai. Originally, King Huai was his father. After King Huai was defeated and killed, Lu Yang took some of King Huai's men to escape from the fiefdom, and then occupied the river without the permission of the court. Yang Jun, and established himself as king. Originally, Lu Yang thought that the imperial court was now in a state of incompetence and the whole of Daxia was already in civil strife. The imperial court would not send troops to attack them, and he could enjoy himself in Hiang County. As a result, not long after that, the prince who failed in the mutiny actually went to the northern kingdom and borrowed 200,000 troops to attack him. Those are soldiers from the northern kingdom. He had also heard of the northern soldiers' fighting power being so fierce. Several times when the barbarians went south, they fell into the hands of the northern kingdom. Even the powerful dynasty Dao, a powerful dynasty, went to war against the northern kingdom and ended up being defeated miserably. How could they with these few soldiers resist the northern soldiers? Just when Lu Yang was paralyzed on the ground and shivering, the guard asked tentatively, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how about we surrender?" The eldest prince borrowed troops from the northern kingdom to attack Hiang County. He must be unwilling to accept the failure of the mutiny and is preparing to start over. If we join the eldest prince, he will not make things difficult for us. Hearing this, Lu Yang suddenly came back to his senses, and he immediately scolded, "Surrender? Are you kidding? How can I surrender? If I surrender, will I still have the good life now? It doesn't matter how powerful the soldiers of the northern kingdom are. There is such a big river across them. As long as we set up defenses by the river, I don't believe they can fight over. Call the generals immediately." Soon King Huai's former subordinates came to the hall. When they heard that the eldest prince was borrowing troops to attack, they were all very panicked. However, like Lu Yang, they suddenly thought of Yuping County and Hiang. There is a big river between the counties. If the eldest prince wants to attack Hiang County, he will definitely have to cross the river. They only need to set up defenses by the river. No matter how powerful the soldiers from the north are, they will not be able to come over. If those northern soldiers wanted to forcefully cross the river, they would only end up becoming dead souls in the water. Thinking of this, King Huai's subordinates instantly became extremely optimistic. By the Chuanping River, on the side of Yuping County, the soldiers in the north were busy building artillery positions. Lu Yi didn't know how the artillery was used. When he saw the big river in front of him, his eyes instantly showed a worried look. If they wanted to fight from Yuping County, they had to cross the river, but with such a wide river, once they crossed, they would become a living target on the other side. At this time, Lu Yi looked at Xian Yuanchen next to him and asked, "How does General Xian Yuan think this battle should be fought?" Although Xian Yuanchen helped Lu Yi to gain territory, the commander of the war was still Xian Yuanchen. Lu Yi wanted to see how Xian Yuanchen planned to resolve the problem of crossing the river. After Xian Yuanchen glanced at the river in front of him, he was about to speak when a soldier came to Xian Yuanchen and said, "Your Highness, General, the boat for crossing the river is ready." Hearing this, Xian Yuanchen turned to look at Lu Yi and said, "Your Highness, please rest assured that we will be able to reach the other side in less than 3 days." Xian Yuanchen did not directly answer Lu Yi's question. Lu Yi asked him how to fight this battle. It was obvious that he did not know the power of Northland's artillery. They brought a lot of heavy artillery over this time. The range of these heavy artillery far exceeded the width of the river. With the artillery as cover, the northern soldiers had no problem crossing the river. Seeing that Xian Yuanchen didn't answer him directly and looked so confident, Lu Yi frowned, but he couldn't say anything. After all, Xian Yuanchen was not his. At this time, Xian Yuanchen took out a telescope and took a look at the situation on the opposite river bank. The other side seems to have reacted and is building defenses. Seeing Xian Yuanchen holding a strange object in his hand and looking into the distance, Lu Yi felt a little curious. He didn't know what Xian Yuanchen was holding. He was about to ask when he saw Xian Chen directly hand over the telescope in his hand. Lu Yi said, "Your Highness, this is a telescope. You can clearly see the situation on the other side. Take a look." Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, but after seeing so many weird things in the north, especially after seeing such a huge thing as a train, Lu Yi no longer had the same surprised reaction as before when he saw new things. He took the telescope from Xian Chen and looked into the distance like Xian Chen did. He found that what was happening on the other side of the river was as if he was right in front of him, and it was extremely clear. Lu Yi thought to himself that this thing is really useful and very suitable for detecting the enemy's situation. When he thought of this, Lu Yi's heart was not particularly unbalanced. How could Lu Chen, a recognized waste, come up with so many useful and weird things after arriving in the North Country? The Northern Kingdom is still a bitter cold land, and these things can be produced in such a poor place. So if his father had entrusted the Northern King to a richer place in the south, wouldn't the Northern King be able to fly by now? Just when Lu Yi was wondering how the Northern King had these things, Xian Chen said from the side, "Your Highness, I plan to launch an attack on Hiang County tomorrow. What do you think?" Hearing Xian Chen's words, Lu Yi moved the telescope in front of him, then turned to look at Xian Chen and said, "Is General Xian sure?" Xian Chen said, "I still said what I just said, we will be able to occupy the opposite side in less than 3 days." Lu Yi said, "Then I will wait for the good news from General Xian." Lu Yi didn't think that Xian Chen could reach the opposite side in 3 days. He just looked through the telescope and found that there were already many soldiers stationed on the opposite side, and the fortifications and even catapults were ready. He wanted 3 days to reach the opposite side. Just take it, how easy it is there. But now that Xian Chen has said it, Lu Yi doesn't want to say anything more. Xian Chen is not his own person anyway. The more arrogant the Northern King's subordinates are, the better it is for him. If one day he and the Northern King fall out and a war breaks out, these arrogant generals are likely to become a disaster for the Northern Kingdom. However, Lu Yi soon discovered that Xian Chen was not arrogant. On the contrary, Xian Chen's estimated time was somewhat conservative. At the same time, opposite river bank, a general in armor looked at the military camp where the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom were stationed, and said confidently, "I have long heard that the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom are brave and good at fighting. They are very powerful. I asked this general to learn from him. I want to see what the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom are like. How awesome!" Early the next morning, Lu Yi was still sleeping in the camp, but the deafening sound of drums woke him up. When he woke up, his face was very ugly. He said to the guards outside the camp, "Chen Lai, what happened?" The guard immediately entered the camp and said, "Back to your Highness, General Xian has launched an attack." Hearing this, Lu Yi's face instantly darkened. Although Xian Chen and the others were not his subordinates, they were sent by the Northern King to help him occupy Hiang County. As a result, these guys didn't say anything to him before launching an attack, and started beating drums directly, pretending that he didn't know anything about it. Existence is the same. Feeling unhappy, Lu Yi didn't say much. He got up and got dressed without eating breakfast, and went directly to the front position. He wanted to see how the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom fought. As soon as Lu Yi arrived at the front line position, the artillery position made a deafening sound. Lu Yi was not far from the artillery position. Every shelling seemed to directly impact his internal organs, making his body involuntarily tremble with the sound of the shelling. Soon, Lu Yi discovered that there was a sky full of mud on the other side. Lu Yi quickly asked someone to bring a telescope to observe the situation on the other side. Lu Yi's legs couldn't help but started to tremble when he saw the iron balls fired by the artillery explode directly, sending King Huai's soldiers flying all over the sky. Is this the power of these weapons? Very scary. Lu Yi finally understood why the barbarians and Dao were no longer opponents of the North Country. The power of these artillery had already caught up with the Grand Masters. The key was that there were enough weapons. As long as the North Country can keep producing, even if a certain country or force has enough Grand Masters, it may not be the North Country's opponent. The constant consumption of these artillery may be able to drag a Grand Master to death. Seeing the shells constantly harvesting the lives of soldiers on the other side, Lu Yi's face turned pale. What kind of war was this? It was just a one-sided massacre. With the power of this artillery, would it take 3 days to reach the other side? No, I'm afraid it won't even take an hour. Lu Yi soon discovered that there were already northern warships crossing the river. These warships were temporarily modified, but the night shift on the warships was equipped with some small guns such as mortars. When the warships were approaching the other side of the river, some remaining soldiers of King Huai still wanted to resist, but they were defeated by a few cannons. Was sent away. The shelling lasted for only about half an hour, and soon the flags of Lu Yi's personal guards were planted on the opposite river bank fortifications. Lu Chen and the others only helped Lu Yi occupy Hiang County, so the flag could not be from the Northern Kingdom. Seeing the waving flag on the flagpole, Lu Yi sat down on the ground. It stands to reason that he should be happy that the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom successfully crossed the river, and he will be able to capture Hiang County soon, and he will be able to make a comeback soon, but he is not happy at all at this moment. Lu Yi was filled with fear when he thought that he might have to face artillery from the north in the future. If he had led a traditional army to launch a battle across the river, he might not have been able to defeat it within a few months. However, it took the northern army less than an hour to destroy the defenders on the other side. What kind of war is this? If one day the king of the north leads his troops south, will it take less than a month to seize the capital and change the dynasty? Lu Yi's personal guards quickly supported Lu Yi. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Your Highness, are you okay? Your Highness. Lu Yi's eyes were dull at this time, as if he could no longer hear the outside world. He sat on the ground and looked at the smoke of artillery fire on the other side of the river. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yi's ears could gradually hear the voices of the guards. He said feebly, "Help me up." The guards quickly helped Lu Yi up and helped him back to the camp. The scene he saw today shocked Lu Yi deeply. He had never thought that the war could be so fast. When Chen sent troops to occupy the other side of the river, he came outside Lu Yi's camp. He originally planned to give Lu Yi a symbolic report on the battle situation, but Lu Yi's personal guards stopped Chen directly and said, "General Chen, Your Highness, you are not feeling well, and he has given you full responsibility for this war. You can talk to him after you capture Hiang County, and you don't need to report to him in the middle." Chen did not continue to pester, he cupped his hands and said, "I understand, then Your Highness should have a good rest." After one day, in Shunan City, Lu Yang was enjoying Meiji's service. At this moment, a group of generals poured into the hall. "Your Majesty, something serious has happened." "Your Majesty, the eldest prince is here." The sudden influx of generals directly made Lu Yang feel stressed. His body instantly became stiff, and his fat body lay on Meiji's body, unable to get up. Lu Yang said in horror, "How is that possible?" "Impossible." With Quan Pinghe resisting, how could the northern soldiers cross the river so quickly? After seeing Lu Yang lying on his stomach, looking panicked and trying to get up but unable to get up, the generals became even more panicked. They were defeated generals and finally found a stable place. They originally thought they could continue their luxurious life here, but the eldest prince quickly shattered their illusions. At this moment, a general suddenly said, "You have also seen the weapons used by the Northern Kingdom just now. If this continues, we will definitely die." Another general said, "Why don't you vote? Now is the time when the eldest prince needs people, and he will definitely not make things difficult for us." After hearing what they said, the fat pig Lu Yang, who was lying on Meiji, echoed, "Yes, surrender. I surrender." However, as soon as he said these words, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Yang, and they showed fierce killing intent. The next moment, a general drew his sword and pierced Lu Yang and Meiji directly. Lu Yang couldn't figure it out. It was these guys who originally supported him to take over his father's position, but in the end, these guys killed him like this. End of chapter. Chapter 415. As long as King Bei falls in love with me. After Lu Yang died, Lu Yang's men took Lu Yang's head and surrendered to the northern soldiers. It only took Lu Chen less than half a month from launching the attack to taking over the entire Hiang County. Although Lu Yi has been staying in his tent, he also knows what is happening outside. He had actually predicted Lu Yang's outcome from the first day of the war. Lu Chen only took 1 day to complete the battle across the river, and how could he be bombed by the artillery from the north? How could King Huai's subordinates still be alive? The thought of resistance. After Lu Chen took control of the entire Hiang County, he came to Lu Yi's camp again. He didn't come to Lu Yi these days. He knew that Lu Yi had been stimulated and didn't want to see others now. But now that Hiang County has been defeated, King Huai's head has also fallen off, and King Huai's men have surrendered to Lu Yi. Next, it is Lu Yi's turn. After Lu Chen came outside Lu Yi's tent, he said loudly, "Your Highness, Hiang County has been captured. King Huai's men have sent King Huai's head over. What do you think we should do next?" After hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lu Yi inside the tent coughed violently. The guards outside the camp quickly said, "General Yuan, His Highness has been ill for the past few days and has not recovered yet. How about you take care of those people first and wait until His Highness recovers?" After hearing what the personal guard said, Lu Chen said, "Okay then." Lu Chen didn't think much about it. He then left the military camp and went directly to the other side of the river. After a few days, Lu Yi's illness finally improved, and Lu Yi did not choose to kill King Huai's men. Although Lu Yi felt in his heart that these people were unreliable, they surrendered with Lu Yang's head in hand. These people would surrender once or countless times. If a war breaks out between him and Lu Chen one day, these guys might also surrender. In order to surrender, he would kill himself, or tie himself up and send him to the North Country. But there is no other way. He is unwilling in his heart. He is short of people around him now, so he can only keep these guys for the time being. These soldiers in the Northern Kingdom are indeed very valuable, but they are not his people. They will return to the Northern Kingdom soon, and he must seize the time to create an army of his own. Since seeing the fighting style of the Northern Kingdom, Lu Yi has become more anxious. He must quickly develop his own power, and then find a way to obtain the blueprints for the cannons from the Northern Kingdom. He cannot continue to be decadent. After Lu Yi arrived at Shunan City, the capital of Hiang County, he issued an announcement saying that traitors were now in power and the emperor was deceived. As the prince, he wanted to stand up to save Daxia and eradicate the traitors. He invited the righteous people in the world to join him. "Let's go to Beijing together to serve the king." As soon as the slogan "Go to Beijing and work hard" was shouted, many forces chose to join Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi seems to be relatively weak now, those forces are not fools. They have seen the behemoth behind Lu Yi. It took Lu Yi less than a month to occupy Hiang County, obviously with the strong support of the Northern King. With the support of the Northern King, it would not be easy for Lu Yi to successfully seek power and usurp the throne. Moreover, Lu Yi was originally the prince, and he was the first heir to the throne. The news soon spread to the capital. When Emperor Xia heard that Lu Yi had attracted a large number of people and was going to join the King of Qin in Beijing, he was extremely happy. He originally thought that Lu Yi would occupy Hiang County and then develop it for a period of time. He did not expect that Lu Yi would shout the slogan "Go to Beijing and work hard for the king" so quickly. Since Lu Yi has already shouted this slogan, it means that the army under his command will soon advance towards the capital. As long as Lu Yi arrives in the capital, I'm afraid it won't be long before the traitor in the north takes action. At the same time, Northland, Road Mansion. Xuelinglong was wearing a black gauze gown, which was looming, as if she could see the snow-white skin underneath. At this time, Yu Tianluo came to Xuelinglong and handed a piece of information to Xuelinglong. Xuelinglong took the information, opened it, glanced at it, and then said with a soft smile, "The military strength of the North Country is really strong. It didn't even take a month to occupy the entire Hiang County. If the King of the North really leads his troops south, it will probably take less than a month to reach the capital." Yu Tianluo said from the side at this time, "It is basically confirmed that King Bei is the son of destiny we are looking for. If we can sacrifice him, we can definitely resurrect the leader, but King Bei has been staying in Yanqing, and the heavenly being from Xuanyu Palace seems to be in Yanqing as well. If we want to take King Bei away, it may not be that easy." Xuelinglong said, "This is simple. The Northern King likes beauty. I can sacrifice my appearance to seduce the Northern King. As long as King Bei falls in love with me, I can find ways to trick him into offering sacrifices in the future." Hearing this, Yu Tianluo was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Holy girl, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. After all, you are a saint of the Taiyan sect and the leader's woman. If you wait until the leader is resurrected and let him know what happened between you and King Bei, he will probably..." Yu Tianluo did not continue. He believed that Xuelinglong understood what he meant. Xuelinglong said calmly, "If I don't sacrifice my appearance, how can I get close to the North King? If I can't get close to the North King, how can I resurrect the leader? The first thing we need to do now is to resurrect the leader. As for other issues, we will consider them after the leader is resurrected. Besides, I don't really intend to devote myself to it like this. With the yin-yang mirror, I can create some illusions that are close to reality." Hearing this, Yu Tianluo reacted instantly. Yes, there is a yin-yang mirror on their saintess. The function of the yin-yang mirror is not just to cover up a person's aura and strength, but it can also create illusions, and most people can't tell whether the illusion is real or fake. Yu Tianluo felt relieved now. Next, they just need to plan carefully how to get close to King Bei so that King Bei will not notice their purpose. At this moment, inside the Northern Prince's mansion, Wu Yunwan sat in the pavilion, looking at the information sent by her entourage, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Murong Shwetter said from the side, "Why did your highness sigh? Is it because the prince has not come to your room for too long?" Hearing this, Wu Yunwan sneered, "Who do you think I am? Do you think I am the kind of dissolute person who only knows how to enjoy the pleasure of men and women?" Murong Shwetter did not feel scared because of Wu Yunwan's cold tone. She said calmly, "According to my observation some time ago, His Highness seems to really enjoy it." Wu Yunwan said coldly, "How dare you speak to me like this in the North Country?" Speaking of this, Wu Yunwan directly put the information in front of Murong Shwetter. Murong Shwetter took a look at the information and found that it was information about Hiang County. Murong Shwetter expected that the North could capture Hiang County so quickly. After all, the military strength of the North was obvious to all. Wu Yunwan suddenly asked, "Have you ever seen the power of a cannon?" Murong Shwetter replied, "I also want to see you, but it's a pity that the prince is always wary of me." Wu Yunwan said, "If I ask him to see the artillery up close, do you think he will agree?" Murong Shwetter said, "If it is His Highness, I believe that your Majesty will agree." Hearing Murong Shwetter's words, Wu Yunwan sighed again, "It would be great if that little man really agreed. She has been in the North Country for so long, and she has yet to come into contact with artillery. The last time Lu Chen sent Lu Yi off, she saw the metal pipes on the train from a distance. She now wanted to know how powerful the artillery was." At this moment, a familiar man's voice sounded at the door of the courtyard. If you want to see the artillery, it's not impossible. You just have a chance this afternoon. End of chapter. Chapter 416, Does Her Majesty the Queen like it? After hearing the man's voice, the two women turned to look at the door of the yard at the same time, only to see the bad guy they had not seen for almost half a month swaggering into the yard. Lu Chen walked directly to sit next to Wu Yunhuan, and then naturally put his arms around Wu Yunhuan's waist. Wu Yunhuan chuckled and said, King Bei is really a busy man. I haven't seen King Bei for almost half a month. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, My fault, I'm really busy recently. Wu Yunhuan said, As the head of a country, your prince admits his mistakes at every turn. Wouldn't it be a loss of dignity? Lu Chen said with a smile, Dignity is only for outsiders. Wu Yunhuan continued, I heard that the palace lord of Swanya Palace came to Buwang Mansion. Buwang has been so busy in the past half-month. Could it be that he was busy discussing important matters with the palace lord in bed? Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at Mirong Shuer who was standing aside, and asked with a smile, Shuer, do you smell a sour smell? Mirong Shuer replied expressionlessly, this slave smelled it and was very sour. Seeing the two people singing and mirroring her, Wu Yunhuan snorted coldly, and then said, The prince just said that he would have a chance to take us to see the artillery in the north in the afternoon. I wonder if what the prince said is true. Lu Chen said, Of course. I'll take you there later. Seeing that Lu Chen really agreed, the two women were very happy. Although they are now enamored of Lu Chen and have no plans to do anything in the north country, they still have some obsessions with some things deep in their hearts. One of their obsessions is that they really want to know how powerful the weapons in the north are. Wu Yunhuan continued to ask at this time, You helped the eldest prince take over Hiang County, and also assisted the eldest prince in developing his power. Aren't you afraid that he will become a bad guy and you won't be able to do anything against him? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, If I were really worried about this, I wouldn't lend him troops. Seeing that Lu Chen disapproved, Wu Yunhuan reminded at the side, Lend troops to others casually, and bring weapons from the north. Be careful, they will steal your weapons from the north, and then use the weapons from the north to attack the north. Hearing Wu Yunhuan's reminder, Lu Chen took hold of Wu Yunhuan's body and pulled her towards him, and then said, I didn't expect you to care so much about things in the north country now. It seems that you are already used to your new identity. Wu Yunhuan said expressionlessly, I just don't want to see the North Kingdom's weapons spread out and bring more wars to this world. Lu Chen said, You are really not frank at all. At this time, Lu Chen let go of Wu Yunhuan's waist, stood up directly and said, Let's go, follow me to watch the artillery training. Hearing this, the two women were instantly interested. They quickly stood up and followed Lu Chen to the artillery barracks. The artillery training was quite active, so it was some distance away from Yanchanj. They even took a short train ride when going to the artillery barracks. Wu Yunhuan and Mirong Shuer were sitting in the train, feeling filled with emotions. Compared with the carriage, Lu Chen's exclusive train carriage was more spacious and more luxurious. As the eldest princess, Wu Yunhuan had never ridden in such a luxurious car in her life. Lu Chen's exclusive train carriage was no different from a mobile room, and there was even a bed inside the carriage. Seeing the bed not far away, Wu Yunhuan seemed to see the scene of Lu Chen doing bad things with his wives and concubines on that bed. When the two women were distracted, Lu Chen said, We will sleep on the train tonight and not go back. Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan and Mirong Shuer were startled. They knew exactly what they were thinking just now. A blush appeared on the cheeks of both women for a while. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance, just like thunder. When they heard such dense thunder, the two women were startled. They didn't think it was thunder. After all, the sky was still clear outside. How could there be such dense thunder? According to the intelligence they collected before, weapons in the north are closely related to thunder. It seemed that they had almost arrived at the artillery barracks in the north country. At this time, the train whistled and made a woo sound, and then the train began to slow down, and after a while, the train stopped. Lu Chen took the two women out of the train. As soon as they got out of the train, a strong smell of gunpowder hit their noses. Wu Yunhuan and Mirong Shuer had never smelled such a strong smell of gunpowder, and this smell made them feel very uncomfortable. At this time, the two women quickly determined the direction of the thunder by listening to the sound, and their eyes were all looking in that direction. Wu Yunhuan asked, "Is this thunder coming from the artillery in the north?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, but it is more accurate to call the sound of cannons." Wu Yunhuan turned to look at Lu Chen and asked for confirmation, "Are you sure you want to take us to see your soldier training? I and Shuer are both sent by the enemy country to steal intelligence. Although they have been married for a long time and have been together many times, this relationship is not necessarily reliable. Honey trap is the most common strategy. Even if they say how much they love Lu Chen on the bed, or even call her husband, 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 they may still betray her." Wu Yunhuan and Mirong Shuer always believed that Lu Chen did not really trust them, but because Lu Chen was strong enough, they were not afraid of them stealing any information from the North Palace. The artillery of the North was the core secret of the North. Wu Yunhuan still couldn't believe that Lu Chen would take the initiative to expose the core secret to the two of them. Lu Chen smiled and said, "We've already come this far. Do you think I'm teasing you?" Wu Yunhuan said lightly, "I hope you won't regret it then." Lu Chen didn't pay attention. He took Wu Yunhuan and Mirong Shuer directly to the training ground. When the soldiers who were training heard that the prince had arrived, they quickly stopped training and lined up in 2 rows to wait for Lu Chen's arrival. When Lu Chen walked into the training ground, the soldiers said in unison, "Greetings to the prince. The prince is 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old." After Lu Chen entered the training ground, he said, "Don't worry about King Bei, you continue training." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the soldiers returned to their original positions again. At this time, Wu Yunhuan and Mirong Shuer's eyes had fallen on the cannons in the artillery field. They stared directly at the operations of the soldiers, as if they were afraid of missing a step. After a while, a soldier pulled the gun rope, and then a deafening sound came, and then the shooting range in the distance was blown up with dust. Seeing this shocking scene, both women were stunned. Wu Yunhuan felt a little uncomfortable. No wonder the Northern Kingdom was able to defeat the Dahu dynasty so easily. She sensed the realm of these artillerymen. Most of these artillerymen were first class, and some were not even first class, that is, they were ordinary people with stronger bodies. An ordinary person can control such a powerful weapon, and one shell of this weapon is enough to kill a Grand Master, and can even contain the actions of the Grand Master. If there are enough weapons, the warriors of other dynasties will be as good as ordinary people in front of the Northern Kingdom. There is no difference between people. No, to be precise, they are no different from ants. At this time, the training soldiers fired a salvo of artillery. In an instant, countless huge craters were blown out of the shooting range in the distance, and the dust raised several meters high seemed to form a wall. Wu Yunhuan was completely stunned, and Mirong Shuer next to her felt almost the same as Wu Yunhuan. She thought to herself that if the Dayu dynasty really faced off against the Northern Kingdom, it would probably have no chance of winning. From this point of view, it was only a matter of time before she regained her freedom. The original agreement between her and Lu Chen was that after the Dayu dynasty was destroyed, Lu Chen would give her freedom. The Northern Kingdom possesses such powerful weapons, and Dayu's destruction is a certainty. Mirong Shuer suddenly felt a little confused in her heart. If one day she really regains her freedom, what will she do? Leave the North Country and find a place with a more scholarly atmosphere to live? The sound of artillery continued, but at this time the two women's thoughts were no longer on the artillery field. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen saw that the two of them were distracted, so he said, "Do you want to try it out for yourself?" After hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wu Yunwan came back to her senses and said, "It seems that you are really not afraid of me figuring out the structure of these artillery pieces." Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Wu Yunwan continued, "No need, I have also noticed that it is not difficult to use these artillery pieces, and what is really effective in killing enemies is not the artillery pieces, but those metal balls." Seeing that Wu Yunwan was not interested, Lu Chen said, "Since you are not interested, let's go to other places to see how other soldiers are trained." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen took the two girls to other training grounds. After an afternoon, Wu Yunwan also saw that in addition to possessing terrifying weapons, the Northern Kingdom's army training methods and military discipline were very different. Their army seems to be more disciplined and truly follows orders and prohibitions. This made Wu Yunwan very surprised. Such a lecherous guy actually had an army with such good military discipline. The quality of this army was not at all compatible with the ruler of King Bei. At dusk, Lu Chen took Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer back to the train. "The moonlight is beautiful tonight." The moonlight shines into the carriage through the train window and shines on people's faces, making them look like they are radiating holy light. Lu Chen brought Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer to the second carriage. At this time, the table in the carriage was already filled with food. The lights were not turned on in the carriage, but some candles were lit. The food became more attractive under the light of the candles, making people more appetizing. Wu Yunwan was a little confused and didn't know what Lu Chen was doing. Lu Chen smiled and said to Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer, "Please sit down." The two girls didn't think much and sat down to enjoy their dinner. It had to be said that the food in the palace was to their liking. Since they moved into the palace, the two of them could no longer get used to eating outside food. Wu Yunwan said at this time, "I heard that the prince has dinner with his wives and concubines every night. Why don't you go back and have dinner with them today?" Although Wu Yunwan has never been to Fenjiun courtyard, she already knows most about the situation in the inner courtyard of the palace. Hearing Wu Yunwan's question, Lu Chen said calmly, "Aren't I going to take you to watch the soldiers train today? I have no choice but to make it back." Wu Yunwan said, "With the speed of the train, if the prince wants to go back, he can still catch up with the dinner at the prince's palace. Although the artillery barracks Yanchange is relatively far away, it is not impossible to get back, not to mention that they are taking a train, which is much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. Even if he went back now, Lu Chen might be able to catch up with dinner at the palace." Wu Yunwan clearly felt that this little man was planning something famous. Lu Chen said, "You two have been coming to the palace for a while, and I haven't had dinner with you before. Let me make it up to you tonight." Wu Yunwan said, "Does the prince think that I am as pretentious as the women in the inner courtyard of the palace?" Lu Chen laughed, "This woman is really unsophisticated." Murong Shuer on the side asked directly, "The prince came to us, there must be something important, right?" Murong Shuer also didn't think that Lu Chen came out by train with them alone just to watch the soldiers training. If it was just to watch the soldiers training, they could go back tonight. If you don't go back, there's something wrong. This bad guy must be thinking of something bad. Lu Chen smiled and then replied, "Today is the birthday of our queen. I will take her out to relax to prevent her from staying in the North Palace and getting sick." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yunwan realized that today was her birthday. She hadn't looked at the date for a long time since she came to Bawang Mansion, so she didn't expect that today was her birthday at all. Even she herself had forgotten things, but she didn't expect that this little man would remember them. This made Wu Yunwan feel a warmth in her heart. This little man actually meant something. No wonder this guy hasn't come to see me for half a month. Today, he suddenly came to his yard. It turned out that he knew it was his birthday, so he came to see him specially. So, everything in this train was specially arranged by this little man? Although she had a strange feeling in her heart, Wu Yunwan still said firmly, I don't have the habit of celebrating birthdays. Lu Chen ignored Wu Yunwan's words and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue eating. After finishing the meal, we still have a lot of things to do. Upon hearing this, the two women instantly realized what Lu Chen was talking about. Wu Yunwan laughed in her heart. She finally understood what celebrating her birthday meant. This guy was just doing that kind of thing with her in a different place. But soon the two women discovered that what Lu Chen said was not just about doing that kind of thing. Lu Chen was really prepared. After dinner, Lu Chen asked the maids to take Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer to the third carriage to take a bath. After taking a bath and changing into phoenix robes, Wu Yunwan returned to the first carriage. Wu Yunwan ran directly to the bed and lay down. She glanced at Lu Chen who was standing at the door and said coldly, come on. Lu Chen burst out laughing, when did Her Majesty the Queen become so anxious? She is more anxious than me. Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, you brought the two of us out just to play with our bodies in a different place. When did the prince become so hypocritical? Just do it directly. Lu Chen smiled and said to the maids without explaining anything, it's time to start. The next moment, the lights in the carriage went out. After a while, someone pushed a cart in front of them in the second carriage. There was a strange thing on the dining car. At this time, the maids said, Happy birthday to Her Majesty the Queen, may you always be young and beautiful. Lu Chen said, this is our custom in the north. We have to eat birthday cake on our birthday. Cake? What it is? Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer's eyes fell on the cake with candles, their faces full of confusion. Lu Chen came to the bed at this time and said directly to the maids, it's time to start. The maid then pushed the dining cart in front of Wu Yunwan and handed a dagger to Wu Yunwan. When she saw the dagger, Wu Yunwan thought the maid was an assassin. She was about to stop the maid when she was struck by Lu Shenlu's death. She was so dead that she couldn't move at all. The maid then said, Your Majesty, please cut the cake. Wu Yunwan took the dagger with a suspicious look on her face, then turned to look at Lu Chen, My lord, what are you doing? Why can't I understand this? Lu Chen explained, everyone in the palace eats cake on their birthday. This is a celebration ceremony. Just think of it as a gift. Wu Yunwan said, I have never heard of such a strange ceremony. Lu Chen said, you just heard about it. Wu Yunwan didn't think much, she started cutting the cake directly. Originally there were several steps to celebrate a birthday, but Lu Chen deliberately cancelled the 2 steps of singing a birthday song and making a wish, mainly because it was Wu Yunwan's first birthday, so there was no need to make it so troublesome. When Wu Yunwan accepted it, he would make up for those steps on his next birthday. After Wu Yunwan divided the cake into several pieces, she returned the knife to the maid, and then the maid personally cut a piece of cake for Wu Yunwan on the plate. Lu Chen smiled and said, try it and see how this cake tastes. Wu Yunwan picked up the spoon, took a spoonful of cake, and then put it into her mouth. A sweet taste exploded in her mouth instantly. Wu Yunwan was surprised. This was the first time she tasted such sweet food. At this time, the maid cut cakes for Murong Shuer and Lu Chen. Although Murong Shuer didn't understand why she wanted to eat this, she also tasted the cake. Wu Yunwan said at this time, this dessert tastes good. I didn't expect that Buwang Mansion has such a delicious dessert. Listening to Wu Yunwan's praise, Lu Chen smiled and then said, there is another show tonight. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a boom sound sounded, like thunder. Immediately afterwards, a ball of colorful starlight exploded in the sky, and then turned into a star rain and fell. Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer were stunned when they saw this scene. The two women thought it was some strange phenomenon at first, but then more and more colorful stars exploded, and for a while, the entire train carriage was illuminated. Under the night sky, the light from the fireworks entered the train, reflecting the beautiful faces of Wu Yunwan and Mirong Shuer. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen's voice rang in Wu Yunwan's ears, "Does Her Majesty the Queen like it?" End of chapter. Chapter 417. Wu Yunwan, the prince does have some abilities. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wu Yunwan came back to her senses. Under the reflection of the fireworks, her beautiful face turned slightly red. "I thought you only knew how to do that kind of thing with women. I didn't expect that the prince would use this method to make women happy. It's just a pity that these little tricks are of no use to me." Mirong Shuer on the side couldn't help but despise Wu Yunwan when she heard Wu Yunwan's words. Wu Yunwan's face turned red, her whole body was on fire, and she was still arrogant. It seemed that she was used to being the one in charge and was unwilling to admit that she had been subdued by this man. Mirong Shuer said at this time, "Congratulations to the prince for completely capturing the heart of the princess." Hearing Mirong Shuer's abrupt words, Wu Yunwan said coldly, "Oh, that's ridiculous." Seeing Wu Yunwan blushing and pretending to be cold, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. He liked to see Wu Yunwan's tough talk. At this time, the gorgeous fireworks were still blooming in the sky. After Wu Yunwan ate some cakes, she placed the plate on the dining car. The maid quickly brought the silk scarf. Wu Yunwan wiped her red lips and said, "I have finished eating, please push it down." Hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Mirong Shuer also put the plate in her hand on the dining car. Although this cake was indeed the most delicious dessert Wu Yunwan had ever tasted, Wu Yunwan had had dinner at first, so she couldn't eat much. And she had no intention of eating right now. She hadn't interacted with the little man in front of her in half a month. Today, this little man suddenly brought her out, and even did this, which made Wu Yunwan unable to hold back her inner impulse. I have to say that this little man is really good at dealing with his women. Although Wu Yunwan did not admit it with her mouth, she already recognized Lu Chen's little tricks in her heart. After the maid pushed the dining car away, the other maids seemed to understand something, and they quickly pulled down the curtains of the train. At this time, the yellowish ambient light was also turned on in the room. Under the illumination of the ambient light, Wu Yunwan's snow-white skin turned a little yellowish, but precisely because of this, Wu Yunwan became more charming and passionate. Wu Yunwan said indifferently, "If the prince has prepared these things for the little maid next to you today, I am afraid that she has been so moved that she would like to be your slave girl for the rest of her life. She is willing to do so. It is a pity that you prepared them for me. It seems that you have to prepare them for me. I disappoint the prince." The little palace maid Wu Yunwan mentioned naturally refers to Mirong Shuer. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then put Wu Yunwan down on the bed, looked at her condescendingly and said, "Oh, really, then it seems that your majesty is a woman with a heart of stone. But what I'm best at is dealing with a woman with a heart of stone like your majesty." Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, "Then I would like to see what other methods the famous King Bei has up his sleeves." Wu Yunwan's tone was obviously full of provocation. Lu Chen smiled, this woman was a bit interesting. Then Lu Chen leaned down directly and kissed Wu Yunwan's red lips. After Wu Yunwan struggled slightly for a few times, she raised her jade arms and hugged Lu Chen's neck directly. At this time, Mirong Shuer, who was standing aside, showed a contemptuous smile when she saw this scene. Princess Wu, when she arrived at Bawang Mansion and in front of Bawang, she finally became like her. Wu Yunwan is nothing more than that. I don't know why, but since seeing a noble person like Wu Yunwan fall, Mirong Shuer felt happy in her heart. At first, she always felt that she was conquered by this bad man so quickly, and thought that she was a shameless woman. Now that she saw that even Dahu's eldest princess was like this and couldn't live without Queen Bei, she suddenly felt that it was not a shame to be conquered by King Bei. This bad man does have some skills. But having said that, was it a little too much torture for her to watch this couple doing indecent things? This made her seem to have become a maidservant. Although she was indeed a maidservant serving Emperor Yu, after she came to the northern kingdom, she also had the status of an envoy stationed abroad. Just when Murong Shuer had some emotions in her heart, Lu Chen and Wu Yunwan had forgotten everything. "My Hao Wan Wan, please call me husband." "Well, husband." Hearing Wu Yunwan's voice, Murong Shuer snorted softly, stood up directly, and prepared to walk aside. However, as soon as she stood up, she was pulled back by the dog man. Before she could react, Lu Chen's mouth directly blocked her red lips. One was the dignified and noble eldest princess of the dynasty, and the other was a cold and elegant talented woman. Putting these two together directly made Lu Chen's inner violent emotions rise to the top. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yunwan suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. These lights did not rise directly into the sky, but surrounded her body. Immediately afterwards, a huge radiating tornado cloud gathered above the train. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen and Murong Shuer were stunned. Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. Although there was no beam of light emanating from Wu Yunwan's body, Wu Yunwan's aura was already similar to his own. In other words, Wu Yunwan has now entered the Hedao stage and is a pseudo-celestial being. Lu Chen's eyes were opened. Wu Yunwan would actually enter the Hedao stage under such circumstances and become a pseudo-celestial being. So what test will this world give her? For a moment, Lu Chen was filled with curiosity. At this time, Wu Yunwan looked at her body emitting golden light in confusion, and Lu Chen quickly came back to his senses. Not knowing whether Wu Yunwan would feel differently in this state, Lu Chen directly threw Murong Shuer aside. Before Wu Yunwan could react, Wu Yunwan was once again attracted by Lu Chen. Chen was dragged over. Practice has proven that Wu Yunwan does give people a different feeling in this state. Soon the golden light on Wu Yunwan returned to her body, and the vision in the sky gradually dissipated. Early morning. The sun shines through the train window and into the carriage. At this time, the carriage is extremely chaotic. A torn phoenix robe falls on the aisle of the carriage. Lu Chen hugged Wu Yunwan. Wu Yunwan was half lying on Lu Chen, and Murong Shuer was lying next to Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen's exclusive train carriage is relatively large, it is still much smaller than the room in Buwang Mansion, and the bed inside the carriage is also relatively small. So we couldn't lie down side by side, so we had to do this. After Wu Yunwan woke up, she said directly, "I admit that the prince is indeed somewhat capable and knows how to serve others. From now on, you will be my male favorite." Seeing that Wu Yunwan started to be harsh again after waking up, Murong Shuer on the side chuckled and said, "This is the first time I saw a princess being bullied by her male favorite." She had no power to fight back and could only cry and scream. Seeing Murong Shuer trying to undermine her, Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, and then said, "If Qin Guo comes to the North Prince's mansion one day, I would like to ask her how she educates the maids around her." Hearing what Wu Yunwan said, Lu Chen became interested. "Oh? Listening to what you said, you seem to think that Emperor Yu will appear in the North Palace sooner or later. Didn't you say that she would rather die than surrender in the end?" Wu Yunwan said, "If the prince is really capable of defeating the Great Xia Dynasty, I can act as a lobbyist and persuade Qin Guo to follow the prince." Seeing Wu Yunwan's sudden change in attitude, Lu Chen gently stroked Wu Yunwan's jade back and asked directly, "Tell me, what is the test for you to become a heavenly being?" Hearing this question, Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment, and then she said coldly, "Do you think I will tell you such an important thing to me?" Seeing that Wu Yunwan was unwilling to tell, Lu Chen did not continue to ask. He smiled and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I probably have some guesses. I'm afraid your test of becoming a heavenly being has a lot to do with me." Seeing that Lu Chen had actually guessed something, Wu Yunwan's heart tightened. If this little man knew about the test of becoming a celestial being, he still didn't know what he would think of him, and he couldn't let him know under any circumstances. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan said, "Your Majesty is still as shameless as ever. How can my test of becoming a heavenly being have anything to do with you? Hearing the conversation between the two, Murong Shuer felt a little horrified. No wonder Wu Yunwan's body emitted a golden light last night. It turned out that Wu Yunwan had entered the legendary Hedao stage and was now a pseudo-celestial being. This is too strange. How can anyone enter the Hedao stage while doing that kind of thing? End of chapter. Chapter 418. No one can stop her from going home. A world of mist. On a towering mountain, a woman wearing purple clouds stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the black mist that shrouded the world in the distance. This mountaintop is one of the few places in the world that is not shrouded in fog. At this time, the woman said to herself, "It seems that the restriction is about to be broken. I don't know if I will be able to see the two disciples I accepted when I go to that world again. Although it seems that the ban will be gone, this process is relatively long, maybe 10 years, or maybe 100 years. To immortal cultivators with long lifespans, 100 years may not be a big deal, but to ordinary people, 100 years is a lifetime. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. If the two disciples she had accepted were not able to break through to the heavenly realm in her lifetime, I am afraid that when the restriction disappears and she goes to that low-level world again, she will only be able to see their two graves." Thinking of this, the woman sighed slightly. When she went to that low-level world, she shouldn't have been contaminated by this cause and effect. The woman suddenly regretted accepting those two disciples as her disciples. At this time, a man was wearing a white robe. A man who looked like an immortal appeared behind the woman. The man glanced at the fog in the distance and said with a smile, "Junior sister, it seems that the ban will disappear completely soon. Once the ban disappears, our immortal sect will rise again." Hearing this, the woman frowned, and then said, "Brother, have you forgotten how we ended up here?" Hearing this, the man said nonchalantly, "We were exiled to this place because we were not strong enough, so we should work harder to become stronger. One day, I will bring the enchanted immortal sect back to kill us. Get rid of all those enemies." The woman tried to persuade her, "Brother, there are some things you should let go of." Hearing the woman's words, the man snorted coldly, and then said, "Junior sister, you are still so merciful and soft-hearted. Those ants in the low-level world deserve your sympathy. They are just a bunch of trash. It is their honor to be the nourishment of our immortal sect." The woman said coldly, "Brother, you have changed. You were not this kind of person before." Hearing this, the man laughed and said, "People can change. When I knew that our master only regarded us as objects to seize our lives, I changed. This world is cruel. If I was still as naive as before, the mystic immortal sect would have been destroyed long ago. I believe that junior sister you will understand senior brother one day." Having said this, the man's figure disappeared instantly. Only the woman in the purple dress was left standing on the top of the mountain. The wild land of the northwest. On the endless grassland, a voluptuous woman stood on the hillside, looking at the barbarian army in the distance. The woman's figure is bulging forward and backward, and is very exposed. She only has a few gauze clothes on her body, and her fair and flat belly is exposed. Her fair body exudes a strong aura of temptation. Although her subordinates all know her cruelty, but their eyes couldn't help but fall on the woman. At this time, a barbarian general came to the woman. The barbarian general handed a stack of white paper to the woman. "Goddess, this is the information about the recent dynasties." The woman took the white paper and said to herself, "I didn't expect people in this world to be able to make such delicate papers so quickly." Having said this, the woman looked through the paper and was slightly surprised when she saw the information recorded on the paper. "Sure enough, it's pretty much what I expected. This northern country is indeed a bit tricky. Mysterious weapon. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it should not be able to withstand the battle formation." At this time, the barbarian general in front of Mu Yungzi said, "Goddess, the major tribes in the grassland have completed their gathering. We have also sent troops to destroy those who are unwilling to surrender to us. Now that the barbarian tribes are unified again, the kings of each tribe are willing to listen to you. You only need to give an order, and we will follow your lead and crush several great dynasties." Hearing this, Mu Yongzi chuckled, and then said, "How are you doing with the exercises and battle formations I asked you to practice?" This. The barbarian general was stunned for a moment and did not continue. Mu Yongzi said, "I don't want to lead troops south immediately, but with your current strength, let alone going south, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat even the weakest Black Dragon Kingdom. You forgot about King Apocalypse so quickly." The barbarian general immediately said, "What the goddess said is that my subordinates are too impatient." Mu Yongzi continued, "Seize the time to practice battle formations, and go south to destroy Dayu in 5 years." Seeing that the goddess gave a clear time, the barbarian general became excited instantly, and he immediately said, "Yes, goddess." Speaking of this, Mu Yongzi looked at the barbarian army practicing battle formations in the distance again, and she couldn't help but think, "I just hope that Northland will not become a variable." Thinking of this, Mu Yongzi's eyes became firm. No one can stop her from going home. With the help of Xian Yuan Chen, Lu Yi quickly established a firm foothold in Hiang County. Not only did he gain a firm foothold, he even built a large team. Among this team, there are many people who escaped from the feudal country that was destroyed by King Zhao. As soon as Lu Yi gathered his troops, he immediately expanded his army and continued to expand his territory. Soon Lu Yi controlled 3 counties, and Lu Yi's sphere of influence continued to expand toward the capital. According to Lu Yi's expansion speed, in less than a year, the area controlled by Lu Yi would be bordering the capital. Lu Yi also knows that he is just a pawn of Lu Chen, but he is not willing to be a pawn. He must seize the time to become stronger. In addition to expanding his territory and power, Lu Yi is also making secondary preparations. He is also trying to get in touch with the demon cult, trying to get more support from the demon cult, and then trying to get those from the North Kingdom. Arms. The war when Xian Yuan Chen attacked Hiang County was a huge shock to Lu Yi. Now he often has nightmares when he sleeps at night, dreaming that he was blown apart by cannons. Now he has a deep obsession with firearms, that is, he must have firearms. Only if he owns artillery, will he not be afraid of the Northern Army. However, it is not easy to get the blueprints for making artillery. Recently, he tried to let several forces steal the firearms brought by Xian Yuan Chen and the others, but they all failed. Some of them were successful, but the guns they brought back had no gunpowder, and after they dismantled them, they didn't see anything interesting. Lu Yi secretly summoned more craftsmen to try to develop weapons similar to the Northland firearms. Lu Yi's little move was quickly noticed by the Jin Yiwei. It was unusual to encounter a thief in the military camp, not to mention more than once. Soon the news reached Lu Chen's ears. North. Buwang Mansion, Study Room. After listening to Liang Zong's report, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Chen asked, "Have you found out who did it?" Liang Zong replied, "Back to your lord, those thieves are all dead men. As soon as they are caught, they will immediately commit suicide by taking poison or directly blowing up their pubic area without any clues at all." Lu Chen smiled, and then said, "It is most likely that my eldest brother was stimulated by the artillery, and he couldn't sit still. Even if you don't find out who did it, you can probably guess it. After all, the incident happened in Hiang County." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "Now that the eldest prince has established a firm foothold in Hiang County and has his own power, it's time for General Xian Yuan and the others to return to the Northern Kingdom." At this time, Lu Chen picked up a pen and a piece of white paper, and started writing. While writing, he said, "I will ask a messenger to send a message to General Xian Yuan later, asking him to lead the army to evacuate Hiang County as soon as possible and return to the Northland." Liang Zong cupped his hands and said, Yes, Your Majesty. After Lu Chen finished writing the letter, he handed the letter in his hand to Liang Zong. Liang Zong immediately left the northern palace and sent someone to deliver military orders. As soon as Liang Zong left the north palace, a maid entered the study and said, Your Majesty, the eldest princess came to the palace again today. After hearing the maid's report, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. Xuelinglong has been coming every day during this period. It seems that she wants to get close to him. If that's the case, then give her this chance. Night. Fenjai Yunyuan. Lu Chen didn't go to Chen Wanrong's room today. He went there every day before, and Yun Xianxian was already in a mood. Lu Chen put his arms around Mu Zixuan's waist, pressed his chest against her jade back, and laid his head on her shoulder. He said close to her ear, My dear concubine, if the emperor's wife comes again tomorrow, please help me. Please do me a favor. Mu Zixuan had just done something bad with Lu Chen, and she said weakly, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please tell me. Lu Chen continued, Create an opportunity for me to meet the emperor's wife alone. She comes here every day these days. It's obvious that she comes to get close to me, but she never has the chance. Since she wants to get close to me, I'll give her a chance. Hearing Lu Chen talk about Xuelinglong, it seemed that her body had changed. Mu Zixuan said, Wang Jai, you are not going to take action against her, are you? Lu Chen smiled and said, What do you think, my beloved concubine? Mu Zixuan took a few deep breaths and said, I understand. At this time, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, and then said, Your Majesty, I have something I want to discuss with you. Hearing this, Lu Chen asked curiously, If there is something wrong with my concubine, just tell me. Having said this, Lu Chen turned over, then turned Mu Zixuan's body around, and the two hugged each other sideways. Lu Chen looked at Mu Zixuan's crimson cheeks and wanted to hear what she was talking about. Mu Zixuan said, Your Majesty, now the Buwang mansion has more and more properties, and my ability is limited, so I can no longer manage them. Mu Zixuan is quite capable. If she is only asked to manage the affairs in the Buwang mansion, she will definitely be able to manage it in an orderly manner. And there weren't many properties in Buwang mansion at the beginning, so she naturally didn't have much pressure. But as some industries grew bigger and bigger, and there were more and more industries, Mu Zixuan obviously felt that she was unable to do what she wanted. In the past few days, she discovered that even Yelu Nanyan, a strong woman, had delegated power to others and let others take charge of the treasury. Only then did she realize that it was time for her to delegate power as well. With so many things going on these days, she didn't even have time to sleep. If Lu Chen hadn't stayed at Fenjiayun Palace today, she would still be busy dealing with some business matters. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He has indeed neglected matters relating to the palace's property recently. Now the palace's industries are expanding rapidly, and these industries are very large industries, no different from modern large companies. Mu Zixuan is equivalent to managing dozens of large companies by herself, and she is also responsible for the internal affairs of the palace. No matter how capable she is, she will definitely be too busy. Lu Chen said, There are relatively few available people in the North Kingdom now. Do you have anyone you can trust, my dear? In the future, some properties can be distributed to people you trust. Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and then said, It is still up to the prince to decide. I am not suitable to interfere in this matter. Although Mu Zixuan is the princess of the North Palace, she is afraid that if she randomly arranges people to take over the palace's property, it will give people the feeling that she is cultivating her own power. She does not want to get herself into such trouble, so she gives it to it would be better for Lu Chen to decide on his own. Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, I happen to have someone here who is relatively free, but her status is a bit special, and it is not suitable for her to appear in public to take over the property of the Wang Palace. Mu Zixuan instantly guessed who Lu Chen was talking about. Could it be that the prince is talking about Princess Dao? Lu Chen said, yes, she is not only ambitious, but also capable. She has been locked in the yard and not allowed to do anything. She also feels uncomfortable. I want to try to hand over some industries to her. Mu Zixuan did not answer Lu Chen's question immediately. Women in the inner courtyard of the palace were actually a little afraid of Wu Junwan. Because this woman has great ambitions, she originally wanted to be the queen. Now she has become Lu Chen's woman. Although her body and mind already belong to Lu Chen, this does not change her character much. Variety. Maybe this woman now has the idea of competing for the position of princess, and may even want to be queen in the future. Wu Yunwan has been in the North Palace for so long that almost no women in the palace have gone to her courtyard to pay her a visit. This is because they are on guard against her. If a woman who is too ambitious enters the inner courtyard of the palace, it will easily destroy their current harmonious environment. Seeing that Mu Zixuan did not answer directly, Lu Chen said, is the concubine afraid that she will be too ambitious and will eventually do something that will harm the palace? Mu Zixuan came back to her senses and said, well, although she is already the prince's woman, I am still a little worried. Mu Zixuan did not continue. When Yelu Nanyan, the princess of the serious king, entered the palace, she had no such worries, but she could not let go of Wu Yunwan in her heart. Yelu Nanyan is at best the princess of a barbarian tribe. The key is that the Tianlang King tribe was destroyed by Lu Chen. No one can support Yelu Nanyan anymore. Behind Wu Junwan is a dynasty, and the Dao dynasty is still there. Keeping it. Lu Chen said with a smile, don't worry, my dear, if her ambition expands too fast, I will take action in time to suppress her ambition. Mu Zixuan said, it all depends on the prince. Now that Lu Chen has said this, Mu Zixuan can't say much. She also believes that with Lu Chen watching, the woman will not mess around. But Mu Zixuan then asked, Your Majesty, the eldest princess of Dao has not officially married to the North Palace. If people know that she has taken over the palace's property, it will probably make people see your relationship with her. Wu Yunwan came to the North Country as a hostage, and she did not marry Lu Chen directly. If Lu Chen directly handed over so many properties in the North Country to Wu Yunwan, any fool would know what had happened between Wu Yunwan and Lu Chen. It will be difficult for the Dao dynasty to explain, and this will definitely cause some people in the Northern Kingdom to worry. After all, Wu Yunwan has not officially married Lu Chen yet. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, how about this, she will help you manage those properties first, but she will still manage them in your name for the time being. Mu Zixuan said, will the eldest princess agree? After all, Wu Yunwan used to be a high-ranking person. She wanted to be the empress, but now she can only work under other people. The most important thing is that her achievements must be counted on the heads of other women. Chances are you won't. Lu Chen smiled and said, she will agree. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I haven't stayed in Fenjiayun Palace for a long time. I will help you stabilize your realm tonight. Having said this, Lu Chen put his arms around Mu Zixuan's waist, turned her over, pressed her under him, and then kissed Mu Zixuan's lips. Morning. A ray of warm sunshine shines into the house, and the golden light shines on the person's body, making the already beautiful woman look even more dreamy. After Wu Yunwan woke up, she opened her quilt and exposed her fair skin. Seeing that her inner clothes had been taken off by herself, Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, it's all that guy's fault, and I have developed such a bad habit. Originally, Wu Yunwan had to wear clothes when sleeping, but since she came to Buwang Mansion, that guy came every day for a period of time, and she developed a bad habit of sleeping without clothes. Sometimes she wore clothes when she went to bed, but when she woke up she found that her clothes had been taken off by herself. Now she didn't want to wear underwear when sleeping. She always felt uncomfortable. She wanted to be with that person even more. Men body to body. Wu Yunhuan glanced at the decoration in the room and sighed slightly. She felt that everything was so unreal now. She was obviously occupied by that guy, but now she couldn't live without him. Even the conditions for her to become a heavenly being were related to that little man. God really knows how to joke with her. That's all, everything is fate, and this is what my fate should be. End of chapter. Chapter 419 Wu Yunhuan's Test of Becoming a Heavenly Being. Wu Yunhuan was not a person who believed in fate. If she believed in fate, she would not have thought about becoming the empress. After all, men have been emperors since ancient times, especially in the Dahu dynasty. In the history of the Dahu dynasty, let alone a female emperor, there were rarely even powerful queens or queen mothers. But what happened in recent years, especially things related to Bei Wang, made Wu Yunhuan have to believe again that this was destiny. Wu Yunhuan didn't think too much. She said to the maid in the room, "Is the hot water ready?" The maid quickly replied, "Go back to your highness, we are ready." As soon as the maid finished speaking, Wu Yunhuan got up from the bed and walked directly to the bathroom next door without wearing any clothes. As she walked, she said, "Xiao, come here and rub my shoulders." "Yes, your highness." Because Wu Yunhuan was not wearing any clothes, Wu Yunhuan entered the steaming bath directly. Entering the bath, she immediately felt that all the fatigue on her body was swept away in an instant. Wu Yunhuan came to the middle of the bath and squatted down slowly. At this moment, the sound of water entering came from behind her. Wu Yunhuan did not feel the danger. She thought it was the maid entering the bath to rub her shoulders, so just didn't care. Soon, a pair of hands was placed on her shoulders, and she began to massage her slowly. For a moment, Wu Yunhuan felt so comfortable that she closed her eyes. But soon Wu Yunhuan noticed something was wrong. The maid's hands were still gently rubbing her shoulders at first, but after a while, the hands came to the front. Wu Yunhuan frowned and opened her eyes. "Xiao, I asked you to rub your shoulders. What are you doing?" Before Wu Yunhuan could turn around, a pair of strong arms hugged her waist. Then she felt the intruder. The next moment, Wu Yunhuan's body was hugged to the edge of the bath. However, Wu Yunhuan did not yell. When she noticed something strange in her body, she knew what was going on. Wu Yunhuan then snorted and said, "Does the prince like to be sneaky so much?" She believed that there would be no one else but that little man who could make her feel fulfilled instantly. Hearing Wu Yunhuan's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Wan was so familiar with me and recognized me in an instant." Wu Yunhuan said expressionlessly, "Being able to approach me quietly without letting me notice you at all, I'm afraid no one in this world can do it except you, even gods and humans can do it." Not even. Although she didn't want to admit it, Wu Yunhuan knew very well that her body was indeed defenseless against Lu Chen. Unless she saw this guy approaching her, she wouldn't know if he came to her at any time, and she would only treat him as such. Only when a guy did that kind of thing to her did she instantly realize it was this guy. Wu Yunhuan continued, "The prince came to see me early in the morning. I wonder what happened." She believed that if Lu Chen really wanted to have fun with her, he wouldn't come to her early in the morning. After all, Lu Chen still had a lot of things to do during the day. Although Lu Chen is lustful, he is also a prince who can do serious things. And there is more time at night. If Lu Chen comes at night, he can play as he wants. It was obvious that this guy had something to do with him. Lu Chen said with a smile, "My wife is really smart." She immediately guessed that there was something wrong with her husband. Wu Yunhuan said directly, "You'd better talk directly." Lu Chen said, "You have been here for so long, staying in the palace all day long and doing nothing. Don't you feel a little bored?" Wu Yunhuan chuckled and said, this palace is the trophy of the prince. If I don't stay in the prince's palace, why should I stay there? Does the prince want me to go out and cause trouble and mess up the entire northern kingdom? Lu Chen said, if you feel bored, I can arrange something for you to do here. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment. Arrange things to do? Arranging things meant that Lu Chen began to trust himself. And for a person like her, as long as she has something to do in Buwang Mansion, she will start to get some power. Once she has power, she will have the ability to disrupt Buwang Mansion. Isn't this little man afraid that he will bring trouble to Buwang Mansion? Wu Yunwan asked, Your Majesty, are you serious? Lu Chen smiled and said, since I said it, I must be serious. I just don't know if you are willing. Wu Yunwan turned her head slightly, looked at Lu Chen behind her and continued to ask, what does the prince want me to do? Lu Chen said, the palace's properties are increasing, and my princess is already a little busy, so I plan to let you assist her in taking care of the palace's properties. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan felt heartbroken. She knows very well the importance of those industries in Buwang Mansion. If she is allowed to take care of Bei Wangfu's industry, then she will have the ability to access some of Bei Wangfu's secrets, such as the production technology and production drawings of Buwang Mansion's products. By then, she will be fully capable of stealing those things. Then he gave it to his followers and asked them to take those things back to the Dahu dynasty. Wu Yunwan couldn't believe that Lu Chen would trust her so much. Was this man testing her? Or do you really have such a plan? After Wu Yunwan was stunned for a while, she said, Your Majesty, are you testing me? Could it be that the prince cannot trust me, so he wants to test me to see if I am still interested in the secrets of the North Palace? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, You are overthinking. I do intend to let you get in touch with the palace's industry. You are an ambitious and capable woman. I don't want to keep you locked up in the palace and raised like a canary. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yunwan asked directly, Isn't the prince worried that I will leak the palace's industrial secrets? Lu Chen said, It depends on what you think. Do you want to stay with me forever and be my woman, or do you plan to betray me and run out to start another family? If you want to stay with me forever, then you can help the palace. If you think I am not worthy of your marriage, then you can also try to steal the secrets of those industries and send them to the Dahu dynasty. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan chuckled, the prince is indeed testing me. Even if she really comes into contact with those industry secrets, she still belongs to Yanqing, and her followers are also in Yanqing. They are always under the surveillance of the Jinyi guards of the North Palace. She has obtained those industrial secrets, and there is a high probability that she will not be able to give them away. This will only expose her evil intentions, so this little man is not worried at all about being exposed to those industrial secrets. Lu Chen said, To be honest, I don't think you will betray Bei Wangfu at all now. Wu Yunwan asked, Oh? Why is the prince so confident? Does the prince think that I am really conquered by you like the little prodigal next door said? Lu Chen said, That's not the reason. Wu Yunwan asked, What's the reason? Lu Chen replied, Because I know that your test of becoming a heavenly being must be related to me. If you want to become a heavenly being, you must be by my side, so I don't think you will betray me. Wu Yunwan said, My lord is not worried that I am practicing the ruthless way, so the condition for becoming a heavenly being is to kill my lord or betray my lord. Hearing what Wu Yunwan said, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This was indeed a possibility. But since this woman has spoken out, it is most likely not the reason. At this time, Lu Chen opened Wu Yunwan's personal information. Sometimes, some things are actually not complicated. For example, if Lu Chen wants to know Wu Yunwan's recent movements, he can just check whether the system has updated Wu Yunwan's personal information. Lu Chen usually rarely pays attention to the personal information of his wives and concubines, but since Wu Yunwan just mentioned the possibility of betrayal, Lu Chen needs to pay more attention to it now. What if it is true? Name, Wu Yunwan. Identity, Princess Dahu, the daughter of Emperor Wu, friend of Emperor Yu, and concubine of King Bei. She is 31 years old this year. She has extremely high martial arts talent and has entered the stage of harmony. Since she and King Bei are married, she has completely fallen in love with King Bei, and is willing to give up her long-standing dream of becoming the queen. Her love for King Bei made Tiandao set a special test for her. She only needs to give birth to 3 children for King Bei, and then she can, after completing the way of harmony and becoming a true heavenly being. She is trying to hide the conditions for becoming a heavenly being. Rating, 98. Favorability, 100. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw Wu Yunwan's updated information. He said that the conditions for Wu Yunwan to become a heavenly being must be related to him, but he did not expect that it was actually this condition. Is this condition too simple? Just have 3 kids? Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly realized that this test was not easy. Wu Yunwan is now a pseudo-celestial being, and he himself is also a pseudo-celestial being. It is already very difficult for them to have children. Let alone 3 children, even one child would not know how many times he would need to explore Wu Yunwan before Wu Yunwan would be tricked. Heaven actually set such a test for Wu Yunwan. Doesn't this encourage Wu Yunwan and himself to do that kind of thing often? How could there be such a test? The way of heaven in this world is really strange. But having said that, now that he knows that Wu Yunwan's test between heaven and man is not to betray him, he can rest assured and be unscrupulous towards Wu Yunwan. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly fell into a long silence, Wu Yunwan laughed and said, "It seems that the prince has begun to worry." Hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen came back to his senses. He smiled slightly and said in Wu Yunwan's ear, "You really scared me." End of chapter. Chapter 420 Xueling Long, It's not easy to win the North King. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, "Since the prince is already afraid, it's better for the prince not to ask me to take care of the palace's properties for you, but to hire someone else." Lu Chen said with a smile, "I was really worried just now, but then I thought about it. The conditions for becoming a heavenly being are extremely important for people in the Hedao stage. No one will take the initiative to talk about the test of becoming a heavenly being. Come out, once you tell others, they will probably try to prevent you from completing Hedao. Since you took the initiative to say it, the test between heaven and man is definitely not that." Seeing that Lu Chen had guessed that he was lying just now, Wu Yunwan still didn't care at all. So what if he guessed it? Anyway, his words had planted the seeds of doubt in Lu Chen's heart. It was impossible for Lu Chen to trust him. Just when Wu Yunwan thought that Lu Chen would never let her get in touch with the North Palace's property, Lu Chen continued, "If your test between heaven and man is not about betraying me, but it has something to do with me, then I guess the test between heaven and man will most likely be to give me a child." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan tensed up physically and mentally. She didn't expect that Lu Chen could guess what her heavenly and human test was so easily. Feeling that Wu Yunwan's body suddenly tightened unconsciously, and seemed to be very nervous, Lu Chen immediately whispered in her ear, "Baby Wan Wan, your reaction is so big, it seems that I was right." Ah! Wu Yunwan came back to her senses. She snorted coldly and quickly denied it and said, "It's ridiculous. How can the test of heaven and man in this world be such a simple thing as giving birth to a child? You are really fantastic." Lu Chen said, "Oh? Not giving birth to a child? Do you think having a baby is easy? If you don't have one child, then you have 2 children. This..." Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment and became nervous again. Now that the 2 of them were in this state, as long as Wu Yunwan was a little nervous, Lu Chen could easily sense it. After noticing that Wu Yunwan was nervous again, Lu Chen said with a smile, Baby Wan Wan, why are you nervous again? It seems that I got it right this time. Wu Yunwan said coldly, is it possible that the prince came here today just to ask me what the test is for becoming a heavenly being? Lu Chen smiled and said, are you planning to change the subject? Thinking about it this way, I'm very close to the answer to the question. If it's not 2, then 3. Well, my guess must be right. You must be able to become a heavenly being by giving me 3 children. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan was stunned. This bad guy had actually been fooled. Although Lu Chen guessed it, Wu Yunwan would definitely not admit it. She said coldly, Your Majesty, if you have nothing else to do, you can go out. Lu Chen said, how come there is nothing else? Since I have already come to see you, morning exercise must be carried out. Having said this, Lu Chen raised his hands and placed Wu Yunwan's hands directly on the edge of the bath, letting her arms support the edge of the bath, and then the two began their morning exercises. Lu Chen didn't torment Wu Yunwan for too long. He didn't forget what he had to do today. After a while, she put her arms around Wu Yunwan's waist, let her sit in her arms, and then said, I still trust you. From tomorrow on, you will assist Zixuan in managing the palace's property. I will take you to see Zixuan tomorrow. Seeing that Lu Chen had decided like this, Wu Yunwan said coldly, is it possible that the prince really thinks that the test for me to become a heavenly being is to give birth to 3 children for the prince? If Lu Chen didn't think so, how could he dare to make such a decision? This made Wu Yunwan confused. This little man is a little too courageous. Lu Chen said with a smile, you can't hide secrets. Just now your body was so tight and you looked so nervous. It's obvious that I was right. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wu Yunwan fell into silence. There is no way, this guy will execute herself as soon as she comes. If she is a little nervous, this guy will be able to detect it directly. It seems that no matter how she tries to quibble, it is useless. This guy must really think that she has become the test of a deity is to give birth to a child. Forget it, it has already been guessed anyway, and there is no need for her to continue to struggle, as long as she does not admit it. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan said, I just hope that the prince will not regret it. Lu Chen said, since it is something I have decided, I will not regret it. I believe that with your help, the palace's industry can continue to expand. Wu Yunwan said nothing more. At this time, Lu Chen let go of Wu Yunwan and got up from the bath. The maid quickly came over with a towel to wipe his body. Lu Chen said, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. You can wash yourself slowly. Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, this bitch will run away after finishing it. After Lu Chen got dressed, he went directly to the study. After Wu Yunwan came out of the bathroom, she sat in front of the dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror, slightly distracted. She felt that she had been trapped tightly by that little man, and she might never be able to escape from his grasp in this life. Not only is the body and mind inseparable from him, but now even the test of breaking through to heaven is related to this guy, and this guy can actually guess so easily what the test is for him to become a god. Wu Yunwan even suspected that Lu Chen didn't guess at all, but directly knew the test of becoming a heavenly being through some method. In other words, there are probably many secrets about this little man that he doesn't know about. Well, it's useless to think about it now. It's unlucky for me to fall into the hands of this little man. But then again, I am afraid that I will not be the only woman who ends up in the hands of this man. There is a high probability that my good sister will also fall into the hands of this little man. Ever since she entered the Hedeo stage, she realized one thing, that is, her good sisters were not real heavenly beings. She had always thought that her good sister was a heavenly being, and that the Grand Master had almost no power to fight back in front of Emperor Yu. But she now understands that Emperor Yu is the same as her. Emperor Yu just entered the Hedeo stage and became a pseudo-celestial being. In addition, the skills they practiced came from the mystical immortal sect, so their strength is indeed higher than that of ordinary people. The pseudo-celestial beings are stronger, so the Grand Master has no power to fight back in front of Emperor Yu. But the pseudo-celestial beings are, after all, pseudo-celestial beings. No matter how powerful the pseudo-celestial beings are, they cannot be the opponents of the heavenly beings. Now Swanyu Palace has surrendered to the North Kingdom, and the heavenly man from Swanyu Palace seems to have also come to the North Kingdom. If the North Kingdom goes to war against Daiyue one day in the future, Daiyue will probably not be able to resist. Wu Yunwan felt a strange feeling in her heart when she thought that her good sister would eventually end up like him. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan sighed slightly. Next, she would wait to reunite with her good sister in the Buwang mansion. She hoped that her good sister would be able to accept all this quickly. Afternoon. Xueling came to the North Palace again to chat with Mu Zixuan. Now the two of them seemed to be really good sisters, almost to the point of talking about everything. At this time, the two of them were sitting in the pavilion, holding hands. Xueling sighed and said, "Well, the prince has been south for so long, and there is almost no news. I am left alone in the north, and this huge road mansion seems empty." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan said comfortingly, "Sister Xue, the prince may have a lot of things to do recently, so I didn't write to you. If you feel lonely staying alone in Lu Mansion, you can come to Buwang Mansion every day." Xueling smiled and said, "Thanks to you, Sister Zixuan. If it weren't for you, sister, I don't know how lonely I would be in the North Country. But having said that, the prince has never been around. When I go to bed every night, I always feel that the room is empty. Well, I haven't experienced the feeling of being a woman since I married the prince. Now the prince has gone to the south again. I don't know when he will take me back to the south. This life of being a widow is really torture." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect you, sister, to be troubled by this." Xueling said, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, Sister Zixuan. I am a woman after all, and I also have emotions and desires. It is really torture to keep me a widow." Speaking of this, Xueling looked at Mu Zixuan and asked, "Sister Zixuan, there are so many women in your palace, the ninth brother will not stay in your room for many days, right?" Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "That's not true. He often comes to my room." Xueling sighed again and said, "I really envy you." Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Xue, this is not something to be envied." Xueling pretended to be curious and asked, "Why is this?" Mu Zixuan said, "The main reason is that the prince is too energetic and fierce. Every time the prince comes to my room, he tosses me to death." Xueling said in confusion, "There are so many women in the palace, why can't we kill the energy of my ninth brother?" This time it was Mu Zixuan's turn to sigh. "Well, although the prince has many wives and concubines, none of them combined are any match for the prince." Xueling said surprised, "Ninth brother is so brave." Mu Zixuan said, "It's a pity that Sister Xue married the prince. If Sister Xue had not married the prince, but married the prince, she would probably be able to understand my troubles." Xueling sighed and said, "Oh, everything is fate. I don't have that blessing." At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, and then said, "Sister Xue, the garment factory in Buwangfu has recently designed some new clothes. Do you want to try them?" Hearing this, Xueling was startled. "Trying on clothes? Are you going to enter the inner courtyard of the palace?" Before, they had always chatted in the outer courtyard of the palace. She had never entered the inner courtyard of the palace and had no way to get close to King Bei. If she could enter the inner courtyard of the palace, she would have more opportunities. Xueling then said, "Okay, I like all the clothes made by Buwangfu Garment Factory." Mu Zixuan immediately stood up and said, "Sister Xue, come with me." "Okay." Then Mu Zixuan took Xueling to the inner courtyard. The two of them went directly to a bedroom. This bedroom was usually unoccupied and was specially chosen by Mu Zixuan for Xuelinglong. After entering the bedroom, Mu Zixuan asked the maids to bring in the new clothes made by the Wangfu garment factory, and then the two of them began to slowly try on the new clothes. Xuelinglong tried on many new sets of clothes, and I have to say that the new clothes designed by the Wangfu garment factory are indeed very unique and very consistent with Xuelinglong's hobbies. When Xuelinglong was trying on clothes, she was completely focused on trying on the clothes, and she almost forgot what she was here for. After a while, Mu Zixuan took out a black gauze skirt and said to Xuelinglong, "Sister Xuet, what do you think of this skirt?" Seeing the black gauze skirt in Mu Zixuan's hand, Xuelinglong's eyes lit up. As a member of the demon cult, her favorite thing was black clothes. This black gauze skirt suited her taste very well. After she took the dress from Mu Zixuan's hand, she said, "Sister Zixuan, this skirt is beautiful. Will your Wangfu garment factory sell clothes like this in the future?" Mu Zixuan replied, "This has not been decided yet, but if you like this skirt, Sister Xuet, then this skirt will be given to you." Xuelinglong said, "Thank you very much, Sister Zixuan." Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Xuet, let's try it on." Xuelinglong said okay, then took off her clothes and quickly put on the black gauze skirt. The upper body of this black skirt tightly wrapped her graceful figure, and the skirt of the lower body spread out like diagonally opened petals. The skirt was pleated, and the black gauze skirt was looming, and it seemed that she could see the snow-white skin inside. Just like skin, full of charm. However, because this skirt is all black, when Xuelinglong puts it on, she looks like a dignified woman who has just lost her husband. Xuelinglong stood in front of the mirror and kept shaking her body. She didn't feel anything wrong with the dress. On the contrary, she liked it very much. At this moment, a maid entered the room, came to Mu Zixuan's side and said something. Mu Zixuan then said to Xuelinglong, "Sister Xuet, something suddenly happened to me. You can continue trying on clothes. I will be back soon." Xuelinglong admired her beauty in the mirror and said, "Well, okay, you go and do your work first." Mu Zixuan then turned and left the room. Xuelinglong did not realize that Mu Zixuan's departure was a conspiracy. Not long after Mu Zixuan left, the door opened again. Xuelinglong thought it was Mu Zixuan who had come back. She turned around and said, "Sister Zixuan, this skirt." Xuelinglong was stunned before she finished speaking, because the person who came in was not Mu Zixuan, but King Bei. Seeing that it was King Bei, Xuelinglong was overjoyed. She entered King Bei's mansion because she wanted to get close to King Bei. She didn't expect to see King Bei here today, and he was still in the bedroom. She just wanted Mu Zixuan to be able to come back later, or preferably not at all, so that she can have a chance to seduce Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said at this time, "It turns out that the emperor's sister-in-law is here. I just thought it was Zixuan who was here to interview for clothes." Xuelinglong said, "Zixuan just left for something. I don't know when she will come back." Lu Chen said, "That's it." When Lu Chen said this, he looked up and down Xuelinglong's black gauze skirt. The skirt was slit diagonally, so her long white legs could be seen. Seeing that Lu Chen's eyes had been fixed on her and could no longer look away, Xuelinglong was even more happy. She didn't expect that this man was already so fascinated by her that he couldn't walk even before she made a move. It is not easy to take down the North King. The biggest trouble now is that he is afraid that Mu Zixuan will come back later. If Mu Zixuan doesn't come back for a while, he will definitely be able to seduce this lustful man. At this time, Lu Chen said to the maid in the room, "Go and see where the princess is." "Yes, Your Majesty." The maids immediately left the room knowingly. Xuelinglong was ecstatic that this man actually pushed these maids away. Then her chance will come. After the maids all left the room, Lu Chen smiled and said to Xuelinglong, "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful today." Hearing Lu Chen's direct compliment, Xue Linglong covered her mouth, smiled, and then said, "Ninth brother is still as sweet-mouthed as ever. No wonder I heard from Sister Zixuan that the women in the palace loved you brother sincerely." Lu Chen said with a smile, "The emperor's sister-in-law may have misunderstood. The women in the palace will love me sincerely, not because of my ability to praise people." Xue Linglong said with a smile, "Oh? What's the reason for that?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "The emperor's wife will know the specific reason later." Xue Linglong was about to continue saying something when Lu Chen suddenly changed the subject and said, "Now that the emperor's brother is fighting in the south and won't be back for a while, will the emperor's sister-in-law feel lonely if she stays alone in the north?" Xue Linglong said, "Ninth brother still understands me. I really feel lonely recently, but what can I do? I have already married your royal brother, so I can only wait peacefully in the North Kingdom for your royal brother to come back. Sister-in-law, I really envy your wives and concubines. I can be with you, ninth brother, every day." Hearing these suggestive words, Lu Chen slowly walked towards Xue Linglong. When he almost reached Xue Linglong, Lu Chen stopped and said, "What is there to envy? My wives and concubines still complain about me every day. I stay at home all the time, tossing them all day long and not doing my job properly." Xue Linglong said with a smile, "They are so full that they don't know how hungry they are. When you leave them for a while, they will feel uncomfortable." Lu Chen said with a smile, "So, the emperor's wife is having a very hard time every day now." Xue Linglong said, "It is indeed a bit painful." Lu Chen said, "This is my fault. When the emperor left, I promised him to take good care of the emperor's sister-in-law. I didn't expect that the emperor's sister-in-law was living in such pain now. I didn't know. I should solve the problems for the emperor's sister-in-law." Xue Linglong used her charm technique and said, "It's none of ninth brother's business, it's all your brother's problem. Even if your brother is in the north, I'm still living in pain." End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 421. It's a pity to sacrifice like this. At this moment, Xue Linglong's face showed a look of despair, as if she had suffered some great grievance. At this time, Lu Chen pretended to be concerned and asked, "Why does the emperor's sister-in-law say that? Isn't the emperor's brother treating the emperor's wife badly?" Xue Linglong sighed, "Your imperial brother is all about cultivation and has no interest in women at all. Since I married him, he has never touched me once. Even if he is still in the North Kingdom, I have nothing to do with being a widow. What a difference!" Hearing this, Lu Chen showed an expression of disbelief. Is what the emperor's sister-in-law said true? So, the emperor's sister-in-law is still pure? Xue Linglong said, "Yes." Speaking of this, Xue Linglong stared lovingly into Lu Chen's eyes. "I heard from Zixuan that you are also a warrior, and both are warriors. Why is there such a big gap? Your imperial brother doesn't touch women. He has practiced martial arts for so many years and has yet to break through to the master level. However, you have fun with your wives and concubines every day, but your strength has surpassed your imperial brother. Oh, your royal brother is really useless." Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly said, "Sister-in-law, be careful what you say. If brother Huang finds out about this, I'm afraid he will be very angry." Xue Linglong said, "There are only two of us in this room now. Only you know what I just said. If your brother knows this, it can only be said by you." Having said this, Xue Linglong walked up to Lu Chen, then raised her slender hand, placed it on Lu Chen's chest, gently stroked Lu Chen's broad chest and said, "Are you willing to watch me being taught a lesson by your royal brother?" Well, seeing Xue Linglong attack him directly, Lu Chen laughed in his heart. This woman finally couldn't hold it any longer. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Xuelinglong's favorable impression of him and found that Xuelinglong's favorable impression of him was already 90. This is not surprising. Xuelinglong has been coming to Buwang Mansion and Longfeng Tea every day recently, and her favorability has increased rapidly. Lu Chen pretended to take a step back, and then said, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Seeing that Lu Chen actually avoided her, Xuelinglong said, "Ninth brother, didn't you just say that you would help me solve my problems? Why are you so afraid of me now? Are you afraid that your royal brother will know what happened between us? As long as you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, he will never know." After the words fell, Xuelinglong continued to stare at Lu Chen's eyes, and kept using the charm technique to seduce Lu Chen, trying to make Lu Chen listen to her words. Lu Chen also felt something was wrong at this time. He found that Xuelinglong seemed to be becoming more and more charming, his body became more and more restless, and some impulsive scenes appeared in his mind. Lu Chen soon realized that this must be some kind of charm technique. This woman used it on him. Kind of interesting. This is the first time that a woman has used the charm technique on him. He really doesn't know how to live or die. At this moment, Xuelinglong approached Lu Chen again, raised her slender hand again, placed it on Lu Chen's chest, and walked on Lu Chen's chest. "Ninth brother, I heard from Sister Zixuan that your massage techniques are particularly powerful. I have been feeling very uncomfortable in my stomach recently. Can you rub it for me?" Lu Chen did not hide away this time, his expression gradually became dull. This is not good." Xuelinglong continued to say charmingly, "There is nothing wrong, no one will find out. Come on, help sister. Come on, let's indulge in my sister's dream." At this time, Lu Chen's eyes were squinted and his body looked shaky. Xuelinglong felt very proud. It was exactly what she thought. It was really easy to win over this man, and he fell into her own charm so easily. Xuelinglong asked with a smile at this time, "Is sister beautiful?" Lu Chen murmured, "Beautiful." Xuelinglong continued to ask, "Who is more beautiful, sister or your wives and concubines?" Lu Chen replied, "You are more beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. None of them can compare with you." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Xuelinglong was very satisfied. It seemed that she could take this opportunity to find out the secrets about the North Palace. Thinking of this, Xuelinglong asked, "Tell sister, where do those mysterious weapons in the north come from?" Lu Chen replied, "My master gave it to me." Xuelinglong was startled, "Master? There is indeed someone behind him." Xuelinglong continued to ask, "Who is your master?" Lu Chen replied, "My master is the venerable master of Suanya Palace." Xuelinglong was stunned for a moment, "The venerable Suanya Palace? It turns out that Suanya Palace is behind all this in the North Country?" She asked why the owner of the Suanya Palace came to the North Country and stayed there for so long, and Suanya Palace had already been in contact with the North Country a long time ago. It turns out that Suanya Palace was planning something famous. The corners of Xuelinglong's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. No matter what Suanya Palace was planning, Lu Chen should be a very important chess piece for Suanya Palace, otherwise Suanya Palace would not choose Lu Chen. Xuelinglong thought that now that she controlled the important chess pieces of Suanya Palace, if she accidentally ruined what Suanya Palace was planning, she didn't know what the expressions of the people in Suanya Palace would be like in the end. When she thought of this, Xuelinglong felt happy in her heart. There is no direct hatred between her and Suanya Palace, but Suanya Palace belongs to the decent sect, and she belongs to the demonic sect. As long as it can make the decent sect uncomfortable, she is very happy to do it in her heart. At this time, Xuelinglong's jade hand reached out to Lu Chen's handsome and angular face, gently caressed it, and said while caressing, as expected of a person suspected of being the son of destiny, "He looks so handsome. It's a pity to sacrifice like this." I have never used the heavenly maiden skill, why not? Xuelinglong's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's face, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little hot in her body. Xuelinglong instantly realized that she was attracted to this man's body. Xuelinglong was a little tangled in her heart. This man was going to be given to their leader as a sacrificial material. If she did something to him now, what if their leader needed this man's body and then took his body? Not likely to find yourself doing those things? Just when Xuelinglong was struggling, she suddenly discovered that Lu Chen had also undergone some changes. It seemed that her charm skills had made this man unable to extricate himself. Xuelinglong thought again, if this man is really the son of destiny predicted by the Taiyin God sect, then if he can use the heavenly girl technique to harvest yang and replenish yin, will his strength be greatly improved? With so many women in Beiwang, his yuan yang must have been gone long ago, but being able to absorb some of his yang energy may also be of great help to his cultivation. The ultimate reason why she improved her strength was not for the Taiyin cult. I believe that even if their leader knew what she had done, they would not blame herself. Thinking of this, Xuelinglong came close to Lu Chen's ear, blew lightly, and then asked, "Little brother, do you want to do something happy with your sister?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's body became even more agitated, and he thought to himself that this Xuelinglong was really long-winded, so why not just take action? He used to be quick with his women, and he was never so long-winded. He wanted to press her directly onto the bed. However, Lu Chen had no intention of doing this, because he wanted this woman to take the initiative, and he wanted to see what this woman could do. Lu Chen pretended to swallow at this time, and then said, "Think, think." Xuelinglong then said charmingly, "Then come with sister." Having said this, Xuelinglong walked towards the bed, thinking to herself that Musixuan must not do anything bad at this time. Thinking that Musixuan might come back, Xuelinglong felt guilty in her heart. But then she suddenly thought of a way. "Little brother, if you want to do happy things with your sister, send your princess away and don't let her bother us again." Lu Chen instantly understood what Xuelinglong meant, so he said to the maid at the door, "Xiaoqing, ask the princess to go to the study to wait for me. If I don't come to the study, just keep waiting for me and ask her not to come here again. Without me, with permission, no one is allowed in." The maid's voice came immediately from the door, "Yes, Your Majesty." After the maid left, Xuelinglong felt happy, now no one could disturb her. You can now think carefully about how to use the Heavenly Girl skill. Although she had practiced the Heavenly Girl skill for a long time and knew what it meant to harvest yang and replenish yin, she had never practiced it. If she hadn't seen King Bei so handsome, she would not have had such an idea. Of course, this is only what Xuelinglong thinks in her heart. She thinks that her desire to use the Heavenly Maiden skill on Lu Chen is completely out of her true inner thoughts. She has not yet noticed that she has been influenced by Lu Chen in turn. Lu Chen's influence on Xuelinglong is twofold. On the one hand, Xuelinglong drinks dragon and phoenix tea for a long time. On the other hand, Lu Chen has long learned the art of mind control. He can control people with lower cultivation levels than himself to a certain extent. Idea. Mind control and charm skills are somewhat similar, but charm skills can only be used between opposite sexes, while mind control skills can be used on anyone, even non-human beings. Just now when Xuelinglong used the charm technique on Lu Chen was also using the mind control technique on Xuelinglong. Now Xuelinglong has been tricked, but she has no idea that this is related to her inner thoughts. Because she has long coveted Lu Chen's body, so even if she is tricked, she will not think that she is what went wrong. Xuelinglong couldn't wait any longer. She pushed Lu Chen down on the bed, then raised her hand and tore Lu Chen's clothes to pieces. But at this moment, Xuelinglong was stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 422 Xuelinglong, what a disaster! Xuelinglong looked at the things not far away and couldn't believe it. She murmured to herself, "It's so." She didn't say any more, but she was already retreating in her heart. It was the first time she used the Tianyu Kung Fu, and it was so intense that she felt a little worried. Seeing that Xuelinglong was stunned, Lu Chen thought to himself, could she be retreating? This is not okay. We have reached this point, how can we back down? Lu Chen wondered in his mind, if Xuelinglong really chickened out, should he just stop acting? After Xuelinglong hesitated for a moment, she decided to continue. But she had an idea and said to Lu Chen, "Come on, use your previous experience to please me." Xuelinglong thought that Lu Chen was in a state of being charmed by her anyway and had no sense of autonomy, so she simply stopped pretending and directly called herself me. Xuelinglong felt very happy at the thought of a destined son serving her. Lu Chen laughed, this enchantress really enjoyed it and actually wanted him to serve her. Originally, he pretended to be charmed at first, just to see what the witch Xuelinglong could do, but in the end, this guy actually let him do it. Okay, that's what she wants. Lu Chen pretended to be dazed and said, "I understand." Xuelinglong quickly took off her embroidered shoes and lay next to Lu Chen. Just when she was curious about what Lu Chen was going to do, Lu Chen suddenly turned over and kissed her red lips. Well. At the same time, Musician was waiting in Fenjiun court when the maid entered the courtyard and said, "Princess, the prince asked you to go to the study to wait for him, and also asked you not to go back to the courtyard just now." Hearing this, Musician smiled slightly, and she instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. She immediately said, "I know, you don't have to go back, just stay with me." "Yes, princess." Musician did not go to the study to wait for Lu Chen. She knew that Lu Chen would most likely be busy today and would not go to the study. Not only would he not go to the study, he might even not come back for dinner. What he said to the maid was obviously to Xuelinglong. He wanted to let Xuelinglong know that no one would disturb the two of them this afternoon. At this moment, Buwang Mansion, inside a certain room. Xuelinglong wanted to get up, but was suppressed by Lu Chen and couldn't move. Xuelinglong then said in a commanding tone, "Hey, stand up, get up immediately." However, after Xuelinglong finished speaking, Lu Chen still went his own way, as if he didn't hear her order. Xuelinglong was a little confused. How so? Wasn't this guy already charmed by himself? Why did he suddenly lose control and not obey his orders? No, if you continue like this, your consciousness will collapse. Although she clearly felt that her cultivation was rapidly improving and her strength was constantly growing, this improvement was out of her control. When she first kissed Lu Chen, she felt very wonderful and her body jumped for joy. However, she soon discovered that something was wrong. She was using the Heavenly Maiden technique on Lu Chen, but the spiritual power in this guy's body poured into her body crazily, causing her to lose all her strength. Soon she was taken away by Lu Chen and completely lost control of her body. Although she didn't feel any discomfort, the feeling was too dreamy, which made Xuelinglong very scared, so she wanted to get rid of Lu Chen quickly, but no matter what method she used, she couldn't get Lu Chen away. Instead, she seemed to be played by this guy as a plaything. Xuelinglong became more and more frightened, but gradually, she forgot her fear and everything. At dusk, during dinner, Musician asked the maid to go to the yard where the clothes were being fitted to check on Xuelinglong's condition. After hearing the maid's report, Musician said to Chu Yukin and the others, "There is a high probability that the prince will not be able to do it tonight. We're back for dinner, let's eat first." Hearing this, Chu Qingli curled her lips, and then said, "The prince is too courageous, he even dares to touch that woman, not to mention that she may be a member of the devil's sect, she is also a princess after all. If word of this gets out..." Chu Qingli was about to speak but stopped. Chu Yukin said calmly, Chener knows it well, King Gli, you don't have to worry. Chu King Gli said, think about it, back then he didn't even let you go, my sister. I'm afraid there's no woman in this world that he wouldn't dare to touch. Hearing Chu King Gli's words, the beautiful woman Chu Yukin's cheeks showed a slight blush. She did not expect that she would eventually be taken into the harem by that little villain. Chu Yukin changed the subject and asked, Zixuan, didn't you say that the palace has too many properties and you are already too busy? Have you told Chener about this? Mu Zixuan replied, as I said, the prince plans to ask Princess Wu Chong to assist me in managing the property of the North Prince's mansion. This. Hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Chu Yukin was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Lu Chen would dare to hand over the palace's property to an outsider who had not yet had a relationship. Wu Yunwan was still the eldest princess of Dao. If it were handed over to her, aren't you afraid that the industrial secrets of Buwang Mansion will be leaked? Seeing that Chu Yukin was stunned, Mu Zixuan said, Sister Chu, I know what you are worried about, but don't worry, the prince is not stupid. Since he thinks that Princess Wu Chong will not betray the North Palace, then she will definitely not betray. Chu Yukin sighed and said, well, I can't understand what Chener is doing any more and more. I just hope there won't be any problems in all this. Chu Yukin felt that as Lu Chen grew up, her thoughts could no longer keep up with Lu Chen's. She used to teach Lu Chen what to do, but now Lu Chen has his own ideas, and many of the things he did were seen by her. Leidu is very radical and a little inappropriate. However, Chu Yukin did not interfere in Lu Chen's affairs. After all, Lu Chen had grown up. At this time, Chu Yukin wondered if she was too conservative, so she didn't understand what Lu Chen did. The long night will eventually pass. In the early morning, the sky was still grey and bright. Xueling Long stood beside the bed, wearing clothes while looking at Lu Chen lying on the bed. At this time, Lu Chen returned to being controlled by Mei Gong. His eyes were dull and he looked like a puppet. Xueling Long thought about what happened last night and couldn't help gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. She glanced at Lu Chen's whole body and said viciously, how dare you do this to me? I'll see if I don't kill you. Although she said so, Xueling Long did not take any action. Xueling Long sighed deeply at this time. She touched her belly. Her strength had indeed improved a lot. This should be more than just the effect of the goddess skill. I have never heard of the goddess skill having such a good effect. It seems that this guy is really the son of destiny. Xueling Long didn't realize at all that what they practiced last night was not the heavenly maiden technique at all, but the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. Her consciousness was blurred yesterday, so she didn't know what kind of technique she was practicing. After Xueling Long got dressed, she did not leave immediately. She bent down and looked at Lu Chen's handsome face seriously. Strange, how could this guy lose control last night? Xueling Long still didn't understand. Logically speaking, she had already controlled Lu Chen. Lu Chen should listen to her and do whatever she asked him to do. As a result, this guy became fierce and completely disobeyed her orders. She thought she was going to die. Is it because of Mei Gong? Well, it should be. I must have completely brought out his inner desires, which is why he only knows how to do that and does not obey my orders at all. Xueling Long felt much better after finding a reasonable reason for Lu Chen's loss of control last night. She glanced at Lu Chen's whole body again, and continued to talk to herself. No wonder Mu Zixuan said that all the women in the palace are no match for you. What a scourge! Speaking of this, Xueling Long fell into deep thought. What will she do next? Although she has temporarily used the charm technique to control Lu Chen, she still has no way to take this guy out. After all, the master of Suanya Palace and the heavenly being from Suanya Palace are probably still in Yanchanj. If she acts rashly, will inevitably be discovered by the heavenly man from Suanya Palace. Lu Chen is an important chess piece of Suanya Palace. Swanyu Palace must pay close attention to Lu Chen and will not let him leave Yanchanj. It seems that taking Lu Chen away requires careful planning. Thinking of this, Xueling Long lowered her gaze, glanced at the plum blossoms on the bed, and then said coldly, "I'm taking advantage of you. Just let you live a few more days." Xueling Long thought to herself, let this guy live a little longer, and then she could continue to practice using the heavenly girl skill. Xueling Long raised her slender hand at this time, turned Lu Chen's face towards her, then looked into his eyes, and said seductively, "Look into my eyes, you forcibly took over my body last night, I feel very guilty in my heart and want to use everything to compensate me." After Xueling Long finished speaking, Lu Chen muttered, "I took possession of the emperor's sister-in-law's body last night, and I will do everything I can to make up for her." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Xueling Long was very satisfied. She only needed to wait for Lu Chen to wake up, and this guy would definitely be obedient to her from now on. Xueling Long said, "Okay, you can continue to sleep." Lu Chen immediately closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. Xueling Long stood up straight at this time and was about to turn around and leave, but before leaving, Xueling Long's eyes couldn't help but fall on Lu Chen again. Seeing the culprit who had made her confused all night, Xueling Long sighed slightly, "I am really crazy." After the words fell, Xueling Long reluctantly turned around and walked towards the door. After Xueling Long walked out of the room, Lu Chen opened his eyes on the bed, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then opened the system interface. "Congratulations to the host for getting a wife and concubine, and will be rewarded with the primary puppetry technique. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the chi refining technique will be increased." Seeing the reward he had received in front of him, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Elementary puppetry? This should also be a technique used in the world of cultivating immortals, right? The next moment, Lu Chen had some more knowledge about puppetry in his mind. Elementary puppetry can only use spiritual wood as puppet material to refine puppets. Spirit wood, where can I find the spirit wood? Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. Isn't the dragon and phoenix tree just a spiritual plant? When they transplanted the dragon and phoenix tree, they cut down many branches of the dragon and phoenix tree. Those branches are still in the warehouse of Buwang Mansion. Lu Chen thought to himself that fortunately he had the foresight not to burn those branches. He thought at that time that the dragon and phoenix trees were spiritual plants, and these branches might be useful in the future, so he kept those branches and put them away. It was sealed in a certain warehouse. Next, you just need to find some craftsman to process the branches to make them look like wooden figures, and then use puppetry on those wooden figures yourself. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately got up from the bed, ready to test the effects of puppetry. But at this moment, Lu Chen's eyes were attracted by the plum blossoms on the bed, and the scene from last night could not help but appear in his mind. Lu Chen laughed, and then said to himself, "The body of the demon girl is indeed different from that of ordinary people. It seems that I will be blessed from now on." Lu Chen didn't think much. He called the maid, helped him get dressed, and then came to Fenjiun courtyard. Music Xuan was staring at the spiritual rice in front of the small paddy field of Fenjiun courtyard. When she saw the spring breeze walking into the yard, Music Xuan said with a smile, "Congratulations to the prince for getting another beauty." Lu Chen walked directly behind Music Xuan, hugged her waist, laid his head on her shoulder and said, "This is all thanks to my beloved concubine." "My beloved, what are you looking at here so early in the morning?" Music Xuan replied, "Your Majesty, the rice you planted seems to be mature." After hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes fell on the spiritual rice. The spiritual rice has indeed turned yellow. Looking at the bunches of rice ears, Lu Chen was a little surprised. He had not paid much attention to the spiritual rice recently. He did not expect that these spiritual rice were already mature, and the ears of spiritual rice are more numerous and plump than those of ordinary rice. Lu Chen let go of Mu Zixuan's soft body, bent down, and put a piece of rice in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he carefully peeled off the rice husk, and then threw the spiritual rice inside into his mouth, wanting to taste what the spiritual rice tasted like. The moment the spirit rice entered his mouth, Lu Chen suddenly felt 100 times more energetic and his body became extremely light. But this was not over yet. The spiritual power in his body suddenly expanded several times, and he clearly felt that there was some kind of restriction in his body that restricted him from breaking through. Lu Chen instantly understood that the restriction should be the restriction of heaven and man. Before he unified the entire world, he had no way to break through that restriction. This spiritual rice may not have much effect on me now, but if it is given to his wives, concubines, or his subordinates, their realm will definitely improve very quickly. No wonder the system gave me 3 kilograms of spiritual rice seeds. I didn't expect this thing to be so useful and the effect was so obvious. Moreover, spiritual rice matures very quickly and can be planted 3 times a year. In addition, the yield is quite large. At this rate, 3 kilograms will become 3,000 kilograms in no time. End of chapter. Chapter 423. From now on, the palace's property will be a problem for the two ladies. Lu Chen thought to himself that if spiritual rice could be used to improve the strength of army soldiers, not to mention anything else, just the increase in strength would be able to improve the combat effectiveness of the army. Many of the troops in the north are ordinary people, especially the soldiers in the artillery battalions. The strength of ordinary people is far inferior to that of warriors, but these ordinary soldiers are responsible for transporting cannons and carrying artillery shells. If these ordinary soldiers become warriors, no matter how high their realm is, as long as they can become 5th-level warriors, then their marching speed with heavy weapons will be greatly accelerated. Soldiers are valuable and quick, and sometimes you need to be in a hurry when fighting a war. Lu Chen looked straight at the spiritual rice in front of him, thinking to himself that it seemed that he had to find a trustworthy person to be responsible for the cultivation of spiritual rice. When enough spiritual rice is obtained in the future, the overall strength of the northern soldiers will be greatly improved. Just when Lu Chen was distracted, Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, this spiritual rice should be ready for harvest. Why don't I find someone to harvest it?" Although Lu Chen has always been taking care of this spiritual rice, there are so many of them, so Lu Chen can't let Lu Chen go to the fields to harvest this spiritual rice himself. Lu Chen said, "Well, okay, then I would like to trouble my concubine to find some trustworthy people to collect these rice as seeds and continue to plant them after a while." Having said this, Lu Chen continued, "I'll go have breakfast first. You arrange for a few carpenters to come to the palace and ask them to wait for me in the outer courtyard for a while. Then I will arrange some work for them." Mu Zixuan said, "I understand." Then Mu Zixuan said to the maid next to her, "Go and bring the prince's breakfast." Lu Chen immediately entered the Fenjiun palace and went to have breakfast. When Lu Chen came out after breakfast, Mu Zixuan had arranged for some carpenters to wait for Lu Chen in the outer courtyard. Mu Zixuan was a little curious and didn't know what Lu Chen wanted the carpenters to do. Since this matter was in the palace, she should be able to see it, so Mu Zixuan also followed Lu Chen to the outer courtyard, planning to see what Lu Chen wanted to do. When Lu Chen came to the outer courtyard and saw the carpenters, he asked people to move the branches of the dragon and phoenix tree to the outer courtyard, and then asked the carpenters to make wooden figures in the palace. When they heard Lu Chen said that he wanted to make a wooden figure, the carpenters were very puzzled. They didn't know what the use of Lu Chen's making a wooden figure was. However, they were all craftsmen from Dahu City. They obeyed Lu Chen's orders 100%, so the carpenters didn't think much and started processing the branches of the dragon and phoenix tree. Seeing the carpenters busy at work, Mu Zixuan came to Lu Chen and asked directly, "My lord, what are the wooden figures you asked them to make?" Lu Chen smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, my dear, you will know when they make it. Seeing that Lu Chen had said so, Mu Zixuan did not continue to ask. Lu Chen seemed to suddenly think of something, and then said, by the way, there is something I almost forgot. I told Junwan yesterday that let you guys should get to know each other first. Having said this, Lu Chen said to the maid next to Mu Zixuan, Xiao, ask Mrs. Wu to come to Fenjiun courtyard. Yes, Your Majesty. After the maid went to Wu Yunwan's place, Lu Chen put his arm around Mu Zixuan's waist and walked towards the inner courtyard. As he walked, he said, My dear concubine, let's go to Fenjiun courtyard to wait for her first. Mu Zixuan whispered yet and followed Lu Chen back to Fenjiun courtyard. Mu Zixuan felt pressured to meet Wu Yunwan because Wu Yunwan was the eldest princess of Dao and her status was relatively noble. Although the Mu family had a high status in Daxia before, it was nothing compared to the Dao royal family behind Wu Yunwan. Although she felt a little stressed, Mu Zixuan quickly adjusted her attitude. She thought to herself that she was Lu Chen's princess after all and could not embarrass Lu Chen. Not long after, under the leadership of the maid, Wu Yunwan arrived at the core area of the North Prince's mansion. When Wu Yunwan walked into Fenjiun courtyard, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan were sitting in a pavilion, and they seemed to be discussing something. Wu Yunwan then went to the pavilion. When he saw Wu Yunwan coming, Lu Chen said with a smile, My dear concubine, let me introduce to you. This is the helper I have found for you, the eldest princess of Dao. After hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately stood up and took the initiative to walk out of the pavilion to greet Wu Yunwan. Sister Wu, I have heard the prince mention you a long time ago, but it is a pity that you have been staying in the east courtyard and I have no chance to see you. It is rumored that Sister Wu is so beautiful that one could admire her. When I saw her today, she certainly lived up to her reputation. Seeing that Princess Mu Zixuan was so enthusiastic towards her, Wu Yunwan became wary. She suspected that Mu Zixuan was afraid that she would threaten her status, so she pretended to please herself first, and then dug holes for herself to frame herself. For a person who has lived in the royal family since childhood, he still knows a lot about things in the harem. However, I didn't want to hit the smiling man. Since Mu Zixuan took the initiative to show her kindness on the surface, I couldn't say anything bad at this time. Wu Yunwan said with a smile, Thank you, Princess, for the compliment. Speaking of this, Wu Yunwan glanced at Lu Chen, and then said, The prince is so lucky to be able to marry a smart and capable woman like the princess. Hearing the two of them bragging about each other's business, Lu Chen picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of tea, and then said, Stop bragging to each other, come and sit down quickly, and I will tell you about the next palace industry. Take care of it like this. Mu Zixuan then took Wu Yunwan's hand and said, Sister Wu, let's go over. Wu Yunwan said, Yeah, okay. Then the two women came to the pavilion and sat down. Lu Chen said at this time, the palace has more and more properties. In the future, you two alone will probably not be able to manage it, so the palace needs to recruit more talents. At this point, Lu Chen told the two women about his plan to set up examinations to recruit talents. After hearing Lu Chen's thoughts, both women thought this method was feasible. Nowadays, Mu Zixuan alone arranges the management personnel of Wangfu's industries, and Mu Zixuan has the final say on promotions and other matters. Although this can ensure that they are all Wangfu's own people, there are too many properties in Wangfu. Mu Zixuan spends a lot of time dealing with personnel changes every day. If there is a special personnel agency responsible for selecting talents through examinations, Mu Zixuan will only need to sign and agree. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Wu Yunwan and said, Wan, although I asked you to start contacting the palace's property now, you are not married yet, so I may have to wrong you for a period of time. You can help me temporarily. The princess will take care of the palace's properties, and after you get married, I will directly hand over some properties to you for management. Hearing Lu Chen call herself Wan, Wu Yunwan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Chen. I am obviously older than this little man, but this guy actually calls me that. Although there were some small emotions in her heart, Wu Yunwan still didn't dwell on them too much. Okay, I understand. At this time, Lu Chen stretched out his hand, directly hugged the waist of Mu Zixuan and Wu Yunwan, and said with a smile, "From now on, the palace's property will be a problem for the two ladies. I believe that under your care, the palace's property can be continue to grow bigger and stronger and earn more money for our palace." Being hugged by Lu Chen in front of the princess, Wu Yunwan always felt strange in her heart. This guy did this on purpose, trying to get closer to the princess, right? After all, she used to be a high-ranking person, so how could she not see Lu Chen's little thoughts, but she didn't say much. Anyway, she has planned to be with this little man for the rest of her life. As long as Mu Zixuan doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble for her, she will not find trouble with Mu Zixuan. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, so he continued, "If the two ladies have different ideas in the future, you can tell me directly. Since the two of them are allowed to manage the palace's property together, they will definitely have different ideas in the future." In order to avoid conflicts between the two, Lu Chen plans to make the decision himself when they have different ideas. Mu Zixuan said, "I understand." Having said this, Mu Zixuan's eyes fell on Wu Yunwan and continued, "Sister Wu, since you are already the prince's woman, you should also come to Fenjiun courtyard for dinner in the future. This is the custom of the palace. The whole family must get together every night during dinner." Naturally, Wu Yunwan had heard about this regulation of the palace a long time ago. "Okay, I'll come tonight." Wu Yunwan looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Your Majesty, you don't have many wives and concubines now, and Fenjiun court can accommodate so many people. If one day your wives and concubines increase by dozens, and your children increase by hundreds, the child has a child again, will you still ask your wives and concubines to gather together when you have dinner?" Hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's a problem." Lu Chen didn't have many women at first, so it was okay to have dinner together, and they could also enhance their relationship with each other. But as she had more and more wives and concubines, and more children, now when they have dinner, children always like to make a lot of noise, and the entire Fenjiun palace is like a vegetable market. Lu Chen said, "Let's do this. After Nan Yan and Ye Yao's child is born, we will not hold dinner parties in the future. We will hold dinner parties when there are major festivals." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment. In her opinion, there was nothing wrong with a family sitting in the Fenjiun palace having dinner in a lively manner, and most of the women in the palace were used to it. Unexpectedly, Wu Yunwan's words made Lu Chen cancel the dinner. Although it was not cancelled immediately, Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao's child would be born in a few months. Mu Zixuan felt a little pity in her heart, but when she thought about the birth of the two children, there would be two more people in the palace, and then there would be even more people in Fenjiun palace. This was indeed a trouble. After all, if there is one more child, there will be two more wet nurses to take care of the child. 2 children means 4 wet nurses. Even if the wet nurses do not come to the table to eat, they will enter the Fenjiun palace and occupy the space of the Fenjiun palace. Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "My dear concubine, please tell Wan Wan about the palace's property situation." "Well, I understand." Then Mu Zixuan took out some industrial information of the palace and explained the industry situation of the palace to Wu Yunwan in detail. After listening to Mu Zixuan's explanation, Wu Yunwan felt extremely shocked. She did not expect that the palace owned more properties than the Dao royal family. Lu Chen's princess is not a simple woman. She manages so many industries by herself, and there are no major problems in these industries. This proves that Mu Zixuan does have some tricks as a princess. This also made Wu Yunwan more wary of Mu Zixuan. End of chapter. Chapter 424 Yun Xian Xian, this guy came from a higher level of immortality. After Mu Zixuan told Wu Yunwan about the palace's industrial situation, Wu Yunwan had a deeper understanding of the entire North Palace. Perform. Just when Wu Yunwan was about to continue to learn about the palace's property, a maid entered the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, the carpenters have made several small wooden figures according to your requirements." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, so fast. Lu Chen said, "Have someone send the finished wooden figures directly here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the maid turned and left. Seeing the maid's leaving figure, Wu Yunwan murmured, "A wooden man." She was a little curious about what weird thing Lu Chen had done again. Lu Chen smiled and said to Mu Zixuan, "My dear concubine, aren't you curious about the use of me being a wooden man? You will know soon." After a while, several female guards brought in the wooden figures made by the carpenters, but when Lu Chen took a look, he found that the wooden figures made by the carpenters were not big, only about the size of a palm. However, the carvings they made were lifelike, as if they were a scaled-down version of someone. Seeing these wooden figures, Wu Yunwan also became interested. She also wanted to know what these wooden figures were used for. At this time, Lu Chen bit his finger, squeezed out some blood, then injected spiritual power into it, and drew a rune on the body of a wooden man according to the elementary puppetry technique in his mind. After a while, the wooden man emitted bursts of green light, and then Lu Chen placed the wooden man on the stone table, but not long after, the wooden man actually stood up on his own. Seeing this scene, Wu Yunwan and Mu Zixuan were stunned. At this time, Lu Chen closed his eyes and tried to control the first puppet he had made. The next moment, he felt that there seemed to be some connection between himself and the puppet's feelings seemed to be shared with his own. Immediately afterwards, his vision changed to that of the puppet, and Lu Chen immediately controlled the puppet to take a few steps on the stone table. Seeing the wooden man actually moving, Mu Zixuan and Wu Yunwan's eyes widened. After Lu Chen became familiar with how to control the puppet, he controlled the puppet to jump directly towards Wu Yunwan's body. Before Wu Yunwan could react, the puppet jumped to his chest. Of course Wu Yunwan knew that this bad guy Lu Chen was up to something. She raised her beautiful eyes and glared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen controlled the puppet to continue climbing up, and then climbed onto Wu Yunwan's shoulders to stand. Mu Zixuan said in confusion, "How did this little person come back to life?" Wu Yunwan said, "This is the prince controlling it." After all, Wu Yunwan was a person who had been to the mystical immortal sect and was well informed. Although she was really shocked when the puppet started moving just now, she quickly came to her senses and understood what was going on. Thing. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Mu Zixuan turned to look at Lu Chen and found that Lu Chen had his eyes closed. Mu Zixuan was still shocked that the prince could actually control a wooden man, but when she thought about Lu Chen being a disciple of the immortal, Mu Zixuan quickly calmed down. After all, he is a disciple of an immortal, so Lu Chen can be considered half an immortal, so it is normal for him to be able to do things that ordinary people cannot do. At this time, Lu Chen tried to get the puppet to speak. The next moment, the puppet asked on Wu Yunwan's shoulders, "Madams, how is my puppetry skills?" Seeing that the puppet actually spoke, Mu Zixuan was stunned again. Mu Zixuan said blankly, "Your Majesty is indeed a disciple of the immortal." Wu Yunwan asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what is the use of this puppet?" Lu Chen controlled the puppet and said, "I don't know this yet. I have just learned the puppet technique and need to experiment." Lu Chen thought to himself, if he could control the puppet to go anywhere in the future, wouldn't he not have to leave the Northern Palace and use the puppet to patrol the Northern Kingdom instead of himself? Not only that, he can also place puppets next to certain people, and if anything happens in the future, he can directly control the puppets to give orders to others, which is faster than a telegraph machine transmitting information. But having said that, he still doesn't know the maximum range of the connection between himself and the puppet. According to the inheritance of the puppet technique in his mind, the farther the puppet is from the main body, the more spiritual power he needs to consume. Now he is only a pseudo-celestial being. If ranked according to the levels of the world of immortality, he is probably still the lowest monk. So he shouldn't be able to control the puppet to run around the world. At this time, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He wanted to try dual tasking to see if he could still control the puppet while doing other things. When he opened his eyes, another picture appeared in his mind. His visual experience was very strange, as if he had an extra pair of eyes. However, this did not make him feel uncomfortable, as if the puppet's eyes had already become one with yourself. Lu Chen controlled the puppet to jump off Wu Yunwan's shoulder, and then asked the puppet to walk to Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan quickly caught the puppet, and the puppet immediately climbed onto Mu Zixuan's shoulders. Seeing the wooden man jumping around, Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. He then controlled the puppet to jump down and walked directly outside the yard. He wanted to see how far he could control the puppet. After a while, the puppet ran to the door of Fenjiun Court, still not disconnecting from Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly said to the guard at the door, "Ask Xin Yushan to go to the study. I have something to do with him." The female guard was stunned when she saw the puppet speaking to her, but she quickly realized that it was the voice of King Bei, and she immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Lu Chen stood up and said to Mu Zixuan and Wu Yunwan, "My beloved concubine, you and Yunwan should discuss the property management of the palace. I have something else to do." Mu Zixuan immediately said, "I understand, Your Majesty, please go slowly." Lu Chen then went to the study room and waited for Qin Yushan's arrival. Not long after, Qin Yushan appeared in the study. "Meet the prince." After Qin Yushan finished his salute, he looked up at Lu Chen and found that Lu Chen was staring at the wooden man on the desk, and the wooden man actually seemed to be alive, jumping around on the desk. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan froze on the spot. Lu Chen came back to his senses at this time. He looked up at Qin Yushan and said, "Commander Qin, take this puppet and leave Yanqing. After a while, I will speak to you through the puppet. If the puppet has no voice, you can take the initiative to ask, and if I don't reply, you will return to the North Palace immediately. I want to test it to see how far I can control this puppet." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yushan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant, and he immediately said, "Yes, I will leave Yanqing right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yushan walked to the desk, picked up the puppet, and then left the North Prince's mansion directly. Lu Chen, on the other hand, sat in the study, closed his eyes, and put all his thoughts on the puppet. Qin Yushan quickly rode out of Yanqing, but at this time Qin Yushan found that the puppet did not make any sound. He wondered in his heart, could it be that the puppet had lost the control of the prince? At this time, he took the puppet out of his hand, looked at it, and was about to ask a question when the puppet suddenly said, "Commander Qin, keep moving forward." Hearing that the puppet actually spoke, and it was Lu Chen's voice, Qin Yushan quickly said, "Yes, Your Highness." Qin Yushan then led the puppets southward along the straight road built by the Northern Kingdom. When Qin Yushan rode his horse to a military camp in the south, Qin Yushan stopped again and took out the puppet. At this time, Lu Chen said through the puppet again, "Keep going." Qin Yushan was very shocked. He didn't expect that the Northern King could still control this puppet after being so far away. With this method, wouldn't the Northern King be able to patrol the entire Northern Kingdom through the puppet in the future? Qin Yushan didn't think much, and set out again with the puppet, and then headed south. In half a day, Qin Yushan had brought the puppet to another city in the north, but Lu Chen could still make sounds through the puppet. Not only that, Lu Chen could also control the puppet to walk, but Lu Chen also clearly felt that his control of the puppet had become a bit difficult, and even the puppet's vision began to become a little blurry, not as clear as before. Although his control over the puppet was no longer as strong as before, Lu Chen planned to continue testing as long as the connection between the puppet and him was not severed. Then Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan through the puppet, "Commander Qin, find a sincere subordinate and let him continue southward with the puppet, so you don't have to continue southward." After all, Qin Yushan was the commander of the Jinyi Guards, and there were still many things waiting for him to deal with in Yanchanj. Lu Chen thought that he might not be able to measure the maximum distance of controlling the puppet today, so he simply changed people and found someone to take the puppet south. Qin Yushan immediately entered the city in front of him, found a Jinyi guard Qunhu, and explained the matter of the puppet to the Qunhu, and asked the Qunhu to continue southward with the puppet. When Qunhu heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the puppet, he was also startled. However, when he thought that King Bei was the son of destiny and a disciple of the immortal, Qunhu soon accepted it in his heart. Then the Jin Yiwei Qunhu took Lu Chen's puppet and continued southward. In the next 2 days, Lu Chen was still able to make sounds through the puppet. Even when he arrived at Anping City and the border of Qi State, the puppet still made weak sounds intermittently. This really shocked Lu Chen. He didn't expect that he could control a puppet from such a long distance with just a basic puppet technique. Of course, he also realized that although the furthest distance he could control the puppet could reach Anping City, controlling the puppet consumed a lot of spiritual power. He just said a word through the puppet and felt as if his body had been hollowed out. There was no other way, so Lu Chen had no choice but to let the Jin Yiwei Qunhu send the puppet back directly without having to continue going south. A few days later, Jin Yiwei Qunhu sent the puppet to Buwang Mansion, and the carpenters also made a bigger wooden man. Morning. After Lu Chen got up from Wu Yunwan's body, he returned to Fenjiun courtyard and prepared to refine a new puppet. Seeing several wooden puppets with the same height as himself in front of him, Lu Chen showed a smile. At this moment, Lu Chen's wives and concubines heard about the puppet and came to Fenjiun court to watch. At this time, Lu Chen bit off his finger, and then drew some runes on the puppet. After a while, Lu Chen closed his eyes and controlled the puppet in front of him, which was the same height as himself, to move. Just as soon as he took control, Lu Chen clearly felt that the spiritual power in his body was flowing crazily. Lu Chen instantly understood that the bigger the puppet he made, the more spiritual energy was consumed when controlling it. The puppet he made last time was only a little bigger than a palm, so it was very easy to control, and it consumed almost no spiritual energy, and the farther it could be controlled, the longer it could be controlled. The control distance of this puppet now is definitely not comparable to that of the puppet last time. Seeing Lu Chen's puppet moving, Xiao Wenyao said in surprise, "It's moving, it's moving, it's really moving." The girls were also stunned by the scene in front of them. At this time, Lu Chen tried to make the puppet punch the air. However, after the punch came out, Lu Chen suddenly felt exhausted. Lu Chen took a deep breath, and then said to himself, "I didn't expect that controlling a life-size puppet would consume so much spiritual energy. It seems that I am still not strong enough." Lu Chen then gave up controlling the life-sized puppets in front of him. He picked up the thumb-sized puppets and quickly refined them. Although there is currently no way to control life-size puppets in battle, the puppets still have some effect. He can place these puppets with the Jin Yiwei, and then let the Jin Yiwei patrol the north with the puppets. If anything happens in the North Kingdom in the future, Jin Yiwei can tell him immediately. Afternoon. Yun Xianxian was enjoying the afternoon tea and cakes from the palace in the pavilion of Yunrong courtyard, when Lin Wanyun entered the pavilion. Yun Xianxian asked, "Fenjai Yunyuan seems to be very lively this morning. What are you doing in Fenjai Yunyuan?" Lin Wanyun immediately told Yun Xianxian about Lu Chen's refining of the puppet. Hearing Lin Wanyun say that Lu Chen could refine puppets, Yun Xiangxian's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped in mid-air. Refining a puppet. This guy also knows how to refine puppets. Yun Xiangxian fell into deep thought. The dragon and phoenix yin and yang ju that Lu Chen took out was already a heaven-level technique. Now Lu Chen has shown the ability to refine puppets. As far as she knows, the art of puppetry can only be found in high-level worlds. Lu Chen actually possesses the art of puppetry? Then doesn't this guy come from a high-level world of cultivating immortals just like me? If this guy really came from the high-level world, how could he possibly know something from the low-level world? Those train lights and the like are obviously products of the low-level technological world. The ordinary world of cultivating immortals does not have those things, so most people in the world of cultivating immortals do not know those ordinary knowledge. After thinking about it for a while, Yun Xianxian still didn't care too much. So what if this guy came from a high-level world? Anyway, this guy's current strength is lower than his own, and he also worshipped himself as his teacher. Yun Xianxian still didn't take Lu Chen to heart. She just wanted to regain her strength quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 425. It's all the fault of that scourge. Ever since Lu Chen learned the puppetry technique, he has been practicing controlling puppets every day and has become obsessed with it. She also asked a carpenter to carve some palm-sized puppets, and then gave one to each of her wives and concubines. In the future, if anything happens to her wives and concubines, they can also contact Lu Chen through the puppets. However, Lu Chen's gift of the puppet made Chu Yukin feel very inappropriate. One night, Lu Chen came to Chu Yukin's room. After a heated exchange between him and Chu Yukin expressed her worries. "Chener, while you are still alive, you have made so many puppets exactly like yourself. Isn't there something wrong with this?" In the Great Xia Dynasty, it was a common sense to erect a statue without erecting a statue and erect a monument without erecting a living person, not to mention this kind of wooden little man. As long as the little man is mentioned, the first thing people think of is the straw man. Son. This kind of straw man is usually used when cursing a person. There have been many witchcraft disasters in the Great Xia Dynasty, and each time it was closely related to this kind of man. But those little people were all made by others to curse someone, and Lu Chen actually made so many little people for himself. The key is that these little people have Lu Chen's blood on them. In terms of the effectiveness of a single round curse, a villain like Lu Chen who was stained with his own blood was even more effective. Therefore, Chu Yukin felt that Lu Chen's behavior of giving away the little people was very inappropriate, and he should take back all the little people. After all, Chu Yukin is a person of this era, and she has the thoughts of this era. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Yukin's jade back with his hand and said with a smile, "Aunt Chu, I never believe in those witchcraft." Seeing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin sighed. She knew that Lu Chen definitely didn't believe in the art of witchcraft, otherwise he wouldn't have let the carpenter carve so many little people like him. Chu Yukin immediately persuaded, "Chener, it's better to believe that this kind of thing exists than to believe that it doesn't exist." At this time, she got up from Chu Yukin, then turned Chu Yukin over so that she was facing her. She looked into Chu Yukin's eyes and asked, "The wooden figures I carved are all given to me. Woman, does Aunt Chu think that one of them will harm me?" Chu Yukin blushed and said, "Maybe not now, after all, you are so strong. But people's hearts are unpredictable. As you have more and more women, you are likely to neglect some of your wives and concubines in the future. And as you have more and more children, when the children grow up, those women may be embarrassed because of their children have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. You are also a member of the royal family, and you have also experienced those things. You must not be unprepared for it." Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen was very moved. Sure enough, it was this woman who cared about him the most in the world. Lu Chen raised his hand, touched Chu Yukin's beautiful face, and said with a smile, "Aunt Chu, I have thought about what you said before, but don't worry, my women will not harm me." Seeing that Lu Chen was still so confident, Chu Yukin sighed inwardly. Every time she reminded Lu Chen always said this. The more confident Lu Chen became, the more worried Chu Yukin became. But at this moment, Lu Chen leaned down and pressed against Chu Yukin's body again. After Chu Yukin made a squeak sound, Lu Chen said in Chu Yukin's ear, "There is a secret. I don't know if I have told you directly, but after thinking about it, you are the closest person to me, so I decided to tell you." Hearing this, Chu Yukin became curious. What was the secret that Lu Chen wanted to tell her? Lu Chen continued, "Aunt Chu, do you know what Longfeng tea is used for?" Chu Yukin replied confusedly, "Isn't it used to improve strength?" Lu Chen said, "Improving strength is only one of the functions of Longfeng tea. It also has the biggest function." Chu Yukin asked curiously, "What does it do?" Lu Chen replied, "Dragon and Phoenix tea can deepen and stabilize the feelings of my wives and concubines towards me." Hearing this, Chu Yukin was startled. She quickly thought of something, then blushed, You little rascal. No wonder you gave me Dragon and Phoenix tea, but you actually..." Chu Yukin felt a little emotional inside, and she said that she had always wanted to have something happen with this bad guy for a while. Although when she was in the capital, she also thought Lu Chen was handsome and wanted to protect him for the rest of her life, but at that time she never thought she would sleep in the same bed with Lu Chen. As a result, not long after arriving in the North Country, I was completely eaten up by this little villain. It turned out that this little villain used some despicable methods on me. Lu Chen twisted his body and said to Chu Yukin, "Don't be angry. This tea is originally for my woman to drink, and this tea can also improve your strength. When I gave it to you, I mainly wanted to help you improve strength." Chu Yukin snorted lightly, and then said, "I don't believe you, you little rascal." She had been given birth to a child by this little rascal, and he even told her that it was to improve her strength. How could she believe that this little rascal coveted her body in the first place? Lu Chen directly showed his cards at this time and said, "Since you don't believe it, I won't pretend any more. I just covet your body, madam, that's why I let you drink Dragon and Phoenix tea. Anyway, things have happened. What are you going to do? You and I?" "Why?" Chu Yukin finally sighed helplessly. She actually understood that no matter whether there was Dragon Phoenix tea or not, her end was already doomed. This little villain had taken a liking to her since she was a child, and he would never let her go. Chu Yukin then said, "That's all, it's useless to say anything now. It's unlucky for me in this life that I met a little rascal like you." Lu Chen said with a smile, "How can you say you are unlucky? You shouldn't feel happy when you meet a little bad guy like me." Chu Yukin snorted again, "I won't talk to you anymore. No wonder you don't care every time I remind you to pay attention to things in the inner courtyard. It turns out that you have long known that your wives and concubines are not will betray you. It's a shame I'm so worried about you." Lu Chen said, "My good wife, haven't I told you the reason now? You don't have to worry about it in the future." Having said this, Lu Chen began to concentrate on doing his own things, and Chu Yukin finally had to immerse himself in the happiness created by Lu Chen. At the same time, Lu Fu. Xueling Long was wearing a silk lining and rolling around on the bed, her mind filled with images of her romance with Lu Chen that day at Buwang Mansion. Whether she was practicing or sleeping, she would always think of Lu Chen. Xueling Long felt as if she had become obsessed with that feeling. Xueling Long rolled on the bed holding the quilt for a while, then sat up from the bed. She said to herself, "It's strange, after so many days, why didn't that guy come to Lu Mansion to find me? It stands to reason that her charm technique has been successful. Although Lu Chen has regained consciousness, she has planted a seed deep in Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen should have a deep influence on him," as he thought. Feeling guilty, and then trying to compensate for it. According to her prediction, as long as she went back, Lu Chen would probably come to find her the next day, and then find a way to say something to make up for herself. As a result, after so many days, there was no movement from that guy, and no one sent anyone to deliver gifts to Lu mansion. She began to doubt whether her charm skills had worked. Xuelinglong's mind was stunned, and she suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that my charm technique was discovered by the heavenly being in Suanya Palace, and then that heavenly being took the initiative to help King Bei remove it? If that's the case, that's a problem. If her use of the charm technique on Lu Chen is discovered by the gods of Suanya Palace will definitely find a way to find the person who used the charm technique on Lu Chen. Then she may be exposed. Once exposed, if she had to leave Yancheng, she would not be able to take Lu Chen back to the Taiyin god sect for sacrifice. Thinking of this, Xuelinglong felt very uneasy. She decided to go to Buwang Mansion tomorrow morning to inquire about the situation and see if her charm technique had been lifted by the people of Suanya Palace. At this moment, she felt extremely empty in her body again, and her whole body felt hot. Xuelinglong bit her silver teeth lightly, tightened the quilt with both hands, and said angrily, "It's all because of that scourge. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have done that kind of thing with him." Next, there was another sleepless night. Early in the morning, Xuelinglong came to Buwang Mansion, just like before, in the name of chatting with Mu Zixuan. While drinking tea and chatting with Mu Zixuan asked, "Sister Xuet, have you been very busy recently? Why haven't you been to Buwang Mansion for several days?" Xuelinglong said with some guilt, I do have some things to deal with these days, but now that I have finished them, I am free again." Xuelinglong asked tentatively, "By the way, Sister Zixuan, has anything happened in the palace recently?" Mu Zixuan asked, "Why does Sister Xuet ask like this?" Xuelinglong said, "I heard that many craftsmen have entered the palace these days, so I am a little curious whether the palace is undergoing renovation." Mu Zixuan replied, "Not really. It's just that the prince's personality seems to have undergone some changes recently. He actually asked the carpenters to come to the prince's palace to carve some wooden figures." Hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Xuelinglong was startled. "Has your personality changed? As expected, my charm technique didn't work, so why didn't this guy come to find me?" Xuelinglong continued to ask, "Why does the prince carve wooden figures?" Mu Zixuan replied, "I don't know either, but he seems to want to carve a portrait of a certain woman. I even wonder if the prince is possessed by evil spirits." Xuelinglong was stunned. He was carving a portrait of a certain woman. Could it be that Lu Chen wanted to carve a portrait of himself and then miss her when he saw something? This is quite possible. No wonder this guy didn't come to find me. It turned out that he planned to use the portrait to numb himself. This is not possible. What she wants is to let this guy take the initiative to find her. How can this guy paralyze herself? In Xuelinglong's view, not only did her charm technique fail, but it might have been so effective that Lu Chen felt too guilty about herself, making Lu Chen afraid of her and afraid to face her, so he didn't come to see her. This is not a good thing for her. She hopes that Lu Chen can take the initiative to leave the Northern Palace to find her, so that she can have the opportunity to take Lu Chen out of Yancheng and the Northern Kingdom in the future. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.